And we have liftoff. The game has begun. This is round 2 of Gremlin's tournament here today. Hello and welcome, everyone. This is round 2 of Gremlin's tournament here on Sunday. She ended her first game with a massive dub. Only 30 minutes in. and less than 30 moves, I believe, as well. Welcome back, Paul. Hello, Borat Chess. Boom, gotcha. Tuning in. My name's Joe, and we are witnessing history with Gremlin's second ever OTB game. And we've got the board events page updated. Here we have Gremlin again with e4 with the white pieces, and we have a nice little opening trick, you might want to call it, here from black. Looks like our opponent is going to get that fork, getting the piece back, and this is typically a good variation for black. The computer is saying bishop d6, getting ready to castle. They bring out their bishop, hitting the knight. Gremlin questions it immediately. Bishop comes back this time. We notice a big difference here between her and her last opponent. Her opponent captured immediately, which really helped Gremlin. And here we see g4. g4 was a top move in her previous game. Now she's playing it immediately here. Doesn't want to deal with that pin at all. And she might just capture the bishop, but computer's actually calling to capture the knight with check. What's up, Solar Sun? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Not necessarily a sacrifice, but more so, I think, damaging the pawn structure is what it's going for. What's up, Rob? Good to see you. Welcome in. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you all tuned in for the previous game. But if not, it was quite the doozy. A very, very convincing victory for Alyssa. And here, her opponent, probably a little higher rated, probably a little stronger, I think has already been playing a little bit better here with the black pieces. But computer definitely saying this is quite the even position right now so far. So very early on still. This is a classical time control game, 75 minutes with 30-second increments. The game is very fresh. Less than 10 moves in here. Yeah, Gremlin is very underrated over the board. What's up, Renash? Good to see you. Hello, Landon. Welcome in. You're witnessing the start of her round 2 game out of 3. There is one more game later today. Her over-the-board rating, I believe, is around 950. She is in the beginner section, I believe. So she's looking to get some rating. She's looking to get some dubs. She's already 1 for 1. A perfect start to her tournament. Couldn't ask for a better start. And we'll see if she follows it up here with another win. She's got the white pieces again, back to back. Good opportunity here for her to put some points on the board. She's looking at capturing either piece. This bishop has a choice, attacking 2 pieces, but can only take 1. She could take 1 with check, damaging the pawn structure. And if she takes this bishop, then maybe she's helping black develop the rook on the h-file. She could also develop to defend the bishop, but likely we'll see her move the bishop. You don't want to play d3. That does defend the bishop, but offers a queen trade, and we'll lose our castling privileges. So unlikely. But interestingly, the computer says d3 is the second best choice. Queen e2 being the third best. Top choice, it likes taking the knight. To double isolate the C pawns, and you can work against those pawns later on in the game. Interestingly, a lot of people will tell you not to give up the knight or the bishop for the knight. And so taking the bishop, trading a bishop for a bishop might be the most tempting choice. Will your OTB rating go into effect with chess.com rating? Boom asks. I don't believe so. OTB and chess.com ratings are very separate things. They don't really have any effect on each other whatsoever. So her online rating is a lot higher than her over the board rating because she's played a lot more online. But she's planning on playing more over the board. In fact, she's planning on playing one tournament every month this year. She has captured the bishop. So she has decided to trade bishop for bishop. And computer does not like this after h takes, opening up the rook for black. And she has extended her pawns on the king side. So very unlikely that she will castle. In fact, castling right now would be a blunder. It would just be a free pawn. So she's going to have to develop these queenside pieces. And looks like she's going to castle queenside in back-to-back games. Yeah, she's very underrated for sure. Do you get a certificate? It depends. If you get a title, I'm pretty sure they'll send you a certificate. But I am not titled, neither is Gremlin, so I don't have a certificate. I don't think Gremlin would have one. Rather, you have an official online like page for USCF or FIDE. You can look up your player IDs. So if you go to USCF player lookup, you can search Gremlin's name. You probably wouldn't find her under Gremlin because that's not her real name. And I'm sorry if I'm breaking news for anyone that doesn't know, but her legal name is not actually Gremlin. First name Gremlin, last name plays chess. That's not actually her. Her real name is Alyssa. But yeah, she has an official rating by USCF, but I don't believe it's a certificate. You need to try playing OTB once a month. Yeah, I think I need to stick to my once a year plan. I didn't play at all last year. Last I played was December of 2023. So it's been over a year. But now that I've moved to St. Louis, there's a lot of opportunities for me to start playing more. Rob, I hate to break it to you. I actually have some bad news. My real name is Joe Lee, actually. Okay, so B3 has been played. She's looking to fianchetto her bishop. She wants it on this diagonal, throwing a punch at the E5 pawn. This looks like a good idea to me, but the computer disagrees. It gives this a question mark, already a mistake. And the idea, it wants black to play E4, just kicking the knight already. And the knight's going to have to go home. Or somewhere awkward. If you go to H2, you're dropping the pawn. You cannot go forward with the knight. These squares covered by black's pieces, neither forward in the center, as these are also covered by black's pieces. So the knight has no forward moves. And the only backwards move without blundering material immediately is back to G1. So I think perhaps better would have been to play D3, opening up for the bishop in the middle, but also taking away E4 from black as an option. Joseph Leroy Bruin. No, it's Joseph Lee. I'm not going to share my middle name, as that is probably the only thing keeping me somewhat anonymous. There's a lot of Joe Lees out there, so that helps me. Although There's also multiple Joe Bruins, if you can believe it. Oh, thank you, Landon. I appreciate that. All right, wow. So e4 has been played. This guy means business. And computer says queen e2 is the best move, pinning the pawn, threatening to win the pawn, actually. But after queen to e7, then the knight will have to move. And backwards it must go, unfortunately. So I'm not even a fan of queen e2, because eventually black can play knight d4, which might be annoying. So I would just play knight g1 immediately here. She has played queen e2. It is the best move, pinning the pawn to the king. But this is going to be a temporary solution. The best move is queen to e7, and the computer is reading this at already over -3 in favor of black, which is quite significant. In theory, it means that black should win a whole piece with perfect play. Queen e7 has been played. That is the one line that keeps that strong initiative. So black is doing pretty well so far. So now Gremlin is forced to bring the knight backwards. Only squares to g1. So this would be a fine move to play pretty quickly. The computer wants queen e5 now, hitting the rook. So not the end of the world. I mean, I figure just c3 should be fine. But maybe there's like a gnarly tactic with knight b4 in that line. We'll see though. Gremlin should find knight g1 fairly easily, fairly quickly here. There's not a lot of other ideas for the knight. As we mentioned, there's no forward moves. You don't want to go here and blunder the pawn. So knight g1, pretty much an only move here. I have full confidence that she'll find it and play it. But following knight g1, black computer really wants the queen to just dive right in. There's no time to fianchetto the bishop, unfortunately. And so you probably will have to move the rook, or in my mind, c3 is a logical continuation. However, there might be a tactic with like knight b4 taking advantage of the pin on the pawn, just to show my thought process here. Knight g1, queen here attacking the rook. And if we go here, computer is actually saying just castle queenside. Knight here is not so good. Now d4 actually is a winning shot by white here. So this would be a blunder. I figured this would be strong, but it is actually weak. It's saying that after a move like c3, then just castles. I figured we could go here, but now what's it saying? Queen a5, putting pressure on the a pawn, making it difficult for us to castle yet again. So computer is giving this a huge advantage for black, but it's not so concrete or quick. So still very early on in this game. And it's still unclear if black is even going to find the most pressing continuation here. Okay, so Gremlin has opted not to go to g1. Instead, she opts to give up her h-pawn. She says, I don't need it. I don't care. So go ahead, take that. This is actually just the third best option. Instead, it likes knight d4 or b4. Now, we had mentioned that queen here was the best move after knight to g1. Knight to h2, and it's no longer calling for queen to e5, which is kind of curious to me. Now it is saying c3 is good. And in that previous line, it wanted castle long, but after c3, it actually wants you to take on h3. And that's actually going to come with a hit against the knight as well. So, yeah, not the best start to this game for sure. but the game is still very young. Gremlin still has ample opportunity to get the eval bar back into her favor. We'll see. It depends on what her opponent plays here in response. It could be any move from him. And here he goes. Knight to d4 play. This is the top move. This is the most annoying move for sure. It's attacking the queen, most obviously. And it's attacking c2, which would come with a fork. So the queen has two options. If she wants to defend the pawn, she can go to c4 or she can go to d1. c4 is the top choice. In fact, queen d1, computer does not like this at all. Probably this check is going to be very annoying, actually. So yeah, I don't know why she went to h2. We'll see if she finds queen to c4. Queen c4 is an active defense as opposed to a passive defense. Queen to c4 is just more central in the position, more pressure on the center pieces, especially the knight, which is hanging. So if we go queen c4, there's no time to take on h3 right away. You're going to have to deal with the knight somehow. The computer is saying just castle queenside, defending the knight with a rook. But maybe then we can develop our bishop with the fianchetto, developing with tempo, and maybe that will give Gremlin the time she needs to castle. Gremlin is so cooked. I disagree with that. I don't think she is cooked. This game is still very early on. The eval bar loves black, but of course that is with perfect play. Her opponent is not a computer. Her opponent is a human, and humans make mistakes. She has to play queen c4, says Boom. We will see if she goes for it or not. I don't think it's an only move, but it is definitely the most active approach in this position to defend the c-pawn. Right now, she has to save her queen. Computer's saying the second best move. It actually prefers queen f1 to queen d1, which is very sad. It defends the h-pawn, but it leaves the c-pawn and the fork available. So it really shows how passive queen d1 is. Queen d1 is not even a top 3 move. All right, and she's done it. She's played queen c4. Top choice. Chef's kiss. We shall see how black decides to follow up. Queenside castle is the most active response. Development move, getting a rook into the center, defending the knight, the most obvious, most pressing threat currently in the position. This piece is currently hanging. So there might be a move like knight, queen to e5 might be a temptation for black, getting out of the way of the bishop, putting the queen opposite the rook, putting pressure on the knight, which might fall into threat. But the computer is saying this is not a top move, as I would love to play bishop b2 here, helping our development and pinning the knight, actually, to the queen. Interestingly, our bishop's not defended, so you could see a move like knight check. And then after captures here, the problem is we can take with check. So this line would be much better for white, kind of alleviating our problems. However, black probably won't go for this check. Here's the other check in the position. This doesn't work because queen takes will help defend our bishop. So we'll see if black goes for queen e5. I think unlikely. However, who knows? There's some logic behind it. It is black's turn currently. Both sides still above an hour on their clock. And he castles, which is the most active the top choice here for sure. I'm not sure opponent's rating. I believe the section is under 1200. But he's playing very well, so he might also be underrated, just like the Gremlin. So we'll see. We'll see how long he can keep up the high accuracy, because he's playing some good moves for sure. Computer is saying he's at 99% accuracy still. It's giving Gremlin an 80% accuracy. So kind of a difference there for sure. But we could still see bishop to b2 developing with a tempo, right? And helping her get ready to castle queenside. What else does the computer like? Computer likes c3, immediately attacking, which is hilarious because it just blunders the fork. So that is very unlikely to be the top choice from Gremlin. That is unfortunately though the top choice for the computer. So things are not looking too great, but it likes bishop b2, and it says the best move there is then b5. So this is some crazy stuff. I don't see how, if we just look at this is the third top choice. Queen to c3 followed by e3. Some really just crazy ideas. If you take, then it wants queen to e4. So yeah, this is some deep stuff. We're definitely not seeing any of that. Give me 1 second. And my camera froze, it seems. Give me 1 second. I'm hoping the old switcheroo will help. No, it won't. I think I just broke my camera. Yeah, that's not working. That's okay. We didn't need to see me anyways. Definitely the least important part of the whole thing. I straight up just got up. I mean, I'm looking at the camera. The camera itself seems fine. Couldn't handle the cake. Oh my goodness. But you know what? We get a nice view of the opponent's face. So that's definitely an improvement over having my face. Let me see if I can better put the Gremlin in frame. Oh, but we're missing the board a little bit. All right, I'm just gonna not touch it. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I have a backup camera I could use, but I don't know. Should I try it? Oh, boom. You're too kind. I don't know if I agree though. Let me see here if I can try something. Yeah, the camera is just it's not cooperating, but that's okay. It's literally the least important thing. We have the view of the Gremlin herself and the board, and that's all you need. Although I've heard all you need is actually love. I've heard that somewhere. So don't quote me on that. All right, and here we go. We have a move from the Gremlin. She played queen c3. I'm a little surprised she did not develop her bishop. I figured getting the piece out with tempo, helping her getting developed, would have been a higher priority. She was worried about her H pawn. She's defending her H pawn. That's the thought process here. I had missed that. The computer wants e3. E3 is a gnarly little move here. E3, it interferes with the queen's defense, and it opens up the queen to e4. This is a gnarly, I mean, I don't even want to call it a pawn sacrifice because it's technically not, as it helps black actually take the h pawn. And the idea is we cannot take with the queen because this massive royal fork hits, and it hits hard. So yes, they are even in material, but the computer gives e3 about a -7 evaluation. But it also likes queen to h4. It also likes queen to c5. Queen c5, just trying to trade things off. I don't suspect we'll see any of these top moves. Maybe a queen move somewhere, but I am not sure. You just subscribed to me. I must have missed it. I don't know. Oh, on YouTube. I don't know. Okay, so they played queen h4. Now, bishop here is very annoying, for sure. The idea is that the knight defends it tactically, with the fork idea still. But frankly, I don't actually see the purpose of queen to h4. But he's played it. It gets out of the way of the bishop, that's true. But it's not like this is a threat. I guess just doubling down on the h pawn. We could move the knight to f1, opening up our rook. I think knight f1 is a good move here. Does Gremlin know she's losing? She doesn't know the evaluation. No. She doesn't see the engine lines. Neither of the players see it. Maybe they can feel it. Black is definitely ahead in development, already having been castled. She still needs to develop her bishop, and she has an h-pawn that is currently hanging. So she might move her knight back. One downside of knight f1 is that we're going to get checked, and we're not going to be able to castle. So she has to reconcile something here. I think the problem with allowing this trade, if we don't defend the pawn, then we're going to lose material, right? And after the trade, queen takes, rook takes, then the knight is pinned anyways on the h-file. So this check is going to force us, we're going to lose material either way. So I think she has to reconcile with not being able to castle. So I think she plays knight f1, and I think after the check, she's going to have to move her king somewhere. And I think that's going to be fine. I'm assuming she'll go up to e2 or something. Yeah, the position is not ideal for sure. All right, I have a backup camera on, but I don't know if it's any good. It's okay. I have utmost faith and confidence in the Gremlin. This is a very far from over game. She's got a lot of tips and tricks up her sleeves. She is wearing long sleeves, so I'm sure she'll pull this one through somehow. All right. I don't know if you guys are ready for my backup camera. I don't even know if I'm ready for it, honestly. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my camera. But that's okay. Cuz I have two cameras. Can you believe it? All right, I'm back. Not that that's important. And here we go. Knight f1 has been played. She's ready to not go castled. She's a little disappointed. You could tell by the body language. Not too pleased with the position, but a good move nonetheless. We are defending our pawn. Now, knight f3 check, it's not the top move. In fact, it is the third best move. And we will follow up knight f3 check with king to e2, making sure our king sticks around our f-pawn to defend that, not wanting to lose more material. But yeah, the knight should have gone to g1 for sure. I think she was a little hesitant because that's kind of where the knight started. However, it was objectively the best move for sure. Now, opponent is playing the best move. This is the trickiest line. We got a double exclam on there, a brilliancy prize. Now, she just has to not take it. But otherwise, she should be fine. I think queen c4. This is another downside of having played queen to c3, is that you allow for this little trick here, allowing development with tempo, right? And so the idea is that she cannot capture it because then she's going to get royally forked, hitting everything. She's going to lose her queen if she takes. The bishop might look undefended, unprotected, but it is protected tactically by the knight fork. So I'm expecting the queen to go back to c4. Now, queen c4 actually comes with a little trick of its own. c3 would be a fork. Now, whether or not it's good is another question. The fork, we're still going to get checked by the knight. We can also get forked. Okay, so she goes to b2. Queen to b2, and she's still guarding the pawn. She is threatening a fork, but she's going to get checked. Knight f3 check is the second best move behind the move queen to f6. Queen f6 is the top choice. Perhaps just trying to come in with the threat of checkmate and the rook. Yeah, Gremlin just not playing her best game right now. And it kind of just comes from her development. And it really stems from taking the bishop over the knight. She should have taken the knight. Not easy to do, as most people really love to preach taking bishops over knights. So that is hard to blame Gremlin for. That is an easy move to make. Calling it a mistake just sounds rough already. Does Gremlin have a YouTube channel? Yeah, she does. But yeah, the position is snowballing, as Tegan put it. It is rough how a slight lead in development can really pick up in favor, and it comes from these development moves, right? The knight hit the queen with tempo, the bishop hit the queen with tempo. If we really just go back and we look here, everything's good so far. This gets me a lot of times because I love to play the bishop out and the knight out. Um, I think I would recommend bringing the bishop out first so that you can meet this attack with the defense of the pawn d3 as opposed to both knights out, because now in this form you allow for this nice move which just gives white better development, or sorry, it gives black better development. This bishop should be here. This is an awkward place for the bishop, and this trade really should have gone this way, and that would have helped Gremlin. In fact, you could even argue that this wins a pawn. Maybe. Right? So yeah, it's not so clear. If we look at this line, Queen d5, you might be a little nervous because you're hitting both things. But the computer says you just castle. This is kind of crazy. But the idea is that we leave the knight hanging because we get the pen. They can block, but then we're going to just push a pawn or something. Computer actually says d4 is the only move. Or queen e2, actually. Anyways, I'm analyzing a little too much in this line because that's not what we had. We had this capture, which opens up for the rook. This allows for a lot of tactics. Here's another misstep. She needed to push the d pawn. And it already really likes black at this point anyways. But we need a d-pawn push or queen e2 early to prevent e4. I think she underestimated e4, and she needed to go to g1 here. She instead went to h2, and now all these tactics really just flow in black's position. So we have one development, right? Another development here for black. Queen here I think was a misstep. I think we need a bishop to b2. We want to develop, right, and get our king to safety faster. I think she was worried about the check, right? If we go bishop b2, then we're going to get checked. If knight takes, pawn takes with a discovery, and we're going to have to move the king anyway. So the problem was she just didn't castle early enough. Okay, so we have more moves coming in. We have this e3 move. e3 was a really good move previously. It's still a good move here. It's a top 3 move. So we have one capture. Now knight f3 check has been played. Now she has to move the king. She went up to e2. This is second best. It preferred king to f1. Maybe to get to g2. And maybe find shelter in that regard. King e2, and now computer wants the knight check again. I think she was trying to stick around to d2, but the problem is d2 is hit anyways, so knight captures. We really don't want to take because then that's going to invite the rook in, I believe. Yeah, I'm wondering if we can play c3 here. What is wrong with c3? Computer does not like c3. I'm assuming you're going to have the knight coming back to e4 with the devastating attack, and the c pawn's going to be hit as well. Bishop takes would be a skewer. So, yeah, Gremlin's getting tacticked on, basically. Did she win her first game? She did. This is a chess tournament at Chess Zone in Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, the opponent definitely knows what they're doing. Hello, Jessica. Welcome in. All right, I think she's played c3. I think I think also her first game was just so fast and they played their moves so quickly that she's not using her full time here. So the pacing from the first game might throw her off a little bit. But she has played c3. I think just knight e4, and this is going to be kind of a lights out moment. And I don't think it's going to be that hard to find either, unfortunately. Because the idea of c3 is not just to hit the bishop, but it's to remove the defender of the knight and to attack the knight further, right? So if you see that the knight is hanging, you'll find knight e4 gives you a huge attack against the king. Um, and so this is going to fall with a skewer. F2 is the main threat. In fact, queen takes F2 is actually just checkmate on the spot. So you cannot defend both of these pawns. The best move it's saying is king F3 or king F1. Computer is also saying rook H2 is a move. I was thinking rook F1 might be the best move. But I'm definitely more of a fan of defending the F pawn with a rook rather than moving the king. King F3 is maybe a little interesting considering that the knight is hit by the king. I still don't think it's good for white because this fork is going to be a higher priority. So yeah, Gremlin's going to have to take this game back to the drawing boards and kind of prioritize her opening choices. There's definitely a lot of little decisions that could have added up more into her favor had she played perhaps different moves for development. I think she might have been a little caught off guard with the knight takes e4 fork, right? That's definitely an annoying opening against an Italian if she hasn't played d3 yet. So yeah, she might stray away from the two knights opening that she played. Because she obviously likes bishop c4, getting the bishop out before closing the pawn chain, right? The problem is she brought her knight out first. So that allows knight takes e4, which leads to this fork. So this is just a good opening for black. I would recommend bringing the bishop out first and then playing d3. If assuming black goes for two knights, they might go for Joko piano, but still d3 is very solid, very sensible here, right? So now there's no longer any knight takes e4 shenanigans. So that's something that we can look at after the game. This position is still fine. I think that at this point, taking the knight should have been maybe more thoroughly thought through. Capturing here really helps black, especially since we've pushed g4. That's another thing in these sort of openings. When you allow this pawn to open up for the bishop, you would love to play h3 before you get pinned. So I think she needs to maybe better live with this pin, right? So g4 might be too committal. She can still have a good game after g4, but she probably should just take the knight at this point. The computer is saying another idea you can play c3. I think is totally sensible. The idea is that we're preventing the knight from coming in, attacking our knight. Also, c3 is good because the bishop can come back this way. Okay, so yeah, e4. I think she also very much underestimated the power of removing our knight from the center, right? So now that allows their knight to take the center, and our pieces just get misplaced quickly. So, all right. Let's look at after rook f2, f1 defending f2, opponent takes on c3 with check. Is this better than bishop takes? It is. Yeah, I figure just bishop takes. Bishop takes is second best. Knight takes is actually better. And the king doesn't have a lot of great choices, unfortunately. If you go here, you're getting mated. Your king is going to be your farthest developed piece. Not a happy place. You're cut off here. If you go here, you're going into discoveries. Probably going to lose the queen, right? So she goes to f3, and this is going to be forced mate. Queen takes h3. Check has been played. Her king is stepping up the board to f4. This is literally an only legal move. So yeah, I think after this game, we're gonna give Gremlin a little pep talk. Probably gonna go over the opening, but also I want to talk to her a little bit about her time management. As you can see, she's getting force mated, and she's got 45 minutes on the clock. So kind of too much time. So she just got checked. She's moving her king up, and now she's mated. We have queen to h6, checkmate, and handshakes there. So that was a quick game. Basically as quick as her first game, but in the other direction. She's got a king on g5 that doesn't belong there. So black ends the game with a nice sequence. Very strong tactical game from black. Really just kind of demonstrating how quick development is going to favor your position. As you can see, Gremlin hasn't moved either of these pieces. Meanwhile, black has the rooks connected, rooks on open files. Queenside castles with the rook on the d file was an absolute killer. And yeah, having the knight go back to h2, getting the knight kicked in the first place. This is more so, I think, a problem with the opening. But that's okay, because that's easily fixable. So here we go. Gremlin is on the move. She's got her liquids. She's got her hands full, for sure. Pencil in the mouth. We're making our way back to the private room here. She'll definitely have a different opponent next game. I believe it's a Swiss tournament.
Most of my audience is international. I'd say about 50% from the US. And then I have
50% outside the country.
Yeah, 50% outside the country. Thank you. Let's see. Joe, can you say something? Can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you.
Hi, perfect. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna set up. Oh, no. Are you okay? You
I'm
took
okay. I'll be strong.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your bravery.
I'm in good hands.
Okay. Okay. She's set up. I need my iPad so I can see straight.
Sorry, I just got it.
Yes. So,
All right, have fun.
thank you so much. Do you mind shutting the door so
Yeah,
I'm not too loud?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Give me like 2 more seconds to set up so I can see y'all. Okay. Man. Tough. Um, let's see.
Yeah, that was not as good as the first game.
No, it was
A
not.
little rougher.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of good takeaways from that game. I think that it's more so an opening issue, and I think it's very fixable. I think another major point I wanted to discuss with you is the time usage. I think your first game might
Yeah.
have got you a little conditioned to play a little too quickly because your opponent played extremely quickly in the first game, and you took advantage of it pretty quickly. And I think that game was kind of a cakewalk, right? Um,
Yeah.
this game, you made a couple of mistakes where I think if you had taken more time to go over your options, you would have been better off. So we could start from the start, obviously. When you brought the knight out to c3, this is move 3, right? This
Yeah.
is kind of like bread and butter. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. I wanted to ask if you normally bring out the two knights first, or would you maybe consider playing bishop c4 first?
I play both online frequently.
Okay.
I mean, I'm used to that little like funky trade where my bishop's on
Yeah.
e4. Like
Okay.
that happens frequently online.
Okay.
This
I
little fork and then bishop drop back and then bishop
Yeah.
takes yeah.
Now,
That's not new for me.
that I think is fine. It's definitely a better line for black. So I think allowing that, maybe if you're gonna have a coin flip of either knight to c3 or bishop to c4, I think if you like the Italian setup, I think you should just go for bishop c4 first.
Okay.
And most commonly, you'll see either Joko piano with bishop c5, or if the knight comes out and they play a two knights defense, then you can play d3 to defend your e-pawn, as opposed to knight c3.
Yeah.
Because if you play knight c3, then that's going to transpose to what you had in the game. You're giving black this option. We don't want to give them that option, because that is a better line for black. You're better off
Okay.
playing d3 here. Now they don't have the fork idea. So
Mm-hmm.
then you can bring the knight to c3 later if you want. You're already ready to
With
castle. You can bring your bishop out.
the bishop on e4 after that all transpires, how much higher is black? It's only like a 0.5 advantage, right?
It's definitely
Here?
not a lot, right? The computer
Yeah.
is saying this is minus 0.17, which is not a lot,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
as far as like the opening goes, if black can equalize or even have a slight edge, that is more than enough for black to be happy, right?
Okay.
So like our job with white is to maintain our initial lead and the advantage of going first, right? And like the computer's saying the best move is bishop d6. It's nothing crazy, right? Um,
Yeah.
so like this is definitely still very playable. In fact, later on in the
Uh-huh.
game, you still actually had an opportunity to keep the advantage. But I'm just trying to illustrate like I don't necessarily see a good reason why knight c3 first is better
Yeah.
than like bishop c4. Bishop c4, and we're
Okay.
already ready to get castled. And like now we can play the pawn to d3, which helps get our bishop out. The reason why we don't want to play d3 now is because we're blocking our bishop, right?
Right.
So
Yeah, I'm
like
with you.
here, we can't like overprotect the pawn and try to get the bishop out because we're blocking our bishop. But now we just give black an extra option to go down this line where they have a slight edge, which is already not the best if we have the white pieces. So
Okay.
this is already not like the best move. H3 is good. G4 is an option here. I think that you could also consider something like C3, just preventing the knight from coming in.
Yeah.
But I think this is still a fine position. G4, they go here. And now I wanted to discuss this moment. If you thought about taking the knight,
I did.
and
That's why it took so long. Okay. Thought process with me taking the knight, I was like, okay, bishop takes knight, then b7 takes on c6. Yeah. And then I was looking at, I was like, oh, awesome, we removed a defender. Maybe we can do knight takes e5. But then I was worried about the fork on queen d5.
yeah, queen d5, and it says you just castle. You leave the knight hanging because you get the rook to e1.
Oh, they can't take because it'd be a skewer.
It's a little more complicated though
Well, no,
because
because then they could sack the bishop
yeah,
on
they have
c2.
this move, and now you have to play either d4 or queen e2. You can't just
Wait, why couldn't they take c2 instead?
win,
Instead
right?
of
Because
bishop
we're taking with
e4?
check.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Okay, yeah.
Um,
Okay.
but I think that like we don't even have to take the pawn.
Yeah,
You could still just
just
like
double
put the
theirs.
d pawn or move the queen to e2.
d3.
But like this is kind of the complications of this whole opening where we get forked and
Yeah.
we get pinned. This is another like decision where I'm thinking, I don't know. G4, the computer says is like the second best move, so it's definitely playable and still fine. But I think that
Yeah.
it leads to maybe a weaker structure for us. And so taking the bishop here, I think, is just bad because we're helping their rook activate, and because we played g4, our h pawn becomes really weak. So
Mm.
I think,
I was nervous too about giving them two bishops, but I guess
yeah,
I should have focused more on the
I think
structures.
that's very fair. I think your only other idea here really is queen e2 and just defend your bishop that way.
I thought about that too. I feel like I spent a little bit of time on this move. Did I not? Did
You
I kind of
did.
speak?
No, you did spend time on it. It's just taking here was kind of really helpful
The
for
start
them.
of my downfall.
Yeah, at this point, eval is already like -1.5,
Okay,
and we
yeah,
really have to be worried about the e4 pawn push because as soon as our knight
yeah,
gets kicked out, we're kind of in trouble.
yeah.
So
I was suffering.
right now, the knights are fighting over these center squares. The
Yeah.
difference though is that black has a pawn in the center and we don't.
Hmm.
So, um, in my mind, I think like pushing the d pawn makes sense. Just d3. Computer saying queen e2 is best, just preventing e4.
Yeah.
Um, but it's like it's not easy. You play a move trying to get the bishop out, and this is like already -3. Um,
Yeah.
and your
I
opponent played very well. To be fair, here you played queen e2, and then now you have a decision. I mean, actually, I don't even know how much of a decision it really is. I'm not sure why you avoided knight g1.
I I don't know. I thought about it for a little bit. I thought that for whatever reason, because the white diagonal on my h1 rook was open, I was nervous that like with them having a dark squared bishop, my knight would trap my rook in somehow. But it left h3 free, which I should have seen, and I just didn't. I was just really scared about my rook getting trapped, and I thought it was a dime a dozen, but it was not. It was not. I regretted it almost instantly.
Yeah,
Um,
I think if you combine playing the G pawn, taking the bishop, opening the H file, we have to be
mhm,
extra careful over the H pawn. Just knowing that the
mhm.
rook is opened up on the file. There's a
Yeah,
lot of different tactics, and we should not be worried about the rook because they would need to move this pawn out of the way and then get something on this diagonal. And in the time that it takes them to do that, we should have some defense, right?
yeah,
Um, so we have
and
to go to G1. This is kind of an
yeah.
only move here in my mind.
Okay, okay.
Because like going to H2, we just lose the pawn, right?
Mhm.
So and taking's not even the best move. Knight D4 is great, right? Queen C4 was a good move. And you're putting pressure on the knight, and they castle, which is really smart, just getting the rook into the game. And now here, I
Mhm.
think you kind of should play bishop B2. I think you might have been worried about the check on F3.
Yeah. Okay, so I was concerned that if I moved bishop b2, I removed a critical defender from d2. Because knight f3 check um takes double check.
It's not a double check, but we just go to D1.
Or yeah, I guess.
Like, it's not
I guess it
pretty.
was worse when they got their bishop out, which is what I ended up dealing with.
It's not pretty, but it's developing a piece with a tempo.
It's okay. What did I do
You played
instead?
queen C3 to defend your H pawn,
Oh, mm,
but um yeah, this just doesn't. It's too slow.
yeah.
So
Everything was not where it was supposed to. I felt like I was so suffocated the entire the entire time.
yeah, I would say that after you allow E4, it's kind of just a slow and painful death here because your opponent just
Yeah.
didn't really slip up anywhere. He played pretty flawlessly. So
Yeah.
it's tough. Like he's probably underrated. Um,
Everyone and their mother is underrated, Joe. It's brutal out here. Ugh.
yeah, I think you just need to clean up the opening, right? Your knight gets kicked at this point, and it's just you don't have any pieces developed, right?
How to do anything.
Right. So
Yeah.
he's already ready to get castled. He's throwing the pieces already with tempo against you. His rook is really well placed because you kind of opened up the door for his rook on this side as
Yeah.
soon as you capture his bishop. So that is something that I think needs to be kind of a deterrent for you. If you push G4,
Mhm.
you're already weak on the king side. When you take
Yeah.
his bishop and you open up his rook, your king side is going to be a huge pain point for a very long time, right? And then especially as soon as you let your one developed piece get kicked, um,
Yeah.
this is just a very, very uphill battle for you to climb. And he's just way too ahead in development. After your pieces are very tied down to where they can go, and you're not even close to castling. So that's why I figured bishop b2 would have been maybe a point in the right
Which is
direction.
why I pushed B3 because I was like, I
Yeah, but it was
absolutely
too
have to
slow.
castle, and
If
I
you
just
if
got
you
too
look at what
tired.
happened, the bishop and the rook never moved the whole game. So like, and your king isn't castled, right? So we need to be a little bit more efficient with our development move choices.
Yeah.
Essentially, it came down to like this capture here is the turning point really, because then you're too far behind. But like if we look at, you see like both of his bishops are able to, he's already moved both E and D pawns. You never
Mm-hmm.
really moved the D pawn, right? Your D pawn actually got captured from its starting position. So the fianchetto was too slow at that point. Um, which is why I'm a fan of, if we go back to the opening choice, really, I think that if you brought the
Just
bishop to
push bishop,
C4
yeah, C4
immediately,
instead.
I think you're gonna have a much more comfortable time getting out of
And
the
it's a
opening.
line that I'm more familiar with too. So, yeah, we'll just.
There's really, I don't see any upside to knight C3 first.
Mhm. Yes.
Um, so because if we get the bishop out, then you can play D3, and then this bishop can breathe, right? So this was really just uh, kind of a preparation issue. Is that this his opening was just better than yours, right? So you're fighting an uphill battle when you have the white pieces. You
I know
wanna
Zach is screaming with joy right now because that man has been telling me to do like the bare minimum in terms of opening prep, and I've been like, no, I don't need to. It's fine. It's fine. It's
well
fine. But this
when
absolutely wrecked
when you
me.
play this and you say I play this online, like I'm familiar with it. The problem is just over the board, the precision has to be a lot higher. You're not gonna be able to get away with inaccuracies like this. When
Hmm.
you bring the knight to c3, it's fine and playable, but you give them the option, which we don't want to give them. We would play d3 here, and white still holds advantage, right?
Hmm.
Because now they don't have the option to go for this. They're gonna have to develop normally, and now we can castle. We can bring the knight out. We can bring the bishop out. We have a lot more options here, as opposed to this line. Now we're kind of forced into this, right? And you
Yeah.
see they get the d pawn out of the way really quickly. Both their bishops can come out. This bishop still can't move. Um,
Yeah.
so life for them is just a lot easier from here as opposed to in the other line. But if we look at like, um, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'm personally like I think you have to decide early where you're gonna castle, right? Because if you play g4, you know you're not really castling kingside, right? And so if you know that, like you're already ready to castle kingside here, whereas you have to move at least 3 pieces before you can castle queenside.
Yeah.
Um, at this stage, capturing the bishop's kind of a death sentence on the king side. So your king side is just way too weak. You look at the position; it's already -1.5, right? So like this is classified as a mistake,
Hmm.
but it's pretty costly because if you just think about it in terms of like um, activity, the rook they don't have to move the rook anymore. It's already kind of developed. So
What was that? Move 10?
this is move,
Move 10?
yeah, 10 that you took here. But like think about like you know, as far as like helping your opponent
Uh-huh.
or hurting your opponent, capturing here is definitely helping them, right? Whereas capturing here is kind of hurting them, and that like I understand if you think about it, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, always take the bishops or don't give up the bishop pair or like don't take a knight with the bishop. I think sometimes you have to just look at things objectively and think about like, okay, well at the end of the day, this was like going to damage their structure. If I take here, I'm going to help their rook develop. Like maybe put yourself in black shoes and think like,
Yeah.
what would I prefer them to do? right? If they would prefer that you open up their rook, like, I mean, they're clearly going, like, also, like, at this point, right, they're pinning you, which is annoying, but, like, not the end of the world. H3, you would definitely prefer if they took the knight, right? That's kind
Yeah.
of what your opponent did in the previous game. They
Mm-hmm.
just took and helped you develop the queen. So
Yeah.
they're obviously going to be as annoying as possible. They're going to maintain the pin, and they're going to dare you to push g4 because it's kind of a weakening move, right? Um,
Yeah, but I figured since I hadn't castled and it wasn't too deep into the game, it wasn't as painful to deal with
yeah,
G4.
it's even saying you could take the knight first and then play g4, and that would also kind of be a transposition. I think my point is that
I think
g4 is okay. It's just kind of committal. And you really
yeah.
you cannot pair g4 with capturing the bishop is ultimately.
I think I just underestimated how strong their knight was, especially with their e-pawn out, was the
Yeah, as
problem.
soon as your knight gets kicked away, you're losing the battle over the center because your knight has to leave, and then
And then we're out.
their knight has free reign over the center of the board, and
Yeah.
your piece is just gonna get kicked. So
The C2
you have
threat
too
was
many
so
weakness.
annoying too.
Yeah, I mean the computer at some point just said you should just give it up. It's not even worth protecting. But like definitely here, like I think we need to prioritize king safety, developing and castling, right? Like here, you're not gonna castle, but um, you're at least not like
I have hopes
never
of
moving
connecting
the.
my rooks.
Yeah, you're getting pieces into the game still. So
Yeah.
Queen C3, I thought was a little slow, a little surprising. Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, I liked knight F1. Here, I figured you go back to C4. Um, I don't know. Life's very difficult for you already.
Yeah.
There's not much to come back from here, right? Like this is just well played by your opponent actually. Also, I thought C3 was a little short-sighted. Frankly, there's not much else you can really do. Um,
Yeah. I mean, I could have done bishop takes and then
no, I don't think you could do that actually, because then their rook comes in and F2 is hanging. You're just
yeah.
getting mated if you take. Um,
I mean,
it's saying rook h2. What else? Queen e5.
I looked at rook h2. I
It's
did not
saying
look at
queen takes g7.
queen
That's
e5.
funny. No, this is kind of just lost already.
Yeah.
So, like, analyzing at this point is a little late. I would say the bigger issue is just your opening.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to give them this fork. Like, I play the Italian. Like, I've always played the Italian ever since
Mhm.
I was learning about en passant, basically. And I always hate this trick because it just kind of like when I play the Italian, I'm like, okay, I have the white pieces. I get to do kind of my bread and butter, right?
Yeah,
And
I was
like
excited.
the whole point of the opening is to like develop the pieces and get to the middle game without
Mhm.
being worse off, right? You never
Mhm.
got to the middle game. You never connected your rooks. You never developed this bishop. You never move the d pawn. So it's like we give up this one move. We can't really slip up. Like every move is so crucial out of the gate. So we to give them the option is already kind of like, okay, we had the luxury of having the white pieces, but now you can have the advantage in the initiative. That's fine because I don't really, you know, I don't need it, but you needed it is the problem. So like here, one you see like the look at the pawns, right? And your
Yeah.
pieces are getting forked. So they just have better access over the center already at this stage. So this is
Mhm.
just like a one move difference, we just bring the bishop out first, and then we don't have to worry about that line anymore.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to learn like Joko Piano or like two knights defense, but you already know all that stuff, right? You're still very much in your comfort zone. If they go
Yeah.
here, you can bring the knight to c3 now.
Yeah.
You have a lot of options here. You're still very flexible. You can play d3, you can play c3, you can
Yeah.
castle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
I, I I mean, like I said, I've been playing this for a while, so I thought I knew. I guess
this position's
I've
still
just
totally fine. It's just
never
like
been
it's not
properly
as
punished for it.
fun. I think you really got punished when you took here. This is your biggest mistake of the whole game.
Yeah, I should have
Um,
taken the knight. I
yeah,
just really underestimated how strong that knight was, and I should have known better. Yeah.
well, yeah. I would say that this point is really where you have to think a little longer and hard about your decisions because it's going to really impact how you have to react in the opening stages. Because if they're able to throw that many punches against you in your position, you're just not going to be able to get castled, right?
Hmm.
So it's like after this point, you play b3. It's like basically you have chosen death. It's like if you look at the tempo against you, here's one tempo. Here's
Yeah.
another tempo. You move back. That's, I mean, I don't know if I would count that, but this is definitely a tempo. So it's like three in a row, right? Here, this is the one move where they don't throw a tempo. You should throw the tempo now at them and force them to react to you. You play a defensive move, which is reacting to that, right? You would
Yeah.
rather throw a punch than to get punched. And like unfortunately they're going to be able to react with more punches and you're not going to be able to castle, but you're at least going to have the bishop out and maybe you could try getting the rooks involved. But at this point now it's like, okay, here's another punch thrown at you. This is another defensive move. Here's another punch thrown at you. That's another
Yeah.
defensive move. And now this is another punch thrown at you. Everything is like with tempo, right?
It's so
Both your pawns are
reactive.
pinned.
Yeah.
Check, you have to react. Takes here. This is another opportunity where, um, well, I don't know. Just this is already hopeless. But c3 and just 94 is kind of GG at this point.
Yeah.
Um, and I honestly, I'm pretty impressed that they took with the knight here instead of with the bishop. I just
Yeah, and they
figured
didn't. Yeah, they just went for the kill.
they just
It was
crushed
so
you for sure.
precise.
Like here, you have to go into the frickin' discovery. It's so sad.
And
Because they're just
yeah,
moving your queen.
stack my queen.
Here, yeah, best is actually just take the knight. So it's again at this point it's a little too late to analyze because after this it's just mate.
Yeah.
So all right, how are we feeling otherwise? I know this is a rough game to follow the first one, but
Otherwise, Joe, we just went over in the last 20 minutes. I threw a game in the first 10 moves. I don't know, it's pretty brutal. Um, but I think that's what chess is a lot of times. Like you'll ride a high of a good win where you're proud how like you set things up and like you're like, oh, the stars aligned. No, you just think like, oh yeah, I'm a great player. I feel really good about the way I played. And then there are other games where you sit down and you go, do I know how to play this game at all? And I don't know. It kind of is what it is. I'm
well,
I'm glad that I'm learning this, and this experience is so brutal that I'll probably never make these mistakes again. Um, because it's gonna be ingrained, burned into my brain for a very long time. But yeah,
yeah,
that's
and
that right now.
getting humbled by making mistakes is a great way to learn. And if you look at your mistakes here, really, it's not they're not that uh major. It's in my opinion, like I would point out bishop c4 over knight c3. But
And then I had like a wrong
the
take.
the biggest one is capturing here.
Yeah.
It's not even so much like giving up the file for the rook. It's kind of conceding the control over e4, right? And really it's not necessarily about the control over e4. It's about like having your pieces getting kicked, right? We have to
Yeah.
be cognizant that this is an attack on our knight, and that
Mhm.
when our knight leaves the center, they take the center, and now they have free range over the position. And our
Mhm.
knight really has to go to g1 here. It's a lot of things that just kind of piled up really quickly, right?
It was so
It's
quick. I blinked and then the game was over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have to maybe take a little bit more time out of the opening to just make sure we're not gonna get steamrolled. And like people really like, as especially lately, they've been really advocating for like freestyle chess or chess 960 because you're getting out of
Mhm.
like a lot of the opening prep stuff.
Yeah.
Um, and like that's some people, their least favorite aspect of the game of chess is like having to memorize so much opening stuff. But like if you just keep playing, you're gonna get these openings where you're gonna get crushed, and then that's where I think is you're really gonna benefit from looking at some like opening prep. And in this situation, I think it's as simple as just playing bishop c4 first rather than knight c3,
Mhm.
which isn't really that deep, right? Because I think the mistakes you made after this, you can't really pin it on the opening. This is
Mhm.
more of a decision, right? Like here, it's a decision to play g4. It's a decision not to take the knight. And just understanding the consequences of these decisions is really what's going to help you make better decisions in the future, right? So now you know, like, okay, I can't allow e4 to be pushed on my knight, right? I
Yeah.
can't allow this rook to open up when I've already pushed the g pawn like that. If I take this knight instead, then I at least don't have to worry about the knight coming in, or having my knight getting kicked away is not going to be so bad because, well, if we look at this, maybe I just play d3. The computer already likes black, by the way, but if they play like the best move, queen d5, and I play something like bishop out,
To E3.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
It's already a little annoying, but like, okay,
Yeah.
let's say they go computer saying e7, and now I can play. Dude, I don't know. Yeah, I think pushing the g pawn's a little weakening, right? As you can see, we have some issues, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I can go like bishop here. It hates this. Oh, because our knight is pinned. Yeah. Um, I mean, you could also go for the knight takes e5 and have to deal with this. You'd have to find this, but I think like you could still castle because you haven't opened up the H file for them.
Yeah.
But I think like I'm not a fan of the G4 push personally.
Okay.
Um, Computer like C3. I think D3 is also a good move. I would probably play D3 myself. Um, C3 is also very logical. Um, Taking, I think I probably also wouldn't do, but I think it's worth considering. Like if they have double isolated pawns, maybe we
Mhm.
win another pawn. Maybe it's worth it. But I think ultimately you have to prioritize your development, and
Mhm.
it's a little harder to do it in this line. Um,
Yeah, I should just stick to what
so
I'm good at, which, yeah, I'll just start pushing the bishop out first to C4.
yeah, black is having all the fun in this opening
Yeah.
because their development is just so much more natural, right? For you, you have to decide here which way the bishop's gonna go. Um, and you go this way, it's like you kind of lost a coin flip.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, like you see, they've already castled, and they have so much control over the center.
Mhm.
This is a really rough position to come back from.
Yeah.
So, and really, like, after this move, it's hard for you to have played much differently, right? So they just kind
Mhm.
of get everything.
Yeah.
All right, I don't want to make you feel bad or anything. But
No, it's like part of the learning process. Sometimes it's not as like, oh, and you did really good here. Like sometimes you don't play well enough to have like a sandwich compliment or like teach via the sandwich method. There's nothing really good here that you can be like, oh, here's where you did good. I just played
I think
subpar and that's okay.
here's another example of like G4 we don't really need to do because
Yeah.
we shouldn't be too worried about the pen, right? Like how exactly
Mhm.
could they take advantage of this anyways? Like worst they could do maybe is knight d4, but even that's not actually a threat. We could just play c3.
Yeah.
Right, let's say we castle and now they play here. Okay,
Mhm.
computer's saying you could play g4 now. Um, which I think is kind of funny, but like if we just play c3, what they take, we take with the bishop. What we take, we take. Life's pretty good
Yeah.
here. So I think even just castling is actually fine, right?
Mhm.
Or you could just play d3. We don't. I think g4 is just very committal. It's unnecessary actually. I don't think black has a threat, right? You can
Mhm.
always play g4 later if you need to. You don't need to. I think is my point. It's more
Okay.
you're doing more damage. I mean, even the computer is saying g4 is like a top move here. But just like I feel like the coaching instincts within me are just kind of like all a lot of the lines we looked at later, it has to deal with like the queen coming in on this pen, right?
Yeah,
Like
that like
castling
diagonal
looks
being
really
so big.
scary. Like even
Yeah.
even if we don't take and we take here, like we still don't want to castle anymore because they just could play h5, right? So
Mhm.
that's I think one of the major drawbacks of playing g4 is just castling is just so much scarier now,
Yeah.
kingside, and life is harder if you have to castle queenside because you've already gotten these minor pieces out. You're already ready to castle this way, right? We have a lot of
Yeah.
work to do before we can castle queenside. And like in your first game, you castled queenside and it worked out well.
Well, it
Um,
worked out okay. It only worked out because my opponent blundered, which I would not really
but
define.
I think you still would have a wonderful attacking game if you played g4 instead of like h5, right? Regardless of whether or not they blunder, g4 and you're still in the driver's seat. In this position, when you play g4, you no longer have that option to castle really, like realistically. And like because they haven't castled yet, they have the option to attack your king side. They still have the option to castle either way. They're probably not going to go this way now that you play g4, but they can still castle queenside. Here, we have the option to castle both ways, but we don't really want to go kingside anymore, and we're a little too far off from going queenside now. So, like this position's still playable. The computer is saying it's even, but I think you're limiting yourself. You're removing options with the way that you play. Like
Yeah.
here, playing knight here doesn't give you that many options really, as opposed to playing the bishop out first, right? So that's one thing that limits you.
Mhm.
Here, you're really forced down a path that your opponent is dictating. So I'm not the biggest fan
Mhm.
of that. And then here, playing g4 is unnecessary, and it removes your options, right? You still have the option to castle short side if you want, When you play
Yeah.
g4, you don't really have that anymore.
Hmm.
And like removing this pen is not helping you as much as I think g4 hurt your position. Because
Yeah.
I'm not too worried. Like the pen gets really annoying when your bishop is like here and you have a pawn blocking it, and the knight can come here. And even that's like not necessarily the end of the world. You could take with the g pawn and try to use the g file. You could still castle queenside or something. But like here, there's really no threats on this diagonal. We're
Hmm.
not worried about knight d4 at all.
Hmm.
We're not really threatened to move the knight or anything, so I don't think we like this was just kind of maybe you're a little in autopilot or something.
Yeah. I don't.
So I would delay g4 unless you have to.
Okay.
Um, because like you still have that option to do g4 like whenever you want, really, later on. Once you
Uh-huh.
commit, then there's no going back. So you're just limiting your options. Do you have any questions? Any thoughts? Any feels? You still have another game later today.
I do at 6 p.m. in 2.5
Are you
hours.
regretting any life decisions? You having fun still? You're 1-1 with one game remaining.
Uh, it's fun in the building with us. I'm not sure, Joe. I'm not sure.
How
But I think uh
how are you feeling
I
about one tournament a month still? Does that seem ambitious or
no, I think okay. Okay. If let me I'm gonna I'm getting comfy, okay? We're gonna have some girly chats. 100% honesty. I don't think one OTB tournament a month is that crazy. I think streaming over the board is nerve-wracking because if I mess up in front of y'all and I like have a Botez gambit in a 5-minute blitz game or in even a rapid game, it's like a little embarrassing, but it's fine. You know, third time it doesn't. It happens and I'm like, oh, I'm human, ha ha ha, and then we move on to the next and it's fine. But like in something like this where it just feels a lot more real and it feels like it should be a more sincere representation of my abilities as a player, and it's just such a bummer when it's not what you think it should be. Does that make sense?
I hear you. I think it's also totally acceptable to just, you know, have a game like this where sure you didn't play a couple moves, maybe you could have done a different approach, but if you look at like the quality of your opponent's moves, like this guy was pretty lights out, right? Like if you look at his accuracy for the whole game, he's at 89.6. You were at 69.6. um
Yeah.
which is nice. But like this guy played a heck of a game, really. It's tough when your opponent plays pretty flawlessly because he didn't really give you a lot of opportunities to get back into it. Um,
But he did give me opportunities and I missed them, which is such a
I
bummer.
mean,
'Cause
after you play knight c3 and then bishop c4, like he really dictated that whole game, right? Like even if you take the knight instead of the bishop, like it's still a fight, right? Like it's not you're not through the thick of it. And I at that point I would kind of blame G4 a little bit. Uh
yeah,
but
G4 was
but
yuck.
but like even if your opponent gives you opportunities and you miss them, like I still think that um, like losing an OTB game might hurt more than losing an online game, but I don't think that you should feel worse uh or like having like an audience tuning in and watching. Like you kind of have to like weigh the pros and cons, right? Like you're someone that's taking a hobby very seriously. You're someone that's sharing your hobby with the world online with an audience, right? You're presumably having fun doing it, right? Otherwise, like what are you here for?
Presumably.
And you're inspiring a whole audience of people to go and play over the board or to just support you and consume chess content. Like you're putting content out there for viewers to enjoy. You're brightening people's days. You're giving people something to do, right? Like people are living vicariously through you right now. So you're putting out a lot into the world that I think is positive and good. And
Mm,
I think that you might suffer a little bit when you lose, but also this is how you learn. And gaining this experience is very knowledgeable and is going to help you in the future to continue playing and having fun. So I think that, like, yeah, losing sucks, or losing in a certain way might be even worse or whatever. But as long as you're learning from that experience and using that as fuel and motivation to improve and better yourself, I think that it's all going to be worth it. And you still have another game. You got another tournament next month and more down the line. And yeah, you lost this one, but I think that if you, as long as you learn from it and then can improve from it, and you're still
mhm.
having fun, then it's all worth it. But you know, it's different for other people, right? There's people that they'll go through a tournament a month and just be exactly like exhausted and drained, and at a certain point they'll start questioning like if they're actually improving or if they're actually learning, or I think
Mhm.
most important is if they're actually having fun and enjoying it, or if like their audience is enjoying it or whatever. And like you gotta weigh the pros and cons. I think you're still very early in on this whole experience and this process.
Yeah.
But I think that you're in the right track so far, and you shouldn't let this loss dissuade you or doubt things or feel bad, especially.
Oh, no, 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 no. I'm definitely still doing one tournament a month for the rest of the year. Because if I'm anything, I might not be good at chess, but I am stubborn. Okay. And I spoke it into existence. So we're going to make it happen. Um, but I think that, yeah, we might have a little mindset shift. I think that these style of game reviews, not that I'm gonna force you to commentate every single one of my tournaments, that would be brutal. But being able to sit down live with a game that I've poured a lot of time into and go over it, I think this is much more um, beneficial to me, hopefully other people too, than me throwing a game in rapid and speeding through a chess.com game review and being like, oh, I made 3 mistakes here, here, and here. Maybe don't do that next time. Um, the in-depth analysis that you're providing, thank you so much, by the way, is so beneficial to my chess. Um, so thank you. I think we can still have a good time. We can rebound, and you're right, the day's not over. We could end it 2-1. And like low key that's not even that bad. So
I would go as far as to say that that's good.
mhm. It would be better than not 2-1. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
I think you could lose every game in a tournament, and as long as you had learned something and felt like you improved or took something out of it, then I think it's good, right?
Yeah.
You might look at 0-3 and be like, well, that sucked, and that might be true. But if
Yeah.
you like witnessed or experienced something that improved your game in some way, shape, or form,
Mhm.
then that's definitely a positive you could take out of it. I think that like also playing OTB for me is like way less about the chess and way more about just the overall experience and like being able to go and see people in person and meet people and talk to friends and you know, all this other stuff on the side, I think is something that like I personally prioritize when I go OTB, which I don't do nearly as much as I should. And like also like I'm at a whole different stage in my chess journey, right? Like I think you're still very much in like the improvement kind of growth stage where I'm more in like I'm just kind of a casual kind of like I don't necessarily cares too much about like my rating or whatever. Um,
Mhm.
so like also whenever people give you advice, like just know that your life is different from theirs and like I could be like, yeah, you should play and lose every game and as long as you're still having fun, like that's what matters. But like you know, some people they actually prioritize winning as like the number one thing and you know, I'm not here to say what's right or wrong. I think everyone is entitled to their own priorities. But I can just at least share my own personal experiences, and you can take what you want from it. And if I can help analyze games or provide commentary or whatever, like that
Mhm.
makes me really happy. So I don't want you to like leave today think like, oh man, I feel really bad to have Joe have to commentate my tournaments or whatever. I enjoy doing this. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't do it. So you're always welcome to ask me to help out with anything.
Thank you.
And if I am not commentating, I'm going to be in the chat cheering you on. So I'm a fan, and I'm
Hey.
excited to see at least your next game today. I assume we'll have good things come from it, regardless of the result. And I'm happy to show you some more tips and tricks and share my thoughts and ideas. I'm not going to say that they're the best, but
No,
maybe
you are the
maybe
best
maybe
show. Thank
someone will learn something from it. And I think every game is an opportunity to learn and improve. So I can't wait to see. I'm assuming you'll have the black pieces. I was kind of surprised to see you have white twice.
Yeah, me too, but I wasn't complaining.
Yeah, we'll take white any day.
Yeah,
The odds of you having white three times in a row, though, I think are pretty low.
pretty low, pretty low.
So, do you prefer playing against E4 or D4?
Joe, E4 girl all the way.
But like,
Although I think I have a higher win rate against D4, but I think D4 takes me out of my comfort zone. So I don't go into like an autopilot. Sometimes with E4, I get a little lazy. I'm happier because I'm more familiar, but like what we saw in this game is I'm like, oh, let me just speed run this, and then I come to, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh no, what happened? Whereas D4, it's so unfamiliar that man, I have to lock in. Um,
so
so we'll
I think the second biggest takeaway besides like the opening choices in this game, I definitely want to kind of highlight the time usage. I think you ended the game with like 45 minutes left on your clock.
yeah, I did.
So like,
But we also didn't make it out of the opening, Joe. It was 24 moves. It was 24 moves.
so
I think,
you're like your first major mistake was like on move 10, right?
yeah, and I was at a minute 10. So I'd used a whole 5 minutes.
So we just can't afford to be making these major mistakes with so much time
Yeah,
on the clock, right? Um,
real.
so I think that like I would challenge you to use as much time as possible. I would rather you I mean, like I literally have lost a classical time control game on time.
No, that's why I'm like playing the opening a little faster is because the last 75-30 I played, I flagged.
I think if you flag but you're like not completely lost or whatever, I think that's better than being completely lost like a handful of moves in with
Right.
over half your time still left on the clock.
Yeah. Okay. Valid.
So what we don't want is for you to have a ton of time left on the clock and have a terrible position. I would rather you have a playable position with like less time, because at least you're converting your time into good moves, right? That's like
Yeah.
if you like strip chess down to its core, that's really what it is converting your time into moves. So if you're playing bad moves, it's you're not using enough time.
Okay.
Um, because you're actually a good chess player. You should give yourself some credit. But like you have to give yourself the time to find better moves, right? So
Yeah.
you don't want to you shouldn't be thinking like, "Oh, I'm just going to rush through the opening." Like there's no point in doing that, right? Like even if you're comfortable, like I played a game where I had just played the fantasy against Akaro for the first time OTB. And on like move 3, I already wasn't familiar with the position because I had never played it classical before. I had only
Mhm.
played it in Blitz. And so then I was like learning theory on the fly. Like I almost blundered my rook. If I could show you OTB or on the board here. So Caro Fantasies F3, they took no. They played E6 and I completely overlooked the fact that the queen opens up here. So
Mm,
I had just played c4, which is a bad move because now they just take. And then I was almost in autopilot. I literally reached out to grab. If I had touched my pawn, I would have just lost on the spot.
yeah.
As I was reaching out, I realized if I take, they just have queen check, and I'm just cooked. I would have to move
Hmm.
the king. I would be forced to bong cloud if I had taken.
Hmm.
This would have been what happened to me, which would have been devastating. So
Yeah.
instead, I just played knight here, and then I ended up winning the game still. But like, I think that had I just maybe thought a little bit longer, like what this move is actually doing, I would have
Mhm.
just played knight c3 immediately and been okay. This is part of the
Right.
learning. And if I lose, I still learn, right? I think the fact that I had won the game doesn't actually mean that
We're
much.
learning. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I agree. And
Oh yeah.
God, this is why I love you, Joe. Because I get all sad and I'm like, no, we lost. Boo hoo. Girl, grow up. We're playing chess. Do you know how cool it is that, like, I have the ability to have my janky little phone on my janky little camera stand that's propped up on an air filtration system. And I get to chat with all of y'all and get better, and that people actually care about how I play. That is so cool. That is so cool. And like low key, I hope if we keep doing this, like I could meet some of y'all and we can make Atlanta a bigger chess hub. That would be so cool. Right? And like if I get cooked and flamed on live, then like girl, it's not gonna be the first time and it's not gonna be the last, right? So we're just gonna keep it pushing and hopefully learn some stuff along the way.
Inspirational.
Mm.
Gremlin has really moved all of us here today, and me especially. And speaking of being able to see and hang out with cool people
Yes.
on the interwebs, we just got a raid from Matt Henningsen, one
Oh
of the
my gosh,
coolest chess
Matt.
streamers. Do you know who Matt is?
I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting.
So Matt, guess what he does for a living?
What?
He's an NFL player.
Oh my god.
and
Cool.
Matt has decided to share his audience with us, and um,
Massive.
this is Gremlin's first streamed OTB tournament. This is her second game. She's currently 1-1 with one more game to go later today. It's happening in like 2 hours. So
Very
I hope
exciting.
I hope you all will tune back in. Gremlin's gonna show us a masterclass of how to finish off a tournament strong after you've had a long day. Gremlin's day started very early, right? She
Yeah.
had to get ready. She was posting on socials. She's crushing it. And she has to play the tournament and she's streaming it and she's spending all this extra time to go over the game and just share her thoughts and her emotions, her experience, and she's really putting her heart out on her sleeve. She's not hiding anything from us. We're getting Gremlin
Unfiltered.
100% everything she has to offer, and we're all honored in being able to witness this, experience this with you, and
Mhm.
appreciate all the viewers tuning in. And we had a ton of raids in the first game, which is great because everyone got to see you just absolutely crush. And
Less
Matt
raids in the second game when I got crushed is okay with me.
Matt still sharing some love. And I hope Matt's stream went well. Matt's been streaming a lot recently, which is great. And we're actually gonna add Matt to the streamer program at chess.com, which is pretty cool.
Oh,
So
awesome.
he's gonna be joining a Gremlin just joined recently after the
Yes.
Creator Cup.
It's
Uh,
great here. I love it.
so yeah, Gremlin, she's great. You should go check her out if you haven't seen or heard of her
Mhm.
before. You're gonna see a lot more from her. She's gonna be playing a tournament every month. She's gonna be
Mhm.
posting on socials. I don't know. Did you edit your video this morning? Was that you?
I didn't edit it this morning. A little behind the scenes, hate to break the magic, but I did film it and edit it earlier and then I posted
But
it.
you did do it yourself.
Yeah,
That was
no, it's
you. That
all
was incredible.
thank you. Yeah, I never knew that streaming, I would all of a sudden become a videographer. I'd need lighting. I'd need to learn how to edit. Yo, me, CapCut, and YouTube are like this, okay? We have so many different ideas. And I'm learning, I feel like a new thing every single week, both in chess and in editing and in socials. So if it's not perfect, I'm sorry, but we are working on it. We're gonna be getting better at everything, or at least that's the goal. So follow along, stay tuned. If you don't like something, tell me, and we'll be working on it.
What's there
Yeah.
not to like? I think everything kind of has been pretty flawless so far.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah,
Uh,
very, very impressed. I'm very impressed for sure. And you've been crushing it in chess as well. Like, what can't she do?
we're getting there. Joe, I realized there are not that many women in the US that play chess, that like are rated chess players. My goal, I think I've said this on live before, but I really want to hit candidate master by 30. Current standings right now, if I do that, I'd be one of the top 100 women in the US. That's insane. If I just hit candidate master, top 100. What? Which like, okay, is 1,000 rating points in the next 3-ish years kind of an intense push? Yes. I don't think it's impossible though. Um, and again, the focus is just getting better. Then, you know, we'll have fun, and maybe make some magic happen.
Every Gremlin stream feels like there's magic happening. So we're all very appreciative.
That's
And
awesome.
yeah,
I'm glad that
what are your plans for your next round? You have a couple hours. You have more
Yeah.
fans that you're gonna play, or
So I was talking to Tegan, and at first I was like, you know what? I went into the second round. Joe, I was tired. I was real tired. We cut the cameras. I went to go eat food. The half of my lunch that I did not eat is still right here. Um, it. I just got a little sleepy, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll take a break in between my second and third round, so I'm not mentally fatigued going in to the last round at 6 p.m. when I woke up at 7 a.m. this morning. um, but what am I gonna do here for 2 hours with a bunch of chess players other than play chess? So we might as well hang out with all of y'all too. Joe, I know that you have a life and human needs, so if you don't want to hang out with us, that's fair. But I'm gonna walk out for a second and see if anyone wants to get some games in and kind of just I think the goal is to hang out and have fun. Um, Keep the stream going. If that's cool with you.
I definitely don't have a life, so I don't know where you got that information from. So I'm happy to hang out, and yeah, we're just kind of like in your hands right now. So whatever you decide is what
Awesome.
we'll
I'm
do.
gonna go see if anyone wants to get in a game. I'll be right back.
Awesome.
Cool.
All right, chat. Hopefully she finds someone, and maybe we could live commentate some Blitz games. Who knows? Truly. Caffeine, IV, infinite energy. No, I'm actually not the biggest fan of caffeine, I guess. I don't know. I realized that the chat wasn't shared. So sorry if I missed your comments, Boom. Um, but yeah, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. We'll wait for the gremlin to be back to return with some more opponents.
Okay. Sorry, you might have to squeeze past the light, but we can pop down right here. Can you scoot? We can scoot the chair over as well. Yeah. Y'all can just hang out.
3+2.
Whatever you want.
3+2.
3+2. Fantastic.
All right, I
We could do some bug toss.
Hi. Okay, so this is stream. This man on the top left corner, that's Mr. Joe Boy.
Hi.
Hi. You're gonna hear him through the camera right there.
I'm gonna
And
mute. I'm gonna mute myself though, so you guys don't hear my comment.
Okay.
But I'm gonna commentate for the chat.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Love, love, love.
Good luck.
Good luck.
All right, I muted myself. I'm gonna see if I can get a better view of the board. It's a little cut off. Imagine I could make the moves on the board. What opening was this, you guys? What did we see here? Is this some sort of Italian? I missed it. The Scotch, maybe. You guys think it was a Scotch? Did she really trade? What else is there going on? I don't know. This was here. This is here. I know I have the moves wrong for sure. So don't make me feel too bad about it. Did she castle yet? I think she did. I think they both castled. Imagine I could get the game up to speed. I have actually no idea anymore what we're witnessing. Where did the queen go? All the way home? It's a little too fast, and I think I started a little too slow, if I'm being honest with all of you. Can I be honest with all of you? Where did this guy go? Here, something like this? How accurate are we, chat? What do we think? Is this accurate? I can't tell. We're gonna pretend like it's accurate.
How's the tournament been going for everyone so far?
I just missed what she did. I think
Pretty
I
good
did
for me.
this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You 2-0?
Yes.
Yes, you love to see it.
How about you?
Also,
I played really well in
Tegan,
my
if you can
first
hear
game,
me, I think
Okay.
it'd be great if
and
we
then the
could share the
second game
chat
was
again.
absolutely brutal. But listen, we still got one more, so
Yeah.
hopefully we can redeem ourselves.
What the heck did they just do? How'd the bishop get here? I think I might have. I think we had this. Oh God, I'm missing stuff. What did she do?
What's your reading?
Did she
Deal?
get here maybe?
I'm sorry? Oh, my rating?
Yeah.
I'm around
Did she do
800.
that?
Heck yes. Dude,
I
that's
don't
the
know,
goal.
chat.
When did you start playing chess?
I started a long time ago. Like, I don't even know. I don't even remember. I think I was in like.
I'm not tired of seeing Brody. I could never be tired of seeing
It's
Brody.
a long time ago. It's subjective.
Yeah, that's true.
Opponent might have
I'd
missed
say
a
when I was in like.
tactic, but I can't tell.
I started playing seriously when I was in like middle school, probably. But I knew how to play it before.
I'm just gonna hope that this position's right. Imagine.
I started learning chess when I was in kindergarten, and I
Okay.
played competitively through 5th grade.
Okay.
And then I hit middle school. My dad was like, I'm not going to force you to play chess anymore. You can play if you want to. And I was like, I'm not playing chess anymore. But a little bit of time passed, and
Now you're back for the fun.
yeah, we're having fun with it. Can't complain too much.
To just full screen. Who won the game, Landon? Her opponent. So she's currently 1-1. I'm gonna have to disagree with Brody. I'm gonna argue that.
But no, this is my
having the
third
2D
tournament
board
this
should be more
year,
helpful.
and I'm really hoping to do one tournament a month. So hopefully, you'll be seeing more from me.
Okay.
All right.
Is your stream just for chess, or do you do other things too?
Mostly.
What
Actually, just chess.
Just chess.
Just chess.
Nice.
Computer likes rook f3.
Unfortunately, I have no other talents.
Attacking her.
I didn't play like any video games growing up, so when I went to college,
That's exactly what he did.
And people started getting into it a little bit more frequently, and I tried. I like don't have the thumb-eye coordination, which I didn't even really know
The
that
thumb-eye
was a
coordination.
thing.
She needs to work on her
But
thumb-eye
if it
coordination
is,
for chess.
I just don't have it, which is tough.
Okay, computer wants
Well,
to
chess is better
sacrifice.
anyways.
Chess is way better.
We'll see if he plays it. I would be surprised.
For
You watch
sure.
Gremlin for the Joe Bruin content? You should watch Gremlin for the Gremlin content.
Oh my gosh, so much
Which
pressure.
I think the Gremlin content's much better than the Joe Bruin content. Kids are good these days. That is true. Okay, computer didn't like this because of the move c4, which she did not do. Did she lift her rook? Or did she put her bishop there? What the heck did she just do?
Do y'all follow any like
She
chess
just went here, I
streamers or
think.
chess content creators?
I'm not huge on social media.
Queen
so no.
swings on over.
That's fair. That's probably way better for your brain.
What is this threading? I don't know. He's down to 20 seconds, though. She's got a minute 20. So she's cooking right now. Did she just play c4? Rook lifts. Attacking the b pawn. She might push her a pawn defending it. She might miss the threat.
What do you stream on
Unlikely.
Twitch?
Oh, chess?
Yeah, what do you stream on? Like YouTube, Twitch?
Oh, Twitch.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm holding in there, Solar Sun. I hope she doesn't blunder her
Yeah.
pawn. It looks like she might. Oh, she's pushing
I
it.
started streaming about like a
Okay,
year
but the rook can
ago.
still go to b5, I thought.
So a
Okay.
little less than a year ago.
Maybe not.
Still pretty baby of a
What did he
channel.
do? Just
How many
rook
followers do you have?
g3?
I have like
That looks pretty bad.
1,300.
Okay.
Not a
Well,
ton.
hey, it's a good start.
Rook takes should be good.
Listen,
She
getting
didn't go
somewhere.
for it. She pushed the c pawn.
But,
She's going for a passer, maybe. b3 closes that. Now rook takes should be completely winning. We'll see if she finds it, if she plays it, if I have everything right. We'll see. We'll see. He's leaning forward. He's got like 11 seconds. She's getting down to 30 seconds. This is a blitz game. I might be missing something, but okay. Going for this, rook f3 now. He's played it, and he's played it quickly. Less than 10 seconds for him. She's under 30 as well. Good defensive move here. Rook's coming into the attack. Oh god, I think they traded. And then he just did something. He brought the queen back. And now what? She's got 10 seconds now. 10 seconds to 9 seconds. She's grooving. I don't think she sees the clock. She's going to flag right here, right now.
Oh, 6 seconds.
She
girl.
noticed.
Girl.
I didn't see what he did. What did he do, bro? He brought the queen over, I think. Push, take, push, take. I think she just threw away some pawns. I don't know. Did they capture this? Guys, it's too fast. I can't do it anymore. But that pawn looks pretty convincingly promoting. That's a queen on the board. And she's going to get mated. Check. She's running. Check. She's running.
Jeez.
Check. Mate.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
She's offering a handshake.
You take
Oh, you did out here.
He said, hey, you're not mated yet,
But basically...
I'm coming for you. That's a free bishop. That's a pawn push. She's just hoping for a stalemate or a flag at this point, although she did offer her hand in resignation. But he said, you're not mated yet. I'm not through with you. There it is. There's a handshake.
Oh,
Good job, baby.
there we go. Yeah. We got a little confident with the pawn pushing. I was hoping that you were going to make a mistake here.
John Raj, what's your rating? Yeah.
I have a FIDE blitz rating of like 17 chunks.
Really? You have a FIDE
Oh
blitz?
my goodness. The kid's a monster.
Dude, all the kids are monsters. It's so crazy. I'm way more scared if a child sits in front of me than an adult.
His blitz on FIDE is higher than most people's blitz online.
Right? Dude, good stuff. Maybe would it be easier if we pushed in that second chair so y'all don't have to climb over it?
What do you mean? Oh, like that.
Is that easier?
Yeah.
Do we have another taker? Does anyone else want to humble me? Thank you.
Also, you might want to I think, can you accept like the shared chat maybe? I don't know if you have the laptop.
I don't have the laptop, but let's see if I can do it here. Did you
sent it.
Did you request it? I'm clicking every single button. Oh wait, shared chat. Said it ended an hour ago.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Okay. Maybe not right now. I don't see where I can accept it. I'm
That's
so
fine.
sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay. Cool. Good luck.
Guys, the blitz is too fast. I'm not gonna lie.
Did I just make all the same mistakes we talked about not doing, Joe?
No, it's too fast for me to keep up. This is the problem.
Not using the DGT board.
I know
Sorry.
it's hard, but that's okay. We're just gonna watch the board. Also, the Solar Sun's appreciating you getting beat up by the younglings. Okay, she didn't react to that comment. Don't tell her. Okay.
Must be nice.
Sorry,
Must be
Solar. I
nice.
threw you under the bus. All right, so he castled queenside. She castled short. So we're gonna have an opposite side castles attack.
Pushing keys.
She's pushing pawns on the queen side. They've barely used any time so far. He's retreating his knight defensively.
What's crazy about the children too is like, I don't even feel like I'm intimidating. Like no one looks at me and they go, "Oh, she's an absolute chess weapon." Okay, we got some counterplay going.
They're not scared of you.
No, they're
For
not.
sure.
They can smell the fear on me.
I do like her pawn push though. I just muted so she can't hear me. But I like what she's done. She's brought her queen to the B file. She's just pushed B4 and he's ignoring it. He's playing in the center attacking her knight. I think she could take though. I think she could take on A3 because I think that threatens checkmate. Correct me if I'm wrong. She does bring the knight back though. She did the old move the knight, hit the clock with the other hand. She might not know. You're supposed to, she might take the pawn now. No? Well, she takes in the center first. Okay, now she captures. Threatening checkmate, if I'm not mistaken. They take back. Oh, maybe actually there's no C pawn, so I don't think it was mate. But I think taking back is still fine. Ooh, bishop check. That's going to hurt. King has to step up, and now I think she can bring the queen in. Oh, she brought the bishop in. King is on the run. I think another bishop check, maybe. Prevent the king from getting it. No, queen check. Is that mate? It's close. It feels close. The king is all the way up to the fourth. And let's see. She can take a rook if she wants. She's probably looking for another check. Maybe bishop b2 check.
It's there. Where is it?
Is it not just bishop b2 check? Is that mate? All right, you might win the queen. No, they can block with their knight. I missed it.
Okay. Check.
Not quite king of the hill. Okay, what was that? A check with what? A pawn? I can't tell. Is there en passant here? I don't know. King back. Is there mate now? Bishop check. Is she? No, the knight controls that square though. Is there a pawn there though? Knight takes. Is she gonna take with a pawn or with a queen? She better take that with something. Otherwise, that was a free bishop. She takes with the queen. King goes. I think that was the only legal move. Is that?
Well, that's not protected. Okay, touch move, touch move, touch move.
Are they playing touch move?
Check.
She's not fighting mate. Unfortunately for her.
Is it? Yo, I know it's there. I'm going crazy, y'all.
She got the hands on her head. Try to transfer the thoughts into her hands. She's under
when
a
in
minute.
doubt, we're just gonna.
All right,
We're
she
just
cashes
gonna
out
simplify.
with the exchange. He takes back.
Check.
There's another check. He's moving again. Is that a free bishop with check?
Check.
Oh, she trades queens. Was her bishop, like, was that bishop not hanging? I don't know. Like, with check? Who cares? She's pushing that a pawn. She could push it one more time. Ah, the rook check. And he goes to a2, avoiding more checks. She pushes the a pawn. Rook b2 is now a check, but the rook covers it. White says, hey, I got some pawns of my own, by the way. Don't forget about me. Maybe rook e8. Attacking some stuff, I guess.
No.
Uh-oh, she's less than 30
Okay,
seconds.
okay.
He's got more than 2 minutes still. She should be, in theory, up in exchange. Her knight's not doing much. Okay, that pawn is pushing. He's pushing p. Grabs a pawn, but they trade. Her a pawn's hanging. His rook is hanging. He trades. Bishop pair, but she needs to bring her knight in. What's up, Lance? Good to see you. All right, he's gonna grab this pawn with the king. Now the knight joins in, hits the bishop with a tempo. Bishop's gonna move. She's at 20 seconds. Bishop comes all the way back, kind of boxing out the knight. The knight can go and does. Hits the dark square bishop. Now the dark square bishop comes back, and now the rook might activate. Rook comes all the way to the back rank. Bishop hits the rook. Oh no, she forgot about it. That was what we call a blunder in the business. And now it's a pawn and bishop endgame. The kings join in. But this is completely losing for her. She's eventually going to get zugzwanged. That's a check. She grabs a pawn. He's going to take hers. She's feeling...
It burns so hard.
Poor Gremlin. Getting beat up.
GG's.
Oh, there's the resignation.
Both the times you felt like there was something there you had mate both times.
Is the kid
made
cracked?
one.
She's cooking Gremlin. Or he's...
Queen here.
She's getting
First time you have
cooked.
queen b4, second time you have queen b3. And they were mate both times.
I love that for me. No, that's fantastic. And I had a whole minute on the clock to find it. But that's so... Oh. Good game, Joe.
The chat says you need ice cream.
Chat is right. Chat is always right.
The chat knows best, for sure.
Chat does know best. All right. Would you like to go?
that? Again. Sure. It's fine.
Yeah. We got round two. Oh snap! The jacket's coming off. We're getting serious, y'all. Because it was too easy the first time.
You haven't even seen his full power.
Yeah. Wait, can you reset it? I don't know how to fix it. Thank you.
The old turn it off, turn it back on trick. All right, we've got another e4. Is another scotch. I think the problem is Gremlin is like
You hate
always
to
playing with the
see
black
it.
pieces, you know?
Okay. It's...
I don't think she should be trading these knights. She just invites the queen in, you know? Into the center.
Because it worked so well for me last time.
I don't even know what she's doing. I don't know if that's where the bishop went. No, that doesn't seem right. I gotta move wrong somewhere.
Touch move. Yeah. Okay.
What did she castle?
Oh, sorry. How old are you?
11.
Okay. Apologies to the parents.
Apologies to the parents. Kid is 11.
Oh, E5 is absolutely brutal. Okay. Sure thing, I guess. Just in case I wasn't congested enough.
Did she castle? I
That's
can't tell. I
okay.
think she did.
Also, is the tournament hall door closed? I don't want to be yapping too loud.
Yeah, it's close.
It's closed. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to be respectful to people still playing.
It's only one game. Go.
Okay, nice.
He did this, this. I don't know if I have the position absolutely correct, but we can look at it. What do you guys think? How close am I? Oh, she had moved a rook at some point. But why?
If
Wait,
this
is
does
this-
anything. We're gonna
No, this has got to be totally wrong. What did she just do? Did her bishop come out yet? Uh-oh, is that a tactic? I thought this might have been here, but dude, who knows? I don't know. Did they trade queens? What? There was a rook here at some point somehow. What move did I miss? Did she push a pawn or something? Wait. That's not right. This is all wrong. I don't think she pushed the pawn actually. Maybe there was a rook move actually. Maybe it was something like this. And then what? I'm missing everything. What? No, this is wrong. Where did the other rook come? What am I doing, guys? I couldn't tell you. But they traded one rook.
So clever.
No, this is all problematic. I don't actually see anything of what's going on. And now there's a bottle in the way. I've lost hope. We're just going to go off the board. Anyways, his rook seems more active. I also have a sneaking suspicion that he has more pawns. I think he's up a pawn on the queen side. This is a like a Skittles room, I believe they call it. This is not an official tournament game. This is Blitz. These are unrated. They've already played their official rated round of classical, so now they're just waiting for the next game. Gremlin is half Japanese. Anyways, looks like he's got a 3-on-2 majority on the queen side. It's just a rook and pawn in game now. He might even be up a pawn on the king side too. I can't tell. The kings are activating. She's attacking the rook. Rook steps over. King steps over again. King steps up. She's going for the rook trade. This is blundering a pawn, but also the trade is a little ambitious because now he's pushing. And I think he's set aside a queen to get ready to promote. She's pushing on the king side. They trade. He's activating the king. He's going to go after the king side pawns now. She's about to get zigzwanged. Pawn push is going to halt her pawns in their steps. She trades. She has one last pawn push here. A pawn push, and now, yeah, she's forced to come back. And now, I mean, her hope is to sneak around the queen side pawns, but I think this guy can just push and create a passer. Unless she has a pawn off the screen that I can't see, which is very possible.
Do you actually calculate, or is it more just a vibe thing?
He's sending it.
Did it really just take you like 2 seconds?
I already know it's a check. Oh.
He was saying that he's gonna promote a check, but she
I'm
moved
not
so
up
much.
with
She
bots.
didn't
You
take the
are.
pawn.
You can always sack. Force a
Oh,
trade.
but she
I'm
gets
not
a
good enough
queen.
to avoid
She
it.
gets a queen. He gets a queen. And now she has a check.
Just.
Oh yeah. Wow, that was a pro move from the kid. He
Immediately.
moved the king but said adjust.
I think I
And
should
then
do it.
blocked with the
Oh
queen.
no. Yeah. Yeah. You're good.
And now she's laughing, but she's really
I'm
crying
just gonna
inside.
try not to make it too easy.
And that automatically forces the
Oh.
trades.
And immediately forces trade.
And now he's queening.
Great.
He could queen both of his pawns if he wants to, but he's just gonna go after the
You got it
one
ready,
pawn.
huh?
And now she can resign. Wow, he didn't push the pawn. That's
What?
actually not FIDE regulation. He needed to push the pawn first before promoting it. Now her only hope is stalemate, but instead he gets a checkmate. And Gremlin might have a new opponent.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the restroom. But could y'all reset the board for me? Thank you.
Maybe we can see the two kids play each other. He was based off a illegal move. No, I don't think it's an illegal move. I think it's just a formality, maybe. I don't know. I think maybe you could call for an arbiter. And like maybe he gets like a time penalty or something. I don't know the rules actually. Hello, Demuch. All right. Do you have a new opponent?
Huh?
No?
No, I don't really.
What happened to the other kid?
I think they left because I don't know.
They left. You think
Yeah.
you could beat him though?
Beat my friend.
Yeah.
The other kid. I mean, probably sometimes. I mean, because he's like around.
You guys are evenly strength.
Yeah. But I think I'm a little bit stronger at blitz.
Yeah, I mean your FIDE blitz is pretty high.
Yeah, I think I've played in Charlotte a few times, and I've also went to like a World Blitz Chess Championship. So like, I've gotten ready for those tournaments.
Wow, you played in the World Rapid and Blitz?
Yeah. it was in Albania, I think.
Oh, in Albania.
Yeah.
I've never been to Albania.
Yeah, it was a pretty good experience.
Did you do anything there besides chess?
Well, I mean, after the tournament, I guess there was like a beach, and I had a few of my friends there, so we just went to go to the beach after the tournament.
That's awesome. Is that your favorite tournament you've ever played in?
Probably. I mean, I think I could have maybe done a little better, but I mean, I got 5 out of 10 both rapid inputs.
I mean, I think that's awesome.
Actually, 5 out of 11.
Okay, well, I mean, you're also still you're playing better chess than I was when I was your age.
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't start playing chess until I was 16.
Okay, I think I maybe have some other.
Okay. Go have fun. No worries.
Can you hear me clock back?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay,
Man, you should have said no.
I should have. Yeah, I should have. No, absolutely not. I'm gonna see if Jane is here and if she can play a game. Is that cool?
Also, you've had black all the time. No,
Yeah,
maybe
I
you're
did.
preparing for your next round.
I am
Smart.
just blitzing a bunch of games. Okay, I'm so sorry to leave y'all again. Give
No,
me
it's
like 2
okay.
seconds.
Boom asking what the kid's rating is. He said he was about 1700 FIDE blitz. So, you know he's cracked, as they say. What's up, Smurfette? Good to see you. Hope you're all doing well. Gremlin has another hour and a half before her next round. So, you know that time's gonna fly by. 16 Damage. Yeah, boom. It's just it means he's really strong. I think it's what the young people say these days. Was I good at 16? No, not really. I had just started.
Okay, it looks like most people have vacated to go get food or to take a break. So,
Wow, that just leaves you and me.
yeah.
Oh
Do
my
you want
goodness.
to play a
Should
game,
we
Joe?
play? Do you want to play on your
Yeah.
phone? Or should I just say my moves out loud?
Can you just say your moves out loud? Because my phone's the camera
All
and
right.
my iPad is the stream.
Cool. All right, I'm going to play e4.
Okay.
I have the engine on. Should I turn it off?
Yeah, can you do the engine?
Okay, fine. All right, you played e5. Okay, I'm going to play bishop to c4.
Oh, bishop to start?
That's my little that's what I do, yeah.
I hope I never been a
Do you have a new
You should.
opponent?
I do have a new opponent.
Okay,
Come on.
you should play them.
Okay.
Oh, it's the same opponent.
Same opponent. Just brought the friends with him.
Ah,
Okay.
he's got a in-person audience now.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Disrespect. Yo,
Uh-oh.
that's crazy.
She's getting bomb clouded.
I am, and he's still probably gonna win, which makes me so upset.
Did you do it?
The kid's flexing on her.
That's so insane.
Should I try to copy the moves? I think he can trade queens now, no? Oh, he's going after the e-pawn, maybe. I don't know. Oh, he fianchetted his bishop at some point. So what did I miss from her side? I think she pushed the a-pawn. And now what has she done? She brought her bishop out, baby. Captured a knight. Queen takes. Knight takes. What am I missing? Was that... I don't understand.
Okay.
Why was knight takes possible? I think he didn't fianchetto. What? He has his pawn pushed. I'm so lost. Dude, I honestly have no idea what I'm witnessing. Dude. Why couldn't she take that knight? Somebody help me out.
Did you come back just to play the punk? That's so crazy.
I was trying to keep along and follow. Oh, is there a knight here? Duh. Did she castle yet? I'm gonna just assume that she castled. I don't actually know where her dark square bishop is. I'm so confused. Where did her dark square bishop go? Is it here somehow? I don't know what's happening. What's she doing? This is my best interpretation of what the position is right now. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong or not. Oh, this got here somehow. And has he played something? I'm gonna just assume that's there. I think this is the position. Are they feeding him moves? No. He's just bone clouding on his own. Computer likes queen b5 check. She's gone for it. Check town. And now what? He can't go to the d file. He goes king f2. And now computer likes queen to c4, attacking the c pawn. And the knight, as the f pawn is pinned. Will she go for it? A fork. Maybe he was too ambitious. She's got less than 30 seconds, though. He's just under a minute. She's done it. Best move. That's a fork. How to defend? Major question. Computer says play f4. Defend the bishop. With the bishop. What does he come up with? Now he's getting low on time. Push the pawn, but does that not hang the knight? Is he banking on the fact that you don't see it? I thought the pawn was pinned. She doesn't take it. She goes into d3. I could have sworn. I'm pretty sure this is a pawn that's pinned. Maybe I'm wrong. As I have been many times before. Okay, rook h to e1. I'm pretty sure that's a hanging. knight. She's got less than 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Does she see it? Does she see it? Is she gonna flag? She's gonna flag. Oh, she just took the knight. Unreal.
Thank you. Good game.
I think you could have taken that knight earlier.
No, I definitely could. Yeah.
You were doing, that was a good game. You were just a little slow. I think you lost track of the time.
I can see the drop one. It's sticking out.
Oh, was the eval up? LOL.
Oh,
That's my
I
bad.
was showing, perhaps.
Yeah, no, it's good though. It's good. I should have just flipped the chat around.
It's okay. I'll hide the board now.
Okay. Have fun. Have fun.
Oh, he just came in to show you his bong cloud.
Yeah. And then dip.
It's brutal.
That's fine. I think our game we were like 3 moves in. Do you want to resume it?
Our game? Yeah, I just played bishop c4. Yeah, these kids, I mean, they're gonna go back and they're gonna have these recordings they're gonna show all their friends at school. Like you've been immortalized.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna play knight f3. You can take my e-pawn if you want. Not to give you too many ideas.
And leave f7 hanging for you? Where's the fun in that?
I don't think f7's hanging. I promise you, if you take on e4, I won't take on f7 right away.
You wait like 1 turn.
I'll tell you what I'll play if you take on e4.
Is it not knight takes e5?
No, I wouldn't do
Threatening
that.
on f7?
No, because then I
No.
think you play queen e7, and I think you're better there.
Am I really?
I don't. I mean, that's my guess at least. I could be wrong.
Can I play a game?
Yes.
Yeah, you play a game. Come on in. Come sit down. We got another bong cloud coming.
No, something a little bit maybe better.
Better? Are you gonna play the cow?
No.
No, the cow's actually good.
Isn't cow?
Cow's not that bad.
Cow's
Hold on.
actually good.
We'll
We
have
found
chat.
an Anna Cramling subscriber. All right, here. Okay, he's starting with a4. He's playing the crab opening. I know. Look at the smile, dude.
Yeah, we love
These
to
kids
see
with their devious openings.
it.
This is what Gremlin has to put up with. It's brutal, bro. It's brutal out here. What am I doing? I don't know. This is a very prestigious tournament. Sack, welcome in. Gremlin just lost to a Bong Cloud and is now playing the Crab opening, which is an opening that is near and dear to Sack's heart, as he has made a YouTube video about a game that he had played against the Crab opening. With the Crab opening, excuse me. Most people that Sack plays against would probably not be playing the Crab, but they don't understand the Crab like he does. So we can already tell his opponent is quite experienced to play such a high caliber opening, as one should when you're playing against such a high caliber opponent. Gremlin obviously knowing all of the opening tricks and traps. So he's come out here with the pincers on the A and H files. Meanwhile, Gremlin has castled, and he has not. He's pushing more kingside pawns. I mean, they're just playing around. It's not too serious, right? These are just casual blitz games. So good opening for sure. All right, so the king has moved to f2. No castling. Also, Gremlin was beating his Bond Cloud. Like, she was crushing. She just ran out of time in a blitz game, which is very normal, very natural, some would say. All right. He's attacking her knight. She says, go ahead, take it. And he does. She's going to take back with the queen. No, with the pawn. I hear some whispering. Who knows the secrets? All right, rook lift along the g file. Rook to g5, perhaps looking to double rooks. See the rook going to the b file, hitting the queen. Queen goes to c3. Now we have h6 hitting the rook. Rook tucks back to g3. She's got about a minute and a half. He's just under 2 minutes. She's reaching for the bishop. She adjusts her hair. King steps up. Rook's double, hitting the g pawn. Rook g8, defending. There might be another chess game going on behind the camera. Knight steps back, repositioning. New patch win. Yeah, she didn't say Jadub when she adjusted her hair. I don't know if that can be held against her or not, but I think it's fine. Okay, she's doubled on the b file, going after the b pawn presumably, although it might be defended by a knight. Hard to tell. He pushes it anyways. I think it's defended by the other knight now. Sometimes it's not so easy to see backwards knight moves. Sometimes it's hard to see any knight moves as they move in such an odd shape. Yeah, it is defended by the queen, but she's attacking it twice. She pushes the a pawn. And the knight moves forward, hitting her queen. She's going to move her queen. She steps in, offering a queen trade. Will it be accepted? Yes. Queen takes. She takes back with the pawn. And now he plays in the center. Pushing the pawn. She captures. He captures back. Attacking her bishop. Her bishop's going to move back, helping cover the g file. This does not alleviate the rook on g8, as I believe there is an h pawn that might influence the bishop. Although I guess there's a knight there that could take, if I had to guess, if I'm seeing this position correctly. All right, he is now under a minute joining her. She's at 48 seconds, I believe. There should be 2-second increment, although the increment didn't help her from flagging previously. Rook to e3, I believe. Perhaps planning a central pawn push. She meets the rook in the center with rook g to e8. Pressure on the e pawn, although it looks sufficiently defended. Time scramble, yes, both sides now less than a minute. He's at roughly 30 seconds here. Now below 30 seconds. She has just over 40 seconds. He's made his move. doubling rooks on the e file. She brings her other rook to the center, to the d file, maintaining over 30 seconds on the clock. Significant time edge now as he is under 20 seconds. He moves his rook to the d file as well. He doesn't seem like he knows a plan. He's shuffling currently, but at some point he might break through. He's at 18 seconds. She's just under 30. She flagged in the last game, so maybe she is going to be better aware of the time situation, although it looks like she adjusted her hair again. She's now under 10 seconds. Made that move with just 10 seconds. She said, excuse me. Wow, so she kind of threw away a knight for a rook? He's blitzing out the moves now. Did she just win a rook? Or did she win an exchange? He's got 2 knights. He's using them. He picked up a pawn, I think. He's got a lot of passers here. That's a check. She's going to get behind the pawns. I don't think she could take that pawn because the knight defended it. So she moved again. The knight's defending all the pawns, but she's grabbing one. Knight takes, rook takes, and now that's a skewer. But he's pushing. He's going to make a queen. He said, go ahead, take my knight. She comes back to protect it, but the knight's defending that. And now it's just a knight versus a bunch of pawns. So this is looking like a win for white. Those past pawns were too much. She could not stop them. She's going after a pawn, though. She might make a passer. He might have to give up the knight. No. Defending it, but now the knight's hit. Did she find a draw? Did she find a repetition? Wow. Is he going to go for it? Wow, he sacks. But now she can take the pawn and create a passer, which he does. And now he's trying to get the knight back. She's put her king in a perfect spot. But now the knight guards where the pawn is pushing. So she cannot afford to push the pawn, as he will sacrifice the knight and then win the resulting king and pawn endgame. Oh, she pushes but gets forked. And now he sacrifices the knight and will win this endgame.
Well, I missed a fork too.
Yeah.
Get her.
Yeah, the kids at this event are overpowered. They're too strong.
Every time.
Wow, he under-promoted to a
Oh my
rook.
gosh, hold on.
The sign of a true
Okay, he can
professional.
play it. Let me get some water. Reset the board.
We might
Y'all
have
can
a
roast me
kid
in a
versus a
second.
kid.
Two
Alright.
forks.
Is this the championship game? Oh, there's a lot of... They're still whispering.
Okay, chat. Josh was gonna play Victory Seeker, and he's gonna play King 2, King 3, King 2.
Wait, what's your problem?
Actually beat him with it.
Okay, you're taking it.
I beat him and beat him. In the meanwhile, you guys were playing. I want to see my place, my next friend. Sir, I'm so sorry. Oh, should knows you. Yes.
Do you want to prep?
Prep. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
They might have forgotten because they can't hear me.
Get a break in between getting absolutely flamed. Okay. You ready? Good luck.
All right, here we go again. No bomb cloud this time. No oh, I spoke too soon. Look at that smile. He's proud. She could take en passant. She does not. She goes for an early check. All right, I think Gremlin's gonna win this one though. I think she's gonna win this one. She's got to teach these kids a
Is the
lesson.
peanut gallery having fun?
I don't know, Boom. Oh, yeah. I don't think. I mean, what isn't? I feel like most chess tournaments are kids, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we are playing a board game after all. At the end of the day, we're playing a child's board game. It reminds me of the Yu-Gi-Oh episodes. There was like a YouTube channel that was making fun of Yu-Gi-Oh or like doing a parody of it. And they're like, we're gonna determine your fate using this child's card game. You want to see her whoop him? She's got to get better first. She castles, a luxury when you don't play the Bon Cloud. And yeah, it looks like he's brought his king back. And now he's attacking her bishop with a knight. I think she's got this. I don't think I don't think I don't think these kids are estimating her true strength. She's just a little slow in the blitz. Yeah, they're very young for sure. All right, another hop of the night. Do you know that wisdom? I wouldn't know. All right, Gremlin on the clock, under 2 minutes. She's pushing on the queen's side, hitting the queen. Queen's gonna move here. Queen's gonna tuck back, presumably. Or do you step forward? Okay, queen steps forward. Is there another pawn push, though? Maybe a knight move. Yes, a knight move. Attacking the queen yet again. Queen steps forward yet again. Pressure on the knight. Bishop comes back, defending the knight and lining up potential discoveries. Although it's unclear if the bishop's defended or if there are any good discoveries of the knight. Although being opposite a bishop might be enough to be pressured. But no, he pushes. Now the other knight hits the queen. Queen steps back. We could see a pawn trade. We see the bishop hitting the queen yet again. Queen's moving yet again. Tucks back. She's at about a minute and a half. Reaches for a pawn and pushes. Nothing crazy here. Now he might initiate the pawn trade. I think she'll take back with the knight. So I think that hits the queen again. Ah, he decides to look elsewhere. He was looking at the king's side. Maybe it's his turn to start attacking her. Rook F1, I believe. A pawn push. B pawn declines the trade. And pushes. Was that a rook move? I can't tell. I don't think so, Boom. I think they're in a different rating section. Alright, a pawn push hits the queen again. Supported by the rook. They're in a higher division. That checks out. I think that makes sense. Trade in the center. Pawn takes. And now her queen is getting active. Pressure on some material. Looks like those are 2 knights over there. It looks like, is that the e-pawn defended by the knight, maybe? I guess both knights are defended by some. Oh, he moves the knight. Defended by the rook, attacking her bishop. Bishop takes. Bishop takes. She goes forward, grabbing a pawn. Rook lifts opposite the queen, lining up a potential discovery, perhaps. I wonder how there's like nothing else hanging. Is her queen opposite the bishop? The dark square bishop? Like, is there a knight discovery? I can't tell. I can't tell. She's getting low on time now. Does she see it? She's less than 20 seconds. He's got 33. I hope she realizes it. She's going to freak out when she does. 10 seconds, Gremlin. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Oh. She's made a move with 5 seconds. She's moved the queen. Now he's picking up the pace. Bishop. Lined up with the queen. 4, 3, 2. Yeah, he's going to flag her. He's going to flag her. She's moving with 2 seconds. She's living off the increment. Knight hops in. She could take it. 2 seconds. 1 second. She's going to flag. There she goes.
No. GG's. GG's.
Wait. Huh? Wait, Ryan.
The 2 second increment's not enough.
I know. I'm dying. I'm dying, Joe.
It's too fast.
I love how he's like, I'm not playing any blitz or bullet all week to prep for my tournament and force myself to think slow. And the first thing I do between rounds is play
Blitz.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate you.
You're going to have to start renting the clock.
Dude, I know. They're off to find someone else for me to play.
We need a fundraiser for the Gremlin clock.
For a gremlin clock, dude, yeah.
Custom.
I don't know. Hopefully we'll do... I might look for a DGT one, because eventually I want to invest in a DGT board just for myself.
Dang.
But,
She's going to be running her own tournaments. Invite only.
oh my gosh, I just want to be able to stream IRL more. I think this is really fun. I think playing chess in person has such a different vibe to it. So yeah, maybe we might have a bits goal to help out with that. Because them boards be crazy.
Maybe you could win a DGT board with the prize money from a tournament. You're gonna start crushing it.
One of these days, maybe.
Isn't
We'll
the
see.
isn't
At
the
this
prize
point-
for first place like $100 or something?
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah, massive.
How many people are in your section?
Like 5, dude. There's not a ton.
That's
it's
rough.
pretty small. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
almost like a round robin.
Yeah. Even though it's supposed to be Swiss system, I think we have bigger turnouts when it's like 60 plus 5. I think the 75 plus 30 scares a lot of people.
But not you.
So, but not me. Maybe it should have.
You're fearless. It's Gremlin that strikes the fear into her opponents.
Right? Oh my goodness.
This is not FIDE rated now. It's USCF.
Yeah.
Hello, Young.
Dude. Bro, you're in St. Louis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has the weather been really wacky for you lately? Georgia's been flip-flopping between 70s and 30s. And my sinuses are not rocking with it.
Yeah,
Not
it was very cold. Last week we got a little bit of snow.
Oh my God.
It was like less than 10 degrees Fahrenheit for a day or two.
Mm,
But we're getting back up to like the 50s now, so
okay.
things are
Cool.
turning back up for us. All the snow is melted. There's just a little bit
Mm,
left. It's turning into mush.
nice.
Uh,
Okay.
but yeah, so it was very cold, and then it's heating up now again, so that's good.
Nice. Okay, wait, let me see if I can do the shared chat function now that I don't have an opponent waiting for me. Oh my gosh. Malaire, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hi. Doing a game? Sorry, I know my light is definitely in the way. I'm very
You guys can take my call. You can take my call.
whatever works for you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Apparently I need it. All these kids have been.
What are you gonna film the first one? D4.
Huh?
Play D4 in the first one.
Play D4? I never played
She's
D4.
not a D4 player.
I mean,
Hold on.
neither am I.
Let me flip the
If
board
you-
so you can
if you-
do the
If she plays D4, play G5.
Oh, I don't think I can follow it.
They're just beating us the entire.
Thanks for watching.
You're better.
Stream.
Okay, fine. Don't put pressure on her. Wait, no. Yeah, wait. Oh, he's actually playing.
All right, I mean I can try.
Maybe
She's
it's
playing an
Steam Star-
Alpen. Oh,
Wait, is it?
Wait, he's actually playing.
He's actually playing normal. Like, wait, why are you
these
playing
kids are
D4?
hilarious.
You didn't hit the clock. Formation.
Wait, okay, both knights out.
Wait, what? But do you
Okay.
What do you think of something?
No, I've already lost it. Also, the iPad's a little in the way. Oh, it's okay. We don't need to see my board when we can see their board. So, anyways, we do like the C3 Sicilian. She's already castled. And he also has castled, so same side castles. She's trading knights. Bishop recaptures. I don't know what they're whispering. Okay, he's playing in the center. Pushing that D pawn. E takes D5. She might push her D pawn. Or C pawn, nope. Instead, brings the knight over to F3. Her bishop looks a little short on squares now. Pawn push. Questioning the D pawn. She pushes. Keeping things closed. Bishop comes back. We see a trade. Rook takes towards the center. Lined up with the queen. Now the rook moves again. Knight hits the bishop. Bishop tucks back all the way. She steps up her queen. Connecting the rooks. Can she sacrifice her bishop? Is her queen and bishop lined up on that diagonal? I feel like the knight is really good. What is that on G4? Trade of one pair of rooks. He recaptures. She trades. Queen takes. Now the other rook is traded. So mass trade here from both of them. Said a queen trade offered and accepted. Gremlin says, let's go into this endgame. She brings the knight in, hits the pawn. Pawn's going to return the favor. Hit the knight. Knight's going to move. Knight's getting in behind enemy lines. Going to track down some pawns. He brings his knight around, perhaps trying to aid in some defense. Is it going to be enough? She hops the knight in further. She's going to start attacking some pawns. He's pushing the pawns. She's pushing her pawns, presumably to stop his pawns. He pushes, I think, to keep things locked. But now her knight might get in on the action. After some contemplation, she's moved her knight, continuing to pester these pawns. We see a capture and a recapture. Is she going to move her knight again? It's his turn. Is he going to move his knight? He brings the king in the center, and now she continues the pawn hunt. He defends with his knight. And now maybe she brings in her king. She's reaching for it. There she goes. But his king's a little faster. She pushes a pawn. Perhaps trying to keep the king at bay. Kings step up. She might have lost the tempo there, but that's okay. G-pawn push. Check. King has to go back, and does so. Now she brings her king in. She's just under 2 minutes. He's just over 2 minutes. Here's another check. Trade of pawns. Recapture. And a check. She's hesitating. She's deciding which one. She goes with the H-pawn, which I can't help but feel is correct, which is good. King has to go back further. Now it is Gremlin's turn. What to do? Maybe she moves her knight. No, she goes for the A-pawn. Now black pushes the F-pawn, offering a trade. Maybe we capture? She goes back. He pushes forward. She keeps bringing her king in towards the middle. He reaches, but hesitates. Now he decides. He brings the king in. Does she continue with her king? Is it possible? She keeps going over. Is there an entrance? I don't know. He's shuffling, she's shuffling. They look at each other. They smile. A draw offer. And a handshake.
Can I play white?
You want to play white? Yeah.
A huge game from Gremlin.
Yeah. Was that end game actually drawn? Joe?
I wasn't able to get the eval going.
That's fair. That's okay.
But I mean, I assume so. You guys both had even pawns, right?
Yeah.
It was pretty locked
No,
up.
it was like, I don't know.
Not a default player.
Okay, so we're both gonna be out of theory. My three moves of theory that I know is E5 or E4. Okay. Ready? Good luck.
All right, and yeah, the screen is really blocking a lot of the board.
See the troll openings. Actually, the stone.
I don't know. Do I interrupt
How
them?
much opening prep do you think you've done over the years?
What if I just left?
Wow, so descriptive.
They wouldn't even notice.
Sorry.
I can see myself on the stream. I should probably hide myself. This is much better. You guys don't need to see me. He's gained time on the clock, as he seems pretty comfortable, pretty confident. She's pushing an a pawn, the a pawn. She's oh, it's his turn actually. After that pawn push, maybe. She's refueling. She's hydrating. Maybe I should do that too. We still have like 45 minutes before the next game. Oh my goodness. I don't know how she does it. I think I should probably just have told her that the iPad's in the way. Where's Tegan? Can I call upon Tegan? Is he listening? Lurking? Where's Tegan been this whole time? Abandoned us. What do I need him for? To move this iPad out of the way? Maybe move the camera down a little bit? Maybe that would help. I don't know. What do you think? Am I crazy? You don't think he's there? Yeah, he was there earlier, but that's okay. That's okay. I didn't want to distract her. You know, it's a pretty serious blitz game. Look at how deep in concentration they both are. Really, the battle of minds here. She's got a time advantage, which is huge in blitz. It's only 3+2. He's about to be under a minute here. She's at a minute 51. He makes his move. Just under a minute still on the clock. GP Bear, he's actually 11, so... But I get it. He looks 12. You know, he's an old 11-year-old. Just kidding. Tis a joke. All right. She's maintaining a time advantage. I think she's getting a little tired too. She's created a passed pawn. Look at that. Passed a pawn over there. And the time advantage. We love to see it. She brings the queen back, hits the b pawn. So he pushes it. She's still over a minute. He's a speedy guy though. He can pick up his pace, I'm sure. She switches sides of the board. She goes with the h pawn. He brings the bishop back. He's going after that a pawn. She pushes it. Yeah, it's not a big deal, Solar Sun. It's not a problem. It's okay. I'll say something after the game for sure. All right, she's now under a minute. He's just over 30 seconds. She hops the knight into the center, presumably hitting some pawns. He takes it out. Bishop takes. She takes back with the pawn. He takes with the queen. A strong piece in the center. She moves in a bishop, I think that was. He's under 30 seconds. He's looking around. He reaches. He scratches his hair. And then he moves something. Just outside our field of vision. Behind the iPad. How much battery she's got on that thing? Alright, she centralizes a rook. He brings the queen back. Going after the pawn. The a-pawn. Does she defend the a-pawn? 30 seconds on our clock. He's got 17. She's flagged a few times. Is she gonna flag again? She's up on time. He's got 10 seconds. He sees the clock, though. He forces himself to move. She takes. He takes back. 20 seconds for her. 11 for him. She steps the queen up. Eyeing some pawns. Queen steps up, attacking the a-pawn again. She does not defend it. She steps the queen up further. There goes the a-pawn. We see a trade of rooks. Queen takes back. He's pre-moving. She's bringing the queen in. Attacking the pawn. He had 4 seconds left when he made that move. She's just under 20. She sees the pace. She's going fast. Rooks trade. Queen comes in now. Check. King steps up. Another check. King steps back. Grabs this pawn, defending his pawn. Check. Now she's checking. Block. She doesn't trade. Don't think she can afford to. Queen centralizes. I think he's up a couple of pawns. Maybe a lot of pawns. She's avoiding all of the queen trades. Can she hold on here? The pawns are pushing. But she's checking. He's hesitating. He's fumbling. There goes one pawn. She's built up a time advantage. Another pawn push. Another check. King steps up. Another check. King steps down. And another check. He's pushing. Blocks with the queen. Oh, and that was a check. She dropped her king.
Yeah, I almost had you on the clock. You didn't flag, but
That was brutal.
you were
That was
getting
close.
there.
Yeah.
Are you playing the Norwegian rat?
The what rat? Agent Norwegian rat. Sounds like a dragon out of Harry Potter.
I'm being told to yell at you.
To yell at me
Yeah. To
for losing nonstop.
no, adjust the camera so we could see the bottom of the board a little better, I think. That or you could
Okay.
slide the board down. Ooh,
Watch.
nice jewelry shot there. Love the bracelet.
And then
Yeah, that looks good.
this is better.
Maybe the bottle's in the way a little bit, but
Sorry.
no, you're good. It's good to be hydrated.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Also,
he
I'm gonna
did.
time check. Okay,
So-
we have 30 minutes until next round. Okay, cool.
All right, another rematch. Good luck. All right, he's adjusting all the
Disrespect is
pieces
crazy.
while the clock is running.
Okay.
Yeah, she feels the disrespect for sure. He's thinking
Oh,
on
we
moving.
got magnets over
This
here.
is, yeah, classical
You sure you don't
magnets
want to
here.
show up with 30
All
seconds
right,
left?
e4 and a bong cloud. Long thought and deliberation. She's just developing as normal. Yeah, no, this isn't the first time we've seen the bong cloud today. We see a trade. She's castled. She's playing fast. He's launching the h-pawn. She's playing in the center. He tucks his knight back, reinforcing the center. She could push. She could trade. She does neither. G-pawn push. She pushes in the center. Hits the bishop. Ooh, I don't know if I like h6. I don't know about that. I don't know. Yeah, rook on the g file. Well, he looks ready to push g5. Oh, he might go h5. Let's see. Yeah, h5 hitting the knight.
Just
Ooh, big check there. King steps over, defending the bishop. Maybe the g pawn was ooh, takes. Queen or bishop takes. Knight hops in, bishop takes that, pawn takes. Interestingly, and now queen's trapped. He's forcing a queen trade, and I think he won a pawn in that line. So I think he's happy. Yeah, she steps the king up, trade, and now that pawn's pretty weak. You see the f pawn push. A lot of pawns there on the king's side. King steps over, freeing the bishop to come back, which will then open up an attack on that h pawn at some point. Rook in the center. Yeah, I think this is going to be a slow and painful death for white, or sorry, for black, for Gremlin. I think she's down a pawn, but maybe I can't count, so I think she lost the pawn. It looks like white still has all of their pawns. He's gonna trade, and this is also gonna encourage some rook trades as well, as the e file has opened, I believe. Although he seems hesitant to trade first, inviting black to take the central file. So he steps the king back, making sure he protects his rook, so that maybe he can trade both pairs of rooks. She does have a bishop, though. There's the trade of rooks. Another trade of rooks. So both rooks are off now. Kings are stepping. Pawns are pushing. She's trying to make a pass pawn. It's not going to be that easy. Now the king is there. I think she's going to lose material here. I think she's losing material. And I think she's just going to lose this end game. I like his chess shirt. She's pushing. She's losing another pawn. So now it's 2-on-1 on the queen side. 2-on-1 majority. And it's a 3-on-2 majority. And she seems pretty hopeless. Understandably so. She's going to move her king. Maybe. It's probably worse than that, actually. I don't know. I mean, there's really nothing you could do with such little material left. She's just shuffling her bishop. King's stepping in, and that B pawn's gonna get rolling. And a handshake.
Oh,
GG's.
oh, I was still down a minute on my clock. No.
He's got a lot of opening prep on that one.
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
It's okay.
Absolutely insane. Thank you. Not in protocol.
Yeah.
Is it? This one?
Just turn it off at the bottom. And then turn it back on. And then, yeah, then that, yeah. There you go.
That's funny.
Now you're a pro.
Yeah, now
Now you're master of the clock.
Gosh. Absolutely wild.
There's a clock.
Okay.
Now
We
you're the one
have-
adjusting all the pieces.
Yeah, I know, but it's not on the clock, so it doesn't feel as flexy.
Mm. Maybe more efficient though with your time.
Yeah, yeah. Listen. It's okay. It's okay. We're doing fine, guys. It's
Yeah, this is casual play. These are not official rated or anything.
yes.
We're
No,
waiting
no.
for her next. We're waiting for her actual game, which is
Yeah.
in roughly 30 minutes.
Roughly 30.
Also, I've abandoned the camera.
I see that.
Yeah.
That's fair. We've been live for what, almost 4 hours now? 3.5?
Also, my main camera is like not working for whatever reason, so
Oh,
I don't know what
that's
happened.
rough.
Yeah.
Dude, that started happening with my mic on stream. My mic last week just decided to stop working for whatever reason. So that was really fun.
That's rough.
Um,
Yeah, I would rather lose my camera than my mic.
I'm
If I
losing
lost
my
my
mic.
mic, I'd also lose my mind.
Yeah. Dude, and nothing changed. Like, I didn't modify any settings. It was just one day I went live and they're like, you're peaking every time you talk. Like, yeah, all of my recordings are kind of wonky, but
Yeah,
I don't know
that's rough.
what happened. We'll see. Maybe I have to update software or something.
Yeah, I think OBS had a update recently.
Is that what it is?
My OBS just like wasn't even working a couple weeks ago, but then I updated it and it solved all my problems.
Okay. I'll look
Except
for an
I have a lot of in real life problems though still. So updating OBS didn't solve all my problems. I guess I should clarify. I still have a lot of problems.
You and me both, Joe. You and me both.
You look pretty put together over there, I'm not gonna lie.
Do I?
Yeah. You're
Mentally,
doing
I'm in
better.
shambles.
You've had us all fooled.
Thank you.
When I
thank
see Gremlin, the first thing I think is a very mentally stable individual.
you. Yes.
When I look in the mirror, I don't know what I see.
Oh.
I try not to look in the mirror.
Same.
So
Same.
that's why I think OBS saw my camera and was like, "Oh, we can't put that on there."
Not allowed.
So it just crashed. Luckily, I had 2 cameras, but now I've purposely disabled.
Nice. Nice.
All right, so you got like 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
What's going through the are you good? You still have half your sandwich left?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna eat it. I've been touching these pieces and I'm
You need
not
some
like
hand
super.
sanitizer.
Yeah. Normally I have some in my purse, but I didn't bring it with me because they lent me the DGT board to set up. So I brought in my DGT board. I brought in the giant light that's in front of me, my Mac, my iPad, my phone, my drinks. We had some full hands. So we left the purse at home today. But sh maybe post game I'll eat this
Put like a reward.
ham and smoked Gouda slider that has been sitting at room temperature for about
That's
6 hours.
amazing. Dude, those are the luxuries that not everyone sees at the chess tournaments. You get these
Yeah.
gourmet treats.
We I'm probably gonna go home and make some ramen. I'm really excited about it.
You have
Especially
like,
with all the cold, like some hot ramen. Oh, hits.
do you have like
Hits.
those ramen packs? You just boil some water and
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
You add an egg in there?
Yes, of course I do.
All right.
And spinach if I'm feeling really
Oh my
good.
goodness.
So I can be like, oh, I'm so healthy. There's something green.
Dude, I love
Yeah.
ramen so much.
It's like the perfect meal. It's
I
so quick, so satisfying.
My friend showed me this spot here in town. If you ever visit, I'll take you. We get some ramen.
Heck
We'll play
yes.
some chess.
Ramen with Joe and chess, dream come true.
Dude, let's make it happen. I'm ready.
Make it happen. St. Louis isn't even that. Well, it's kind of far.
You know, I mean, hey, listen, I used to live in LA, so
Closer than LA, that's for
maybe
sure.
maybe I should just go to you and then I'll have your ramen.
Yeah. I mean, it might not be as good as like handmade store, like in
No, it doesn't
restaurant
need
ramen.
it's the Gremlin ramen.
Yeah. Dude, I have a guest room. You can chill, hang out, we'll play some chess, it'll be fun.
We'll call it Gramen.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll copyright that for sure. Grommen. Don't steal it. We're gonna make it
Gremlin's
happen.
ramen, dude. What are you doing streaming? You gotta start a restaurant.
Dude, the good thing with like a Gremlin plays chess or a prefix to the channel name, we can just throw anything else after it. Gremlin cooks ramen. Gremlin climbs. Gremlin goes to sleep. Gremlin can do anything.
Gremlin
Really.
does it all.
Gremlin does it all. Um, it was so funny. I don't know if you could hear, but the kids were like, "So do you only stream chess?" Yes. Yes.
You're a chess
But
specialist.
yeah, as they proceeded to humble me to the depths of my existence.
Oh, these kids are brutal.
Oh my gosh, they're so strong. It's so insane. I wish my brain was still so spongy. You know? Do you remember when your brain was a sponge and you just sat down and you're like, oh, yeah, I get it?
I think my brain is an actual sponge.
You think?
Yeah,
Is it so spongy?
I don't know. I'm sure it probably feels a little squishy.
Yeah.
I got a lot of holes in there.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. I like to make the same corporate joke over and over again, which is people are like, how well are your notes? I'm like, I have to take very detailed notes because my mind's like a steel trap if the steel trap was a colander. Um, and that normally gets a pity giggle every once in a while. But That's kind of where we're at.
Yeah, I haven't
It
heard
does
that
seem
one.
to be very, very detailed in my notes though. So
That's good.
there's some positives. Yeah.
I don't take any notes.
That's so insane.
I just keep it all up in here.
Heck yeah.
No,
Nothing with
I
it.
don't I don't have a real job. It
You have a
requires
real job. You don't have a traditional American corporate job, which I would not say is a bad thing.
I work for an American company though.
That's true. It is non-traditional though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a non-traditional guy.
I don't know. Whenever I hear about other streamers, professions, I'm like, man, that sounds so fun. Y'all sound like you're having so much fun.
I
No
mean, you know,
stand-ups, no sprint meetings. It's
uh,
so oh,
I think we technically do have stand-ups. I don't know if I do
dude,
them, but
you just don't
I think
attend. It's fun.
oh, like not the we have like a channel,
Mm.
but I don't know. I don't know how much I should be sharing about my actual corporate life.
That's fair. I always get a little nervous when I start talking about it too. I'm like, some of these should be inside thoughts.
It's okay.
Instead of
It's not like
outside.
anyone's actually watching or listening, right?
Only Solar Sun. Solar Sun works with me
It's not like we're being recorded, and this
to
is
get put on the internet forever. No. Not at all. Mm. If you were my employer, I love you. Thank you for paying me.
this is Solar Sun your boss.
uh,
Oh, can't.
okay.
You're my boss.
Me?
Yeah,
No.
Gremlin tells me what to do.
If anything, I'm your underling. I have to learn so much from you, Joe. There's
There's
so much to be learned.
no.
Yes.
If anything, you should learn from my mistakes. Don't be like me.
That's what I'm hoping the viewers are doing today.
You're
Learning from my
you're
mistakes.
already crushing it. You're doing great. I mean, I think if people could play like you, I think they'd be much happier.
Unless you were the three children that were here before. I think if they played like me, they'd be very sad. Oh my gosh. I don't
The kids don't count. Those aren't real people.
they're not people yet. They're not fully fully there yet. Man, tough, 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 tough. I sometimes get a little bit big of an elo. No, not ego. Because whenever you go to ChessCom and you see the stats, and I hit like 1800 rapid and it said 99th percentile, I'm like, oh, snap, I'm really good. And then you come to these events and I'm not even top in the lowest section, and you're like, ah, ChessCom said I was good. No.
Yeah, I think the numbers online are maybe a little inflated.
Yeah,
Uh,
a little. Just a smidge.
because I think Chess.com recently broke 200 million users.
What?
So like that's a lot of people, right? Most of them are pretty new. Like they just make a chess.com account and they maybe play a game or two, if that.
And then,
And then
yeah.
and then they realize chess is maybe a little bit more difficult. But like I mean, those are just the stats of people that actually just go and make an account.
Mm,
But there's obviously way more people on the planet that don't have accounts.
true.
And you're probably better than all of them too. So
Uh, Joe, this is why I have a big head, and this is why I have to come to in-person events and get humbled, because you gas me up too much, and then I need to be knocked down a couple pegs. So honestly, it's honestly better that I got beat up the second round, and then the entire time leading up to the third round, just to make sure my head could fit inside the building. Um, no, this is growth. This is fantastic.
It's good to have a big head because that's where all the knowledge goes.
Uh, yeah, I'm convinced. This bit of my forehead is just from chess. It would have been normal if I didn't play it, but my brain had to grow a little bit, and so we have a little bit of extra room up top.
I think it's awesome. My hair is like dipping into where I should have more brain space. Um, but
I rock with the widow's peak. I think that's so cool.
yeah, I went to Turkey to get the hair implants. Just added.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a spot behind my back where it's just a giant gap. You can't see any hair there.
Mm, just moved it all to the front.
Yeah.
No, it that was a great decision. It
Thank
was
you.
worth every single penny.
Yeah, I figured if I'm on camera and stream, like you gotta. What I should
Yeah.
have done was maybe some Botox, maybe some plastic surgery.
Yeah, just have your face like super inflated so it's closer to the camera.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I gotta take some notes.
Yeah.
I figured I was too close to the camera. I think it'd probably be cheaper to just turn the camera off. But
No, the camera's so much better. I feel like I'm actually talking to you now instead of like just staring at a screen of me.
look, I could just be sitting at the board and I could just be playing you like this. I'm like basically one of the kids now.
Yeah. No, it's fantastic. I see the vision.
You're
It's like you're right there in front of me.
you're taller than me for sure.
Mm,
I
solid
I
5, I
usually
bet.
when I play OTB, I usually take a couple of phone books with me so I can sit on them.
Do kids even know what phone books are anymore?
No, it's just phones, no books.
No books. No books, which is insane. Because I didn't use a phone book when I was growing up, but they were still around.
We have
Like my
one at our
grandparents
house.
still used it. Really?
Yeah.
Yo,
I'm
that's
old though.
awesome.
I'm like I could be your grandpa.
No, you couldn't, Joe. What?
Yeah, that's probably true.
What?
I'm not nearly qualified.
Okay.
I'm not from Japan.
Not from Japan. I'm not from Japan.
Oh.
I'm turning the iPad off and then I'm
Uh-oh.
gonna set y'all up at the board.
We're moving.
We're
We're
moving.
moving
And
into
then I'm
the
gonna refill my water and
smart. So in case
go in
anyone
the
redeems
bathroom.
hydrates.
Yeah.
All right. We're taking a little bit of a hiatus.
Yeah, I wanna make sure. Ta-da. Okay. Oh no. I wish Tegan was still here to set this up for me. Okay, I feel like this should be okay. And then
It's a
I'm
little
gonna do
it's a little
it.
crooked.
It's a little
That's better.
okay. Dun-dun.
I could always just rotate it on OBS a couple degrees. I don't know about that, Ollie. Did I lose Gremlin? She's taking her break. I'm gonna take a break too. It's only fair. I'll be right back. If Gremlin says anything, tell her I left. Okay, I'm back. Did I miss anything? Oh, I hope everyone's been having a good Sunday. Share stream. Alright, should I turn my camera on? Hello. I've returned. I'm good, El Sol. What is the smartphone in the bag for? You made it all. No. No. I mean, that'd be cool. I'd be kind of starstruck if I met Gremlin. Maybe one day we could play in a tournament together. You think you know our opponent. So the phone in the bag, I think, is just to like prove that you're not using your phone during the game. I think people do that. What's up, John? It's okay, Dr. Jules. But yes, I am not actually there. I'm a couple of miles away. And when I say a couple of miles, I mean a couple 100 miles. Go Blues, that's right. I watched the game last night. First game back in like 2 weeks from the Four Nations break. And honestly, Winnipeg's a good team. I think we had a decent game. Stuck with them. tied 2-2, thanks to Robert Thomas. Shout out to Robert. Big fan of Tomer. And then we got one with a double minor penalty with like less than 5 minutes to go in the game. Up 3-2. Looked pretty good at that point. And then we unfortunately couldn't hold on. And then lost. So that was kind of rough in the shootout, but, you know, it happens. Anyways, looks like someone was just there picking stuff up. I know Puck. Yeah, it's funny. I was watching Mango's stream. I don't follow him, but I do like some Melee. And they were talking about Canada versus US, and someone in the chat says, "You don't know Puck," which is just kind of a funny thing to say. I like to think that I am a somewhat knowledgeable hockey fan. But I've never played hockey. So how much can I really know, you know? They got way too much attention. I love the extra attention for hockey. Hello, you're Ibrahim. I do watch the games though, it's true. Where's the chess player? John, they will be there soon. The game should be starting in like 2 minutes, actually, which is kind of funny. But presumably they shall show up soon. Yeah, I assume Mango doesn't watch that much hockey. I assume most people probably don't. I think hockey is like the least watched of the 4 major sports in the US. You got like NBA and NFL are pretty big, and then I think you got MLB, and then hockey. I don't know. I mean, I assume hockey has more fans than soccer and like NASCAR or F1. I assume. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure hockey's like number 4. You don't like the mainstream attention. ESPN is in trouble. I don't know who Steven Smith is. What is attention, John? It's what I'm giving you right now. Attention for me, I don't know. Attention is maybe just taking up headspace, thinking. If you're thinking about it, it's kind of a thing. Famous guy who does sports rants. Maybe. I mean, I probably know him. Just not by name. I'm not a big sports guy, just hockey, really. I know who John Kelly is and Darren Pang. Love Panger. I miss Panger, dude. He moved to Chicago, unfortunately. But hopefully he's happy. Which tournament? This one? You would hope that I know them. Yeah, but I mean, I assume Steven Smith is probably more famous than Darren Pang. But I'm a huge Panger fan, so God, love me some Pangerisms. I don't know if there's anyone else in the chat that knows who Darren Pang is besides you. So I can talk to Dr. Jules about Darren Pang. And then everyone else is like, man, I gotta Google who Darren Pang is if I want to be involved. Any other Blues fans? Darren Pang is awesome. Darren Pang had a little flex when he was commentating for 4 Nations. He was like, I got a lot of texts during this game, and one of them is from Charles Barkley. cheering in or tuning in, really, rather. You just say it for me. Are you from LA? Are you a Kings fan? Or are you not even a hockey fan? I don't know. I mean, you watch Four Nations, so you have nothing against them, so you can say it. Ducks fan. Okay, I mean, pretty close. I would say like as close as you could get without like the Ducks and the Kings they're probably the two closest teams. Except I don't know, Rangers and Islanders might be close, maybe closer. I guess New York is a smaller area. I guess the Rangers probably are pretty close to the Devils as well. Now that I think about it. You're a Stars fan? I mean, yeah, I've watched a game. I've watched a couple games at Staples. I guess it's called crypto.com now. I've probably seen a game at crypto.com and still just call it Staples. But I've seen a game, what, the Ducks or the Honda Center? I've seen a Ducks game. I've been to one Ducks game. I've been to a few Kings games. I've gone to a few Golden Knights games. I've gone to the SAP Center in San Jose, but I've never been to the Rangers, although I've seen MSG. I also like MSG. You know, it's a good flavor for your food. So you like the hockeys. I do like, I'm a big hockey fan. I don't care about the other sports. All right, Gremlin's there with the clock. I don't know if I should mute myself. What's the name of St. Louis barn? Enterprise. Enterprise Center. It used to be Scott Trade Center. What is it? Enterprise Arena? No, it's got to be Enterprise. Is it Enterprise? I don't know. Enterprise something. Just call it Enterprise. It used to be Scott Trade. It used to be Savis. Um, I think back in the old days, it used to be the Checker Dome. Okay, I think she's trying to talk to me. I think you're muted. I can't hear you. And you're deafened, so you can't hear me. So this is the worst case scenario. This is so bad. I'm typing to her, but I don't think she's reading it. Yeah, she's got the little deafened icon there. I don't know. Is that my fault? I don't think that's my fault. Whatever. Oh, and we got the handshake. I wonder if we can get another game on the events page. Do you like college hockey? I went to one college hockey game. Let's interpret. I'm not a good lip reader, unfortunately. I don't see round 3. But it looks like we have, oh my God, the shaky cam. E4, E5. We got a Roy Lopez. And just a really quick D6. Yeah, we're getting a really shaky cam. But that is okay. Is it okay? I don't know. Yeah, I just went to one UCLA hockey game. It kind of looks like I'm playing. Um, this is a rough camera angle for the board. So I think played C3 looks about right, and maybe the other knight came out. And now, okay, white is already castled. I don't know, maybe like, oh god, this is gonna be rough if we don't get the DGT board. What's her record today? She is 1-1, so she won her first game really quickly, and she lost her second game pretty convincingly. Um, let me check something. Okay. Okay, I need to call him. Tegan, I think. Well, I can't point the camera, but we're I think doing a decent job of covering this opponent. So, um, but I do want to see the board at least, and so far I'm not doing too hot. I don't think, but let's see. She just castled. Let's see. At some point, white had played here, so it did. What else could she have done so far? Do you think she brought her bishop out? Maybe. It's hard to see. That'd be a weird move order, but I'm just gonna put it on the board. What was that move? D4? That seems about right. That seems like a Roy Lopez kind of move. Hmm. She's captured. I assume they will take back with the pawn. I'm trying to find, I don't know the organizer's email. Maybe I just completely ignore the DGT board and just completely focus on this chess game. I think I am most not sure of this bishop being here or not. But I don't see it next to the queen, so I assume it's in front of the queen. Yeah, they take back with the pawn. Very logical, very reasonable, very demure, as they say. um, what's up, sheeple? If you want to call it that, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna rely on the chat to help me out here as well. Chat, keep an eye out on the moves. I need you guys to help me out here. Let me see. What tournament is this? This is called the Chess Zone outside of Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, actually, I don't know. I don't know how I would contact the organizer. Okay, I found some contact info. I mean, I don't know, guys. If we think we could just work with the camera angle, then we're chilling. But it's kind of a rough camera angle. What dream we have? What's up, Justin? This is a Swiss tournament. Only 3 rounds. All today. She started this morning. Capture. What did she do? She played h6 maybe. That looks about right. And then they brought out their knight, it looks like. It looks like they brought the knight to d2. Is that right? That's what that looks like to me, man. I don't know. It's kind of a weird place to put it, though, right? I don't know, guys. We're just working. We're running with it. Leave it a note for next time. Yeah, you know what's fun? These organizers have never had a DGT board before, actually. I believe they purchased it specifically for Gremlin for today. So this is hopefully the first time of many. And she is planning on streaming her tournaments and playing in her tournaments every month. So the organizers, I hope, can get better familiar with the DGT software. Okay, I believe she's played b5, and opponent, I feel like opponent is taking their time for like some pretty obvious moves. Here the bishop, I guess, has two options, but typically you go to c2, and that'll help point at the king side. I mean, you could argue going here, but typically knight a5 will hit the bishop, and the bishop has to move again. Yeah, Alyssa is dressed to impress, for sure. She had a very nice Instagram reel that she posted this morning. Really good editing. I'm honestly very impressed. But maybe it doesn't take that much to impress me. I don't know. Maybe you guys can let me know. What do you mean I've won? I'm surprised he hasn't brought his bishop back. I mean, I guess there's two squares. This opponent spending a lot of time here early. This is a good change of pace, though. I think the last two games went really quick. First one maybe warranted because of her opponent playing so quickly. But last game, I think she could have slowed down a little bit. Maybe played a little slower, took a little bit more time. Here, it's not her move. It's her opponent has to save the bishop, right? So she just attacked the bishop with the pawn. Very thematic with the Roy Lopez. One of the most common openings in all of chess. There we go. The water bottle has been moved. We still have a very shaky cam, though. We got some earthquakes going on, it seems. I don't know if it's because the camera's on the table. Like, I don't think the other games were like this. Okay, so the bishop went to b3. This is actually less than optimal. Bishop c2 is more common. What's funny is I pointed out knight a5 being an issue. But if the bishop had gone to c2, you could go like knight b4. Which coincidentally is the top recommendation currently. And the reason why, I guess it wants knight d3. Kind of just taking advantage of the fact that there's a knight on d2 as opposed to going to c3. But the computer still likes white. So I think someone's shaking their leg. That's common. That's common behavior. I mean, they're also leaning on the table a little bit. The opponent is, at least, so that might be the culprit. So who knows? It's really not a big deal, though. But I guess if they have the space, maybe they could have set it on the floor. Maybe the stand is not tall enough. It's certainly not that tall right now, unfortunately. I feel like I have a good view of the white pieces. The black pieces kind of blend in with each other a little bit. It's a little bit more difficult, but I think I actually have it accurate, which is really all you could ask for. Wow, it's Emily. Shout out to Emily. I hope you had a good stream. How is she doing in the tournament so far? She is 1 out of 2. She's won 1 and she lost her second one. So this is her third and final game for today. So we're hoping she ends on a high note. She's got the black pieces. And she's playing against a Roy Lopez. And she just attacked the bishop with the pawn push to b5. And her opponent has just played bishop to b3, which is the second best move. It looked like it had ended. Yeah, we were just hanging out, waiting for this third game to start. So round 2 did end, but we decided to just keep going. And so she was playing a lot of the kids at the tournament in blitz games. And we were just talking, and now her round 3 just started 20 minutes ago. So, yeah, this game is recent. This is move 12. It is currently Gremlin's turn. Now, we're all wishing her good luck. Not that she needs it. But I think a lot of the fans are waiting for Emily's next tournament. I know she's been very busy at the Charlotte Chess Center, making a lot of content, and, you know, she's streaming as usual. I even saw Dale contributing in one of her videos. So it's a real team effort. You love to see it. Definitely go check out Emily. We're all big fans. I like Emily Plays Chess. Very similar username to Gremlin Plays Chess. They're following sort of a formula for the username. And I think it's a good idea. It makes sense. You set up the board wrong. We'll blame it on Dale. I think we can forgive you. All right, so Gremlin has made her move. She's played a5. She's really chasing down this bishop, and she has gotten up from the board. But yeah, because the knight went to d2, that alleviates pressure on b5. Had the knight gone to c3, you couldn't really go for this pawn break because that would leave this b pawn hanging. So Gremlin's really taking advantage of a more passive knight position and can now take some extra space on the queen side. So she's really bringing it here with these pawn pushes. She's threatening to attack the bishop again. It's kind of funny, though. The bishop probably should have been on c2 in the first place. So she's helping him put it there. We'll see. He might play the a-pawn push and come back. I'm a fan of playing a4 a lot of times when my opponent's trying to take space like this. I'm going to flip the board so that we can see it from her perspective. This is her first game with black pieces in this tournament. This is game number 3. And I think he played a3 is what that looks like to me. What is Gremlin's rating? Gremlin's USCF is around 950, which is pretty underrated. This is, I believe, called Chess Zone. It's just outside Atlanta, Georgia, apparently. So they're trying to get some more events going. Art Vega, the man with the mustache. Welcome in. Appreciate the raid. Everyone, please be sure to go check out Art Vega and support him. We're a big fan. Very, very nice young man. Very strong chess player as well. We're watching Gremlin Plays Chess play chess. We're watching her play in a tournament. This is actually her third game today. Classical time control. 75 minutes with 30-second increment. So far, she's 1-1. She won her first game. lost her second game. Yeah, our Vega, definitely a young soul. Young at heart. No, we were just watching Gremlin play a couple of kids in between rounds, and they're very good. So I think chess is kind of a young person's sport, young person's game. I mean, it is a board game. At the end of the day, we're all just kids playing with pieces on a board, really. Chess keeps you young. It also keeps you humble, because the people that are actually young will beat you and make you feel old. But that's okay. All right, a subtle queen move. Queen to c8, maybe not so subtle. Maybe going for a kingside attack. We'll see if the opponent reacts to the potential sacrifice. I don't necessarily think the sacrifice is good necessarily. But it is a threat. It's something for white to think about. And white has been a little slow. Arvega, thank you for the bits. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your food. Thanks again for the raid. Man, Art Vega, he raids us. He donates some bits. He chats. What more could you ask for? Also, hello to Santos. Good to see you. And hello to Ollie. A lot of fans tuning in from all around the world, here to support Gremlin. The main character for today. Our hero. And she's got a decent position. Computer doesn't like black so much here. It likes knight f1, just rerouting the knight. Kind of calling the bluff. I don't think you necessarily have to react to this. I don't really think this is a threat necessarily. If you look at it, bishop takes and queen takes, you get two pawns. The queen gets next to the king. But our follow-up really would consist of like knight g4. And maybe, I guess, we're threatening something like knight takes d4, trying to distract this knight. But this knight otherwise is a good defender of h2. And her follow-up isn't so strong. Not a lot of pieces left in the attack. But we'll see what white does. So far, I think it's going well for black. Maybe the computer doesn't prefer black. But this is definitely a much better position than her previous game, because she's castled and she's moved all of her minor pieces off the back rank. So I would say huge improvement, considering her last game didn't go so well for her. She ended up not castling, something that I've talked to Emily extensively about. Emily, I know, has heard a few times from me at least that castling is very important, even if she doesn't want to do it every time. And what makes it so difficult, I think, is that sometimes when Emily castles, it can backfire and actually end up hurting her position. Because then she gets attacked and she's like, what the heck? I listened to you, Joe. I trusted you. And for what? And for nothing. I ended up losing anyways. So, chess is a tricky game. You have a coach that you think is helpful, and they tell you to castle, and then you castle, and then you get checkmated. And then you say, why even bother? Well, if you compare this position from her previous position, it's definitely much better that she castled. So for the most part, castling is good. We encourage castling, even if it doesn't work out all the time. It works out most of the time, and that's more than enough. I wish I could help out a little bit more than that. It's usually because you castled too late. Maybe. Honestly, it's hard to give generic chess advice because most of the times things are so specific to the position of like where the specific pieces are, what tactics are available, right? So a move that could be really good generally could be really bad specifically. Even within the same game, you could have a move that's best one move, and then the next move, it could be the worst move. So ultimately, you really have to be aware of a lot of the details. That's what makes chess so tricky, is that you just miss one simple thing, or you might miss your move or opportunity for just one turn, and that could cost you the game. That could lead to a tactic, that could lead to even just a positional sacrifice where you just miss your window of opportunity, and then it's an uphill battle. And there goes our camera. So here we go. Yeah, it was a really shaky camera. I don't know what it was standing on, but now we're getting it repositioned here. This is a little taller angle, right? Yeah, we're really depending on the camera because I don't think the DGT board was set up. All right, it looks like we got a score sheet here. Yeah, I saw knight f1. I don't know why she's showing the score sheet, but that was very thoughtful of her in case we missed any moves. I don't know if she realizes that the DGT board is not working. What's up, beginner players? Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Gremlin is in game 3 out of 3 of her tournament here today. Maybe that's why the camera fell. Beginner players tuned in, and he just like was a little bit of extra weight on the chat, you know. The camera became too heavy. I'm just kidding. Okay, she has played a4, hitting the bishop yet again. They don't follow rules in chess? Is the rule that you have to use a pen? I understand why that would be a rule. I assume because the pencil you can erase. And like my pet, I mean, I wouldn't call it a pet peeve. My personal preference would be to use a pen for sure. But I see a lot of people using pencils. Typically, I think it's children. I feel like pencil is very much related to schools. Kids have them. I don't know. It's not a big deal. It looks like she has pretty good handwriting, at least, which is pretty important when you're annotating games. I've definitely played games where I look at my score sheet at the end of the game and I ask myself, what the heck did I just do? Because I can't understand my own handwriting. For the most part, though, once you're good enough, you can actually memorize your games without the score sheet. The score sheet really is for keeping track of the score. That's not necessarily true. But what's up, Solar Sun? No, he did not FF, I believe. The game is still going. She was just showing us the score sheet because the camera fell over. You always use pencils for correcting mistakes. You see, you know, chess players, they try not to make mistakes. But that doesn't stop us. Okay, so she's played knight h7. We're getting asked, what is her rating? Online, she's about 1800 rapid. over the board, she's about 950 USCF. So you would consider her underrated. And she is playing in the beginner section. And she's currently 1 out of 2 today. She's played 2 classical games already. And this is the third and last of the tournament. So it's been a long day for her. Probably a little tired. Yeah, she's played mostly online, which is why there's such a big gap in their ratings between her online and her over the board. But her last opponent was also very strong and underrated. So there's a lot of people these days that they play a lot online and they don't play so much in clubs or over the board, and then they join a tournament and they're just kind of like sharks. So Gremlin's a little bit of a shark herself, but she got out-sharked in the last game. But now, hopefully she is the bigger shark in this game. I mean, white so far is a pretty good position. It's kind of standard Roy Lopez. I kind of was wondering if d5 was a good move. It's tricky. This bishop doesn't have any good forward moves. You'd like to go like e6 and contest the bishop that was here, but of course you run into a fork, which is no bueno. You don't want to lose your pieces. Yeah, Ollie, that's pretty high. That's pretty high. I mean, she's around that range online, so I would say her over the board strength might be a little bit less than that typically. But it depends on how often she plays. I even think it depends like where you play. Like typically FIDE ratings are pretty low in America, in the States. Because most people don't play FIDE, they play USCF. You don't really get FIDE rating until you kind of are in the top sections. So this event is not even FIDE rated, it's just USCF. I don't even think she has a FIDE actually. G&U users are asking the conversion between online and OTB. It's very difficult to say. But I think it varies widely between players. That might be kind of an accurate assessment. Maybe like 1800 online to 1500 USCF. Welcome back, Fly. Good to see you. Appreciate you tuning in. It's definitely my pleasure to be here, to have everyone watching Gremlin's game, supporting her, cheering her on. How is she holding the pencil? That's not a detail I was looking at. Maybe I have to pay more attention. Opponent has brought in the knight. This is a typical reroute. Pretty good positioning for both white's knights. They're on the king's side. Gremlin has not pulled the trigger on h3. Understandably so. The opponent has not addressed that, as it's probably not a concern. And there she pointed something out. I have no idea. Time control is 75 minutes with 30-second increment. Both players are just under an hour left on their clock. Yeah, Ollie is a strong player as well, one of the Creator Cup participants. Oh yes, she is definitely much stronger than 950 over the board. She played as a kid and then took a 15-year break, and now you're witnessing Gremlin coming back, and she's planning on playing a tournament every month this year. So that is very exciting. That is more chess than I've ever played over the board. At most, I've done like 3 tournaments in a year, I feel like. In fact, I didn't play a single over the board event at all last year, unfortunately. My last OTB tournament was December of 2023. So Gremlin's out here really inspiring people, myself included, to play more. Am I coming to Vegas? I would like to. I think currently it's planned in the back of my head. So I heard Emily wants to go. I think if Emily goes, I think anyone that doesn't go is probably missing out. I went to UCLA. My last name is Lee and not Bruin. She brings her queen back. Not the best sign. Typically, when you shuffle like this, it indicates a lack of a plan. But you know, the position has changed slightly, right? So it's not the end of the world. Computer does prefer white for sure. It likes the move e5, just pushing in the center. Emily has been confirmed. Did I graduate from UCLA? Yes, I did. Emily plays chess. Yes, she does. Indeed. And she's confirmed to play in Vegas, of all places. So I must get on that, I guess. I gotta book my tickets. Maybe I'll meet Dale. I bet Dale would be a great service dog on the flight. Joe Lieben's beautiful in French. Yeah, I think there's like a famous painting that's called that. Dale will not be in attendance. Okay, I don't know if I'll go anymore. We'll see. He's a Boston Bruins fan. That is factually incorrect. All right, Landon, redeem the pistol squat. I, unfortunately, will not be redeeming that for you. And neither will Gremlin. But perhaps we can refund it or redeem it later. I don't know if she'll do it after the game. We'll have to ask her. Joe will buy Dale a ticket. I don't know. Do service dogs need tickets? Joe cannot do a pistol squat. That's probably true. Yeah, White has a stronger center for sure, the pawn duo. He's definitely not a service dog. Well, he definitely did his service in the last Instagram reel that I saw. Paid actor for sure. Dale for president of the U.S. I agree, Sherlock. Emily says he's too poorly behaved, but that doesn't stop other politicians. Just kidding. We're all fans of Dale, except maybe Emily, but fly private. Yeah, maybe Emily can get a private jet to Vegas. I mean, I shouldn't be making assumptions. Maybe she already has it. I wouldn't be surprised. Emily might be friends with like Taylor Swift. Maybe. I could definitely see Emily having a private box at the Super Bowl. She might have. I don't know. I don't want to make too many assumptions. Maybe if we get her some more subs. Yeah, definitely shout out to Emily. Be sure to go follow her, subscribe to her. Maybe Emily doesn't want Dale to go because she'll think that I'll be less likely to go, and if I don't go, then I'll be more free to stream her games. Maybe. You know, I think Emily's definitely a very smart cookie. She could be thinking very far ahead like this. No, I'm obviously a fan of Emily. I think if Emily goes, I'm still incentivized to go. Maybe I'll go and just commentate in person I'll just be Emily's personal chess commentator, specifically for the Vegas tournament. But maybe I'll go and play, and maybe we can have Emily commentate for my games. Maybe we'll flip the script. Although Emily, I assume, is also playing, so maybe we'll have to have like Dale commentate. We'll just put Dale on the camera. Okay, so opponent has just played a tricky move. Queen up to d3, and what this does is it lines up with the bishop, threatening checkmate on h7, winning the knight as well. But there's this pawn in the way. So this pawn might push with a discovery, which would not be ideal. However, Gremlin has just played bishop to g5. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of this move, and I'll tell you why. There's a couple reasons. The first reason is that e5 is kind of annoying. So if e5 is played, we kind of have to play g6, because we can't really move the knight anywhere, as this square is attacked by the pawn that's getting pushed. I don't want you to commentate. What would make you say that, Emily? Because I'm pretty sure I know what I want. Imagine Emily commentating for my games. Man, I don't think I could think of a better commentator. Just imagine. Maybe I'll sign up for a tournament and then I can hire Emily. She'll do it. Wow. Oh my goodness. I didn't think I would be so lucky. He knows what he wants. My viewers will be super disappointed. I think the viewers would be disappointed if Emily doesn't commentate. Jerome agrees with me. Jerome is probably the most indicative of all my chatters. Which Chickens agrees. Sherlock agrees. As long as I'm on camera, 480, Joe Fernham. He's playing that move where the rook and king switch. See, this is the top level commentary that I would never think of. This is why we need Emily. That would be funny fly. We flipped the script. Ollie got the FIDE ELO per accident in a regional championship. Was there as a coach for your youth players, and Masters was a place free. They gave it to me. I played not bad and have a FIDE ELO now. Nice, Ollie. Okay, so opponent has played e5, the best move, and Gremlin answered fairly quickly with g6, pretty much an only move. Blocking checkmate in one. You're looking for an excuse not to play? What made you decide to go in the first place? You said you're already confirmed. That is a wild pencil grip. I missed it again. Someone else pointed it out. You finished your weekend tournament. How did it go? I will not coach you beginner players. You are too strong for me to coach you. You're stronger than me. She's getting cold feet. Honestly, I was not too impressed with bishop to g5. Queen c8 back to d8. Bishop g5. Yeah, this is kind of rough. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, though, what I would have done after queen d3. And this is always why it's easier to commentate than to play. That's why I'm a better commentator than a player. Because I'm not much of a player. I haven't played OTB in forever. But the best move here apparently is rook e8, and that clears the f8 square for the knight. And when the knight moves, we actually defend h7. So that would be a defensive move against the checkmate threat. Yeah, 3 classical games is definitely very difficult. Opponent has captured on d6, and I assume that she will recapture with her pawn. And this is actually good news for her. This is a dip in the eval from what it was. The computer really likes the move e6, which is really a strong idea. The point being that it's attacking both the bishop and the pawn. If we take with the pawn, this is very deadly. In fact, the game will be over in 2 moves. This is checkmate. And if the bishop takes, then we're going to get forked. Or even worse, actually, we'll just simply lose that bishop. Because remember, our pawn cannot take as we blunder checkmate. So e6 would have been a devastating tactic. Best would be to bring the bishop back to e8 to defend this pawn with the bishop. Opponent did not push e6. Rather, they captured on d6, which alleviates the... Unless I'm misreading this, actually. Actually, I think they did play e6. I'm sorry, guys. This is looking like she needs to play bishop e8. This is also why you don't want me commentating, because I'm just going to like misread the position and give everyone false hope. But she really cannot take, and she really cannot take. So at the end of the day, she cannot take. So she has to play bishop e8. This is kind of a must move here. Computer's also saying you could take on c1. That is an option. Long tournament fatigue. You see it. I mean, yeah, she didn't even take a break, though, between rounds 2 and 3. Like, I was kind of surprised. She was like, yeah, let's just, we'll keep streaming for like 2 hours. Her stream in between the rounds is longer than her actual games. Her first game was only 30 minutes. Her second game was like 45 minutes. And then we just sit around playing Blitz for 2 more hours. And now she's playing another game. So she's been playing chess since 10 in the morning. And it's now almost 7. So this is like longer than a work day. And it's a Sunday. Yeah, this is only a 3-game tournament. They say you shouldn't play in between games. Yeah, Emily's been taking notes. I should have made her rest. That's my fault, Fly. I think I was being kind and continuing the stream for her. But I should have told her that I needed a break, and then that would have forced her to take a break. They being people better than you. There's not that many people better than you, though, Emily. So presumably Emily got that advice from Magnus Carlsen, who might be the only player, I think, on par with Emily's caliber. I know he's been on a couple podcasts lately, specifically Joe Rogan's podcast and the Botez Sisters podcast. But perhaps he also recorded an episode with Emily's podcast, which may or may not have been announced yet. And she's just hasn't posted it yet. But I'm looking forward to it. Take care, Santos. Thanks for being here. It's dropping on Wednesday. Emily Plays Podcast. Leaked. Yeah, sorry if I wasn't supposed to announce that, Emily, but I think it's good marketing. Okay. Is her bishop just hanging? She just pushed b4, which is it's kind of a heartbreaking move to play if your bishop's just hanging. So I think Gremlin might be losing some steam. Magnus first guest, dude. Imagine the level of power and fame Emily has. That her first guest on her podcast is none other than Magnus Carlsen. We need Joe on Joe Rogan. There's only room for one Joe, I think, on that show. I don't know if he's ever had another Joe on, but I don't know. She go for a takes, knight takes. That's a possibility, but I mean, surely you have to calculate that your bishop's hanging first, right? Theo Vons. That's a funny guy. Too bad they don't know who I am. So I think it's hard. It would be hard for them. I mean, unless I lost the invite in the mail. Maybe if I commentate for Emily, maybe I'll become famous enough that people will invite me onto podcasts. Maybe Emily will invite me onto her podcast, but I don't know if I could follow Magnus Carlsen. That's kind of a tough act to follow. All right, so oh, they just took the pawn. They didn't take the bishop, they took the pawn. Rook takes. I think this is good for her though, because she's not getting mated. She has rook g7, right? And her knight's defended. So opponent didn't take the free piece, which gives it gives Gremlin some hope. It might give Emily some hope as well. Wow, look at Gremlin. She's showing us the moves. I mean, I think I got it all covered. She's on top of it. Why not take the bishop? Because they thought this was stronger, presumably. We wouldn't be able to read your notation. That's part of the show. That's part of the entertainment. The people want to see the notation. Pro streamer. Yeah, she's great. This is her first ever streamed tournament over the board. And she's doing a great job. She got the camera set up. She's got her handy dandy notebook. I don't even have a score sheet notebook. I just take whatever's free at the tournament. And if they got free pens too, I'm using those. It's hard enough to just put myself into a tournament. Like I said, I haven't played at all last year. So I couldn't even do it once. Gremlin's planning on doing it once a month. So she's stronger than I am, for sure. I'm pretty sure like every rated tournament I've been to, they've provided the score sheets. I definitely don't own a score sheet book. No, I haven't, Fly. But I'm thinking about it, you know. The option is there. So, that's good. Anyways, rook g7. She's blocking the check, defending her king. And this could really like turn in her favor, actually. The queen has to move somewhere, right? And she could start some attack against black's king now that the g file has opened. And she's got her rook there already, actually. And don't sleep on this rook either. This rook could swing up and contribute. We could see a lot of action here. Bishop takes could be leading to some tactics as well at some point. So this game is far from over. Opponent did not take a free bishop. That's good for many reasons. The first reason is that we still have the bishop. But the second reason is that if the opponent blundered earlier, there's good chances that they'll blunder later as well. So the queen comes back. And the damage that was done was only one pawn of material. So this is definitely still good for white. I won't sit here and lie to you and tell you this is a good position for Gremlin. But I will tell you there is hope. There is hope in that opponent had something stronger and better and didn't do it. And now Gremlin has potential to make some moves here and get back in it. Yeah, that was a fun tournament, 480. Love commentating for Phoebe Always fun to watch her games. I think White Noise put it best. She had a banana that she wasn't eating, that she just left on the table for the whole game, and called it her emotional support banana. Similar to Dale, in a way. Although I guess Emily's not taking Dale to her tournaments. I think Dale might not be allowed to go with her because they might be concerned about potential cheating since Dale is a grandmaster. Oh, Meow Meow. Usually we turn in the carbon copy. Or no, we turn in the white page, the like official copy, then we keep the carbon copy. But that's a good point. Her score sheet doesn't seem like it's like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Dale has a mean end game. Yeah, I've never beaten Dale in chess or anything else for that matter. I haven't met Dale, unfortunately. I was hoping I could see him in Vegas. I'm sure Dale would definitely show us a good time. Vegas, the city of sin, they call it sometimes. Maybe that's why Emily's not taking Dale for his own good. He can't be trusted in Vegas. All right, pawn push. She's attacking the bishop. Presumably the bishop will go back to b1. Just staying on this diagonal. But that might be awkward for White's pieces, right? Having to put a piece back on the back rank. Kind of a step in the wrong direction, so to speak. Might incentivize White to actually put the bishop on d1, which is one of the top choices. Best choice, computer likes to check first, which is somewhat sensible. I'm also a little concerned about maybe the knight coming in, hitting the rook. But yeah. I'm expecting bishop b1 here. Just a sensible saving the bishop from the pawn. Apex Chess, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. If you're tuning in, this is Gremlin Plays Chess, playing in an over-the-board tournament. She's currently 1-1, 1 win and 1 loss. And this is game number 3, the final game of the tournament for today. And it's so far not turning out so great. She's playing with the black pieces against the Roy Lopez, but plenty of opportunity to turn things around. She is currently attacking her opponent's bishop. Her opponent had an opportunity to take her bishop and elected not to, which leads me to believe perhaps our opponent doesn't actually care so much for the bishops and might simply not save their bishop, lending a free bishop to Gremlin. In fact, you could say this was a winning move. It makes sense. If the opponent didn't capture her bishop, why would they save theirs? And so far, they haven't done it yet. We saw this earlier where Gremlin attacked the bishop, and it took them a while to decide. They had 2 choices. Here we have another 2 choices. Better is to go to b1, staying on this diagonal. But sometimes you overthink. Wow. Okay, so bishop takes bishop. And now she can take with the knight. And that's going to lead to potential tactics and tricks. We could see something turn around here. What's up, Paladin? Good to see you. You don't like going to B1. Yeah, I hope she takes back with the knight. Obviously, taking with the rook is not good for a couple of reasons. Taking with the queen is not good for a main reason. Taking with the knight is the most natural. The only other move you could consider is taking with the pawn to play g4. It's an idea for sure. She takes with the knight. This is the best move. And again, computer's calling for queen c4 check. It's actually now saying that bishop d1 is better now that the knight is here, maybe lending some support on the light squares. Now, if the opponent plays bishop e1, this isn't even +2, which is the best thing I could have said about this position for quite some time now. And if I keep commentating like this, Emily might not want me to commentate for her ever. The best thing I can say, it's not even +2. It's plus 1.99. What's up, Nodule? Good to see you. I try to stay positive. I mean, also, like, just in reality, if these players are less than 1,000 elo, the odds of blunders and mistakes happening is essentially guaranteed. It's very difficult to play a flawless game if you're less than 1,000 elo. Obviously, Gremlin's a little underrated, or you could even argue that she's a lot underrated. But their ratings are a reflection of their results. And there's a reason why her opponent is playing in the beginner section and not a higher section. So regardless of what the eval bar might lead you to believe, the reality, I believe, is different. Because the evaluation is only if the players play the top moves, which, as we've seen so far, is not the case. How much OTB experience does Gremlin have? I believe this is her second tournament since she unretired. And she retired 15 years ago. So she's been out of the OTB game for quite some time. Alireza hung mate and won the other day against Fabi. Never say never. Yeah, Alireza, he's no Magnus Carlsen, but he might be another guest we could expect to be on Emily's podcast. But I don't know. I don't know if Alireza has the clout or notoriety to be on Emily's podcast. Emily might give us more feedback. Okay, bishop e1 played. Yeah, this guy, he's throwing it away. Imagine playing bishop b1 after you take on g5 first. That's crazy. Okay, eval has changed his mind. It is slightly above +2 now. But needless to say, the position was much better earlier for white. Now, I don't quite see any tricks or tactics just yet. But, you know, with a couple missteps, things could go wrong for white. Computer's saying best move is queen to f6. Now, queen f6 lines up for tactics. Queen f6, if she could go twice in one turn, she would probably take the king. But if that wasn't allowed, she could play queen f6, and then she could take on h3, and if pawn takes, knight takes as a fork. Or she could start with knight takes, probably trade queens, but she'll win a pawn. But needless to say, there's tactics to be had. There's tricks in the position. Queen f6, that helps invite the other rook as well. This knight would be pinned, as you don't want to blunder f2. So let's see. Let's see what Gremlin decides to go for here. Bringing the queen into the equation is very logical. The one thing you got to watch out for, though, actually, the idea that I had earlier was this knight h5 move. But this is actually a major blunder. She might purposely walk into the fork, and now the computer likes black. Knight takes f3. That's a free piece. And this pawn is pinned, right? And if queen takes, well, that's a free queen. Thank you very much. They get the rook out of the fork, but I think we'll prefer our position here. Queen f7 is a nice move, trying to trap the knight. Let's look at what she might do. Also, rook a5 was another move I had pointed out earlier. This could also be a move. I mentioned queen f6 opens up the path to f8 for the rook, but the rook might want to come this way. So yeah, she's doing pretty good now. Gremlin is still playing. This is her last game of 4 today. I would love to see queen f6. Just bait the fork. Pretend like you blundered. It's all part of the master plan. Yeah, 3 games in a day. This is someone earlier was saying, this is in the US. Okay, so she simply takes the knight immediately. I am not the biggest fan of this, simply because white can take back with the queen, and we didn't really do much damage in terms of structure. We ideally would like perhaps a pawn to capture. But I think Gremlin is trying to open up for her queen on the dark squares. Oh, queen takes, knight takes d4. Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is we're always getting forked. Our king doesn't have much shelter. I hope she doesn't take the... I mean, okay, queen takes, if knight takes, yeah. We're getting forked, as they say. If you block, you're going to get rook takes. Yeah. Oh, well. Opponent might take with the pawn or something. I don't know. Opponent takes a lot of time for moves that I think seem simply obvious, but maybe there's more to think about. And honestly, I think it's good to take time for recaptures because there's always intermezzos, in-betweeners, you name it. Zwischenzugs, some people would call it, perhaps. Actually, I don't know. Would people call it that? We've got too many languages. Tell me you're American without telling me you're American. There's too many languages. We just need one language. Why are there so many languages? Gerber Baby 3. Calling it how it is. Okay. Knight takes f3. That is a check, I will say. Opponent might blunder their king, although not legal. Oh, they reach. Oh, they're taking with a pawn. Absolutely ludicrous behavior here. It's actually winning for black now. Holy smokes. Ladies and gentlemen, opponent just outthought themselves. And Well, there's a lot of winning moves now, actually. Luckily, Queen h4 and Queen g5 are two of them. But the best move is actually, crazy enough, d5, which I guess just takes some light squares away. Maybe some checks are no longer available. I couldn't really explain this to you. Other than, I mean, taking the H pawn, this is one of the major weaknesses in the position when you take with the G pawn, is that your light square control is weakened. Also, the knight is pinned. I think H5, H4 seems a little slow to me. We don't want this king to really leave and allow white's rook to the G file. And also, if the pawn gets to H4, well, that's a queen that's not on H4. So we'll see. We'll see what she goes for. I don't exactly see why Queen H4 is so good, if I'm being honest. Because it's not like we're taking the knight. So, I don't know. I don't know, you guys. Queen to H4, though. It's only the third best move, but it's still good for black. There's no way to defend the H pawn. So yeah. We'll see how Gremlin decides to take advantage of this blunder. But assuming she plays a good move here, which might be a major assumption, but I'm going to declare the tides have officially turned. Fly does not trust the eval. If d5 is played, you're eating your gloves. Hopefully they're candy-flavored gloves. Thank you, 480, for appreciating Gerber. Someone's got to do it. What's her elo? She's roughly 950 over the board and roughly 1800 rapid on chess.com. Yeah, Queen H4, very logical. Very sensible. I'm liking these exchange sacrifice ideas, you know? Little queen fork action, maybe bishop check action, maybe rook check action. You see what I'm putting down? You see the vision? I mean, I might see it, but I have the eval bar and a computer. You guys might see it, but I assume many of you are probably listening to what I'm saying. The real question is, does Gremlin see it? Here she goes. Hand reached out. Queen H4 on the board. She's played it. And look at this exchange sack idea. Computer's not really calling for this. What is it? Let's say white plays something. It's hard to even come up with a dumb move. Let me just put on. Let's just put the queen here. All right? Yeah, rook sag, top choice, chef's kiss. Let's see what ends up happening though. Gremlin has just played her move. She's got some momentum here for sure. She just took a sip of water and now she waits. How does the opponent wish to live with the reality that they've created for themselves when they decided to take with their pawn? Will they move their king into checks? Will they deliver a check? Which, by the way, the computer is no longer calling for this. Now king h8. Guess who you're inviting to the party? This is the worst piece in the position currently. This guy's not doing too much. He's defending the pawn, which I know this pawn might lead you to believe that he's a very important pawn. But don't let that pawn know that secretly I don't think he's doing that much. I think this rook would be better used pointing at this guy. Not all pieces are created equal. I'm sorry. It's just the reality of the position. Sometimes you have to sacrifice pawns for the greater good. Magnus Gremlinson. That is her nickname. She got that in college. They started calling her that. I don't know if that's true. Fun fact, Fly and Gremlin are college roommates. Fun fact, you can just make stuff up if you say fun fact. That's a fun fact. Some would lead you to believe that lying is fun. If I told you that, I'd be lying. But I'd also be having fun. Maybe that's not a lie. I don't know. I'm running out of fun facts. But I do know that I'm having fun, and that's a fact. Is it a fun fact, though? I guess in theory, but maybe not in practice. I'm not sure. But Queen c4 was not played. We're still waiting on white to play. I was just pointing out that they have a check at their disposal, and it's not good, which is good for us, not good for them. Things can be both bad and good at the same time. It's all about perspective. And things were not good for Gremlin, but now they're great. So the position is versatile. Things change quickly. If you blink, you might miss it. Gremlin took a knight with check. Opponent could have recaptured with the queen, but didn't. It was initially a bad move, but it turned into a good move because our opponent played a bad move, which for us is a good move. So all in all, I think a chess game is net neutral. Nothing is good or bad at the end of the day. When Gremlin wins, her opponent loses. Can we truly be happy? I think I'm having an existential crisis. Somebody help me out here. I need Dale. This is why I need... Emily doesn't realize how good she has it with Dale. Emily's constantly saying, Dale's misbehaving. Oh, thanks, Landon. They got some nice chairs. They do, man. They got the twisty. I bet you can adjust the height and everything. You don't get those chairs at most places. Who's Dale? Dale is Emily's dog. Shout out to Emily. If you play white this game and end up losing, you'll stop playing classical for the year. I mean, this guy, he seems like a seasoned veteran. I'm sure he's had crazier games. Did she just start playing OTB? She took a long break from childhood. So she's getting back in the swing of things. Yeah, if I move myself closer to the board, maybe. It looks like I might be playing her. How long was the break that you took? Is it longer than 1.5 decades? That's pretty long. There's probably viewers that aren't even that old. There were definitely opponents that Gremlin was playing between the rounds that was closer to 10 years old. One of them said they were 11 and was already over 1,700 blitz FIDE. So it's kind of crazy. I wasn't even moving pieces at that age. Anyways, I think the opponent is a little shocked. They're not liking their position, and they're taking a lot of time here. This is the longest game of the tournament for Gremlin so far. Her first game only lasted about 30 minutes, and her second game was only like 45 minutes. So, yeah, I like that they're using their time. I like that the opponent is using his time and not playing like it's blitz. Although you could argue that the opponent might have benefited from taking more time on their previous move. So, yeah, can't wait to see what the next blunder will be. You played OTB in 1987, then 2 games in 2011, and then again in 2024. All right, opponent, they've put their sneakers on, and their king is on a walk. They're going on a roll. Computer loves d5 again. Okay, bishop takes h3. Great move. Queen takes is also good. So now Gremlin has a little something of a choice. She has a decision to make. And the good news is a lot of the decisions are good. So it's hard to go wrong here. I'm wondering if we can do something crazy with the bishop. Like knight takes low key is possible. We are attacking that pawn twice. Many of us might have been thinking about the h pawn as our main target, or even g3 as our target with the queen to h4. But little did some of us know the queen's also attacking the d pawn. Now, queen takes d4 is not the move. And yes, taking on h3 with check is technically better. But just bear with me for just a moment here. Here's my idea. I want to take on d4. The computer still likes it. My idea is I want to play bishop to b5. Sneaky little queen trap. Using the knight moving backwards to defend that bishop. And not only that, but we're also scooping up a pawn along the way. Plus, the knight actually controls e2, which is the flight square that the king wants, which we would deny. This would be, I think, a fun move to play. Computer didn't like it at first as a top option, but now that I put it on the board, it's saying it's the second best move. Originally, it was saying, so the best is still d5, which we've already abandoned, even beginning to conceive as an option. We've all collectively dismissed d5. I don't think anyone cares too much, and I couldn't explain to you why d5 is so good. But the computer liked d5 better than queen h4, and it likes d5 right now. But it also likes bishop takes and queen takes, but now knight takes d4 is actually the second best. This is what I was a fan of. My original idea is to bring the bishop, but also taking away e2 is really important, because now when we take on h3, the king is actually forced deeper into our checkmating threat. So I'm a big fan of knight d4. We'll see if Gremlin goes for it. She might be a little hesitant, because we are allowing a check, but one check is actually not a big deal. And we're not even losing this pawn. Well, first and foremost, when we move the king, we have a lot of probably checkmating ideas. But also, like, taking this pawn, we have bishop takes discovery at a minimum. Probably taking the queen isn't even good. Probably will sack an exchange here. Okay, so the Gremlin has decided not to take on d4 and instead decided to take on h3 with check. And now the king is pretty much forced to e2. And this is the fastest move that white has played all game. And now Gremlin, again, has choices. Choice number one. I mean, again, I'm liking knight takes d4 now with a check, but you can also bring in the rook. Both are actually the top two choices. It likes knight takes d4 slightly better. Rook takes, I think, is pretty good nonetheless. And now the third best move is actually just d5. d5 has been demoted. What's up, Paul? Welcome back. Is she ahead now? Yes, she is currently in a winning position with best play. What happens if rook e4? When? Right here? Rook e4, and now it wants queen takes. I was thinking, you know, we have like this this rook sack idea. It was better with the rook here because I figured we'd have a fork. Rook takes is third best move, still good, but not great. Queen takes, definitely a much more natural move. And maybe bishop here is along the corner, but this is the best move. Maybe that's why I like d5 so much. We're just controlling the e4 square, perhaps. But we didn't see rook to e4. We saw the king load to f1. And now Gremlin has given a check, capturing a pawn. King is off to e2. And now Gremlin, perhaps spoiled for choice, has to find her next check to cash. So what will it be? Will it be the knight or the rook? Both are looking good. Shout out to White Noise. What was the pivotal move? I would say the pivotal move earlier, Gremlin took on f3 with the knight. And you would think that you could recapture with the queen, maintaining the pawn structure in front of this king. However, the opponent somehow, some way, decided to take with the g-pawn, which led to this huge attack from Gremlin, starting off with bringing the most powerful piece right next door to the king with queen h4. And this was enough for white to decide that they wanted to change neighborhoods. They didn't like all of the black pieces invading, and so he decided to sell his house by demolishing it. And now he's kind of in the streets, homeless, naked and afraid, chased by the enemy. So we'll see if black takes back on d4 or if we bring in the rook. Both are very good. Gremlin has done neither yet so far, but she's likely to do one of the two. Yeah, he definitely miscalculated something. That much is clear. I think you start with knight takes d4. I don't know. Rook check, the king goes here. You have to guard the rook, right? And I mean, you kind of just have to trade rooks. King takes, and then you take on d4, I guess. So I don't know. I assume like rook takes probably isn't even that bad. Actually, the one benefit of not taking with the queen here is that you leave the queen here. So maybe rook takes is not so good. Computer says just f takes. And this is better for white. It's a very fragile position, I guess. Yeah, likes king to f2. But okay. The exchange is bad here. So let's hope she doesn't do it. Luckily, she's got much better moves available. Is queen takes d4 okay? So if queen takes, you're asking if we trade queens. Yeah, trading queens is best move for white, which makes sense because the king is very exposed. But the bad news for white is that this is a good position for black. So if the king steps up, well, we're going to get the rook check. That's going to be a skewer. If the king tries to defend the rook now, well, you're dropping the fork and the pawn with check along the way. So probably the king won't go there. If the king goes here, we get the fork nonetheless. And there's nowhere else the king can go to defend the pawn. So maybe you go here or something. But just knight takes and we're up material. Life is pretty good. And yeah, I'm not a fan of trading queens though. Whenever the king is exposed, the side with the weak king wants to trade queens, so we don't want to necessarily go for that. Computer was saying knight takes is best. Now it's saying rook check is best. So even the computer can change its mind on a whim. Gremlin's just under 30 minutes. Opponent has like exactly 30 minutes. But I did tell her to take her time, and she's taking that to heart, which is good, because presumably she'll play a good move here. And we just have to wait and see which one it is. She leans forward. She reaches for the queen. She does go for the queen trade. Queen takes. And yeah, she's technically up material now. An opponent might want to avoid the queen trade if they think that they need to keep material on the board for a chance of a comeback. But that would be very, very not good. But yeah, I mean, if she trades, she's going to have to show off a little bit of technique. Is this a Phoebe game? We've definitely seen Phoebe favoring queen trades. But I've also seen Phoebe leave queens on. We've definitely given Phoebe some feedback about her queen trades. But I don't hate this. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't recommend it. But sometimes when the position is complicated, it's easy to blunder and make a mistake. But when you trade queens, it simplifies things and it helps clear the train of thought. Also reduces your risk of blundering. So it's kind of a risk aversion type of move, trading queens here. And there's still plenty of risks and threats that white has to maneuver their way out of. We've already looked at many a knight fork between the king and the rook. So still very good position for black. Lovely change of pace, definitely from the start of the game. I think white played a very decent opening with the Roy Lopez. Gremlin definitely on the back foot, even leaving the bishop hanging. White opting to go for the pawn instead, trying to go for tactics, but when Gremlin recaptured with the rook, I think the tide started to turn at that point. The major flaw was the capturing on f3 with the pawn instead of with the queen. And only a few moves later, we see this king on e2. And black simply up material, looking to trade down into a winning endgame. So, great turnaround here for Gremlin. And she's looking to convert this and end today with a positive score. 2 wins to 3 games. So, yeah. Better pawn structure for black for sure. White with the double isolated pawns. This will be a pretty pleasant endgame. Still some work to be done though. Probably with the king running around, there's a lot of tactics available to win more material, but simply just grabbing the pawn is quick enough, and we see some words exchanged between the two. Doesn't look like a resignation though. So I don't know. What do you guys think he said? Do you think he was like, yeah, hey, that was a pretty good move? She's like, yeah, I know. Probably not, but a man can dream. Did he touch a piece? I don't think so. It's kind of hard for white to really blunder a touch piece rule. Unless they touch this rook. That would probably be pretty bad. If I touch that rook, I'm saying adjust for sure. You couldn't force me to move that rook in this position. That'd be brutal. I don't see a worse piece to touch though, because everything's defended is the thing. There's no piece that white has. I mean, I guess technically this is undefended. You know what? The irony. The one piece that's undefended you don't want to touch. Also, I guess this bishop is pretty bad too. Adjust in French. You know I'm American. I don't speak French. But I do speak a little bit of chess. And I know how to say adjust in French. Whether or not you believe me is up to you. Now someone put in the chat. Although if I didn't know what it meant, I wouldn't know what they were saying. I would have to make an assumption that what they're saying meant adjust in French. It could be any language. How would I even know that it's French? Anyways, I think I first learned about it from Ben Feingold. Because I think he said it on stream. And I was like, I didn't know that. I'm pretty sure. Oh, is that a draw offer? That's wild. I was like, I saw the hand stick out, and I'm like, okay, that's a resignation. No. Oh, and yeah, I mean, the camera couldn't believe it either. Oh, wow, they got a cardboard box as a stand? That's way fancier than I thought we had budget for. That draw offer almost knocked me out of my seat, but it certainly knocked the camera. Because I surely thought that was a resignation. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. The game's over, right? No, the guy's like, hey, you want to call this a draw? I'm like, wow, that's pretty bold. The camera could not believe its own eyes. It was like, I gotta look at the ceiling now. Get me out of here. I don't know. That's like maybe he like kicked the camera under the table and like when she is adjusting it, he's like I don't know. What could White even do that's a slick idea? You can't really sneak anything past Gremlin. She's got all of her notes in impeccable handwriting. There's nothing getting past Gremlin. She's got him right where she wants him here. No tomfoolery can change that. The draw offer to camera knocking over, she's got it all recorded, written down. There's nothing getting past Gremlin here. Alright, and we have a move. Rook comes to the H-file. And the computer hates this one. And it's probably because we didn't trade queens. So, what we want to do, I mean, you could take on B2 with check. Life looks pretty good there. That's one idea. But our good old buddy pal, rook E8 check, looking pretty enticing yet again. Probably check and we'll take on F2 is my guess. I guess so technically if they want to avoid hanging F2, they can block with a knight. But then we just take on B2. And life is pretty good. Life's pretty good, you guys. I don't know. I don't know about all you out there, but let's see. Gremlin, you had knight takes with check. You had rook check on the previous turn. You opted for neither of them. Instead, you took a pawn, offering a queen trade. Opponent did not trade queens. And now we have another check available at our disposal. Bishop G2 the computer also likes, which makes sense. We're saving our bishop and we're throwing a punch. So, my question is, what will Gremlin do? What would Gremlin do? What time does the tournament end? I guess when the last game ends. I don't know. It's 75 plus 30 time control. And both of these players have less than 30 minutes left. So at most, I guess we could be here another hour, depending on how many moves it takes them. But with the rate of things as they are, I think this game is going to wrap up somewhat soon. I don't know. Guy offered a draw. It's probably not the best sign for us. I mean, it is good in that we know that he knows that he's lost. I mean, man's not offering a draw when he thinks he's better. So that's something we can rely on. But I think the gall to not resign and offer a draw is what I'm concerned about. That might be a sign that this game might go the distance. This guy might not have any quit in him. I don't know. I could read it either way. Either he never resigns or he tried the draw offer just to see, and now he might resign after her next move. She might give rook e8 check, and he might resign. She might take on b2 check, and he might resign. I don't know. But we're here to find out. She's got some good moves up her sleeves. So we're about to see them come out on the board. She's like, man, I could take a pawn with check, which she didn't do already, but she could do rook e8 check. which she could have done the move before. But yeah, I'm a fan of the old rook e8. You know, we had mentioned earlier that rook was not doing too much for us besides defending the a4 pawn. And, you know, as much as I love the a4 pawn, I think that guy is living his best life over there. I don't think he needs the rook support when there's currently a king on e2 and literally nothing else on that entire file. You know what I like to say? Rooks like open files. I say that all the time. You guys can look that up, and I should just make a video titled Rooks like open files, and it's just me saying rooks like open files. You see how many open files there are on the board right now? I guess technically there's 2 of them. We've got one on g7 already, but we've got a rook on a8. He's not doing much right now. And I'm sure he'd love to contribute somehow. So every other piece is moved except this guy. So I don't know, just a thought. Call me crazy. I'm just throwing it out there. Ye ol' rook check. Classic. Old fashioned. You know, there's maybe one concern. After knight block and we take with check, the king moves. Maybe you're concerned about this fork. But our queen technically guards that. I don't know. No, it's not like there's a forced mate in the position, but this is clearly very good for black. You just need a couple finishing touches, and they say that tactics flow from a superior position. And if this isn't a superior position, you can call me Bobby Fischer. So I'm sure she's got some tactics along the way. We just need a couple more moves here. The finishing touches, if you will. When he puts his hand out for the draw offer, there she goes. Rook e8 check. Voila. I'm pretty sure that's another language. All right, let's see what white does. I'm hoping for resignation, but we might see a king move. We might see a knight block. So these are, I think, the most likely candidates. Although opponent has surprised us before, we might see a queen block. I don't know. But what I was saying is, I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying before she moved her rook? Maybe something about this guy resigning. I think I remember. If he puts his hand out and offers a draw, but I assumed he was resigning, and if I accepted his handshake, and then after we shake hands he says draw, obviously I would decline the draw and say, sorry, I thought you were resigning. Which honestly is kind of a funny thing to do. But I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. I think that it's not official until you sign the sheets, which is why it's important to have score sheets, because you mark the result. So if you shake hands and the guy says it's a draw and you think he's resigning, just make sure you don't sign your sheet saying it's a draw. Mark that you won. And then you can kind of dispute it from there, I guess. Oh, wow. We saw a big eye roll from Gremlin. Oh, man. She's had a long day. It's almost 8 p.m. Eastern. They still have over 20 minutes left on their clock. Night block, and I don't know. She has a couple options here. We looked at queen takes b2. Computer actually likes sacrificing the rook, which I think might be a little too much. If f takes, we still have queen takes b2. It's even saying bishop g4 is a check. All right. She's decided that she's going to pick up her pace, and she's taking on b2 with check. Opponent blocks with the queen. And now the computer has found force mate. This is the fastest move he's made. Ah, he didn't block there. What am I thinking? He blocked here. I was going to say knight here is a fork, but I mean, that's just a pawn take. Okay. Anyways, knight d4 is still a check. What else is going on? Would you take the rook that's in the corner? I don't know. Like, the computer's not saying it, but surely it can't be bad. Yeah, we allow a check, but I mean, hey, that's a rook. So, anywho, queen takes, queen block. Let's see. What's the gremlin cooking up now? She could also just trade queens, I bet. The computer's not the biggest fan of that. Oh my god, that's borderline even. It's still -1, but that's not really what we want to do. I think the problem is our bishop's hanging and our rook's going to be hanging after king takes. So, yeah, it's kind of scary. All right, Gremlin, let's not trade queens here. We still got to be a little precise. We can take on... Actually, taking on a1's the top move. I don't know why I said it wasn't recommended earlier. This is the top move, actually. It's just a fork. It's just a free rook. It's a free rook. We can take... It seems simple enough. It's true. What's up, geezer? Is she asking for a TD? Probably not. I would assume not. Famous Dark Souls streamer. I like me some Dark Souls. I haven't played in a while. Voila means adjusts. Yes. That's why I said it. What about knight check? I really do like the knight check, for sure. What I like about the knight check is that our queen defends it, and that blocks their queen from giving a check, which might end up being a fork against us. Knight d4 check is technically the second best move behind taking the rook immediately. We need more Dark Souls streams. I don't know who has said that besides you. Maybe it's just you. But you're saying we, which makes me think that you speak French. Just kidding. That was a language joke. You're joking? I thought I was joking. If white didn't take our bishop, we shouldn't take their rook? I don't know if I agree with that. That was the past. This is now. Gremlin sees the rook, but will she seize the rook? She's looking for better. A wise man once said, when you find a good move, play it. I don't know why I think that was so funny. I mean, that was like not even... No one's ever said that. But maybe people should start saying that. All right, she's done it. She's played the top engine move. Taking a free rook. Now, the opponent might fork us. They might even take our bishop. but they won't take our king. Because that's not even legal. You're not allowed to take the king in chess. Which I think is a mistake, truly. A lot of people like to ask, like, if you could change one rule about chess, like, what would it be? Stuff like that. A lot of people are like, oh, en passant should be forced. I don't know. I would say the one rule I would change is that you're forced to take the king. Like, you play until the king is actually captured. Because that would be a game changer. You don't play till checkmate. You play till king takes. You know how many people would miss that they actually have checkmate on the board? Like, it would happen. For sure. It would invalidate stalemate. Exactly. You could, like, put your king into danger. That'd be fun. You could, like, play a little hope chess, little sneaky king action. You'd fool some people. You would get your way out of some tricky situations. You could really put it past someone, I think. Your opponents would have to really be on their toes. Okay. Anyways, she got checked. She's technically forked. Now, the computer just wants king f8. This is not a natural move, in my humble opinion. I'm more of a king h8 kind of guy, if I can be honest with you. Computer doesn't like it, and I think, presumably, because we're opposite the rook. So, what else could you consider? King f7's kind of a weird move. She brings the bishop back. Honestly, I'm a fan. I am a fan. Just hit the queen. We're getting the bishop off this. We don't have to move the king. So let's say they take our knight. The problem is our rook's hanging now, so that's not great. Yeah, I honestly I was a big fan of knight check first. I don't know why the computer didn't like this so much. King d3. I mean, really? We take that. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. I guess we blocked ourselves a little bit here. So we go to one of these two. And now, I mean, they could take here if they want. I would give a check. I mean, maybe that's not. I don't know. King c4. I'm taking here. If they take here, I mean, I guess that's hanging. Life looks pretty good. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Takes. Wait, what am I doing? Queen f1 check looks pretty good. You can give queen c5 check. Yeah, I mean, that's... The board really simplifies, I think, with the knight check. I don't know. But it likes this better. Here, it just... Yeah, king f8 is just kind of a crazy looking move. But I get it. I mean, I don't know if I do get it, to be honest. Bishop back, queen takes c6. Did he play it yet? He hasn't played it yet. They're both less than 20 minutes. That is a knight with tempo. We can bring the bishop back, but we're also gonna get checked again. So it's kind of annoying, a little bit. All right, he's done it. He is taken. And now this is hanging. So let's not blunder that. I don't want to see no blunders. Why is opponent thinking? Opponent has been thinking for some weird moments and making weird decisions. So I don't want to get into the mind of the opponent. Because that might be a scary place for me. So I'm not going to question. I'm just going to observe and react. Okay, we have a check on the board. Whether or not the opponent is actually Czech or not, I don't know his ethnicity, but he is in Czech. He's also in the United States. All right, the king has ventured upwards. What does this mean for us? Honestly, I guess bishop d7 is best. We got to do something. Maybe a good old rook f8. Computer likes king f8. Let's see. Do you see any more checks? I don't see any good ones. Yeah, she played rook f8. That was one of my suggestions. Doesn't mean it's good, but I personally think that it is good. Also, knight was threatening a fork. Queen was threatening our rook. Now we're threatening a pawn with check. I don't know, guys. Looks pretty good to me. This check is actually checkmate, if you can believe it. So we have a checkmate threat on the board. If she gets to move again. All right, so let's look at what the worst possible moves could be. Anything that doesn't defend this pawn. For example, rook h2. Maybe that's what he's considering. Love a good old threatened checkmate move. We love threatening checkmate in 1. Because the opponent might not see it. They might miss it. Knight d2, knight g3. Knight d3 does defend the pawn. Knight g3 also defends the pawn. Any knight move will defend the pawn. So let's not forget about that. Knight g3 is a little tricky because you might forget. Also, like, rook takes wouldn't be mate because now the king can move, actually. Wow, he did play knight g3. Okay. Don't take this pawn. But maybe take this pawn. Queen takes f2 is the second best move. I'll let you guys decide what the best move is. If you can find it, you get a cookie. You like queen f2? Queen f2 is my first thought. But it's not the best. You like rook f4? Not the best. But strong. Rook takes g3, not the best. Rook g5, also good, but not the best. Rook takes g3 is still very much winning. Hashtag winning. It still likes queen f2, funny enough. Okay. Strong moves, strong moves. Famous Amos cookies. No. You get internet cookies. You would think queen takes f2. Yeah, that was my first choice, but it's the computer's second choice. And it looks like it's Gremlin's first choice as well. Which is still very good. This is very much winning. This is hanging. This is hanging. This is going to be hanging at some point pretty soon. The bishop has no moves, so that's pretty cool. Do you guys want me to spoil what the best move was in this position? The computer has changed its mind now that we've looked at it. This has happened far too many times where you put a move on the board. Well, what the computer originally was saying was best is rook g to f7. But now it's saying taking on f2 is best. Probably because Gremlin played it. Once Gremlin played it, the computer was like, what was I thinking? What Gremlin does is best. Okay, now that I put another board move, okay, now it's saying, no, it's liking rook gf7 again now. Now it's saying queen takes is only third best. Wait, no, it's saying that it's changed the hierarchy. It's saying queen takes f2 is second best, but it's showing it third. It's saying rook takes is showing second, but it's a less... You know what? We're not going to think too much about it. We're going to put the move on the board that was made, and we're going to let the computer think again, long and hard here. Gremlin staring at our score sheet. Can't believe that this game is continuing. When this king is about to get mated 10 ways to Sunday. I don't know if anyone said what. Okay, this is hanging. This is hanging. That's hanging. What else? What else is hanging? Maybe you could do that. I don't know what's happening. She's got an eval bar in her head. It's true, we all do. Negative EV. Yeah, opponent needs to well, I don't know. Maybe he'll offer a draw now. It's true. I feel like there should be a rule of how many draws you can offer. I feel like after your third draw, if they decline, it should be resignation. I think it's like 3 strikes and you're out. You can offer a third draw. Maybe after the third draw, you resign. I see your message about the king, that if you sit and check, it's illegal, so you lose automatically. I guess I did see it, but I don't necessarily think that's true though. You could leave your king in check. You can play an illegal move. You don't lose automatically. You'll have an arbiter called on you, and you have to go back a move. You have to go back to where it was a legal position. You don't just lose on. You might get penalized, like time or something. You lose automatically if your opponent calls it in blitz. I think that also might be a tournament dependent rule. I think in blitz even you get a time penalty. I think it depends. I think from my experience in the very few rated blitz tournaments I've played in, you get penalized by time, and if you do it a second time, then you lose. But I don't think it's lose automatically on the first time. This is my time to use German? I don't know about that. It's not even 9. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Meow. Zwischenzug. I don't think that's how you spell it. Is that how the Germans spell it? I thought it ended in a G. You would trade queens as black. Well, it's white's turn. So the best move is saying is rook f1 just to help lend some defense, I guess. But you're going to lose this guy. And when this guy falls, I don't know. There's not that much hope left. You think the best move is to resign. That can't be the best move, because the eval won't read that. Okay, the knight has gone back to e4, which allows for rook takes f3, checkmate in 1. This is a move that is equivalent to resigning. Will Gremlin find mate in 1 move? The answer is yes. She's played it. She's done it. And now we might see a handshake upon realization. Oh, I think she's like, I think that's checkmate. So now they can stare at the checkmate in all of its glory and beauty. She's looking at him. Oh, the hand has been extended. And there you have it, folks. He might have finally resigned. Only after getting checkmated. No, yeah, well, hey, that was definitely a great game. We love the result. We love to see the smile on her face. And it's been a long day. This was her longest game to finish. It takes a lot of strength to not only play in the tournament and stream it, but to continue streaming in between rounds and to continue playing Blitz, especially against these children that are just dunking on her. And then to play a game where you're losing out of the opening, where it looks like life's rough. You purposely hang a bishop for counterplay, and it worked out in her favor. I think she might have mentally checked out at that point and was just like, I'm over it. And you know what? The opponent didn't let her get away that easy. He said, hold my beer and my pawns, because I'm not gonna beat you that easily. She captured the knight
Also,
with check,
is there any way you
and she could have taken it back with the queen.
It
but
was
didn't.
streamed live.
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
It's still true.
Yeah, we're still live right now.
I'm going to get mad at me because I'm on the phone.
No, you're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
I don't know what opponent's talking about, but
yeah.
at the end of the day, I just want to give major props to Gremlin. She played a heck of a game there to finish strong, never giving up mentally. She stuck through, and she ended up turning things around and getting a huge dub to end the tournament. Positive score, 2 out of 3. Okay, Fly, that makes sense. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think anyone really cared too much. So we'll see where Gremlin decides to take us. Probably back to the private room. What up, Lance? Welcome back. You're tuning in just in time to see the post-game interview brought to you by a victorious Gremlin. As we can see, smiles on her face. You'll love to see it. Yeah, glad you're tuning in. I appreciate it. Okay, I think she might be stuck in a conversation here. Very common to analyze things after the game. Um, yeah, she is streaming on her channel. It's the same stream as this though. No, she muted herself, so we'll see. But she'll be with us shortly. All right, take care, Geezer. Thanks for being here. Always good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And have a good night. Love the camera angle for sure. Gremlin's like 7 foot tall. I'm pretty sure this would be the normal view that you would have if you met her in person. All right, she's on the move. She got through the conversation. And now we got the lights. We got the private room. Will we get the mic? Is the question.
Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Hi.
Hello. Don't be sorry.
Okay, so I realized why my computer died in round 3. The outlet that they gave me didn't work. So none of my chargers were working. So when I went to check on it halfway through to get the DGT board set up, it was still dead. But now we know next time, check the outlets before we start. We live and we learn.
Before the game, you were trying to talk to us or something. I think the Discord call was deafened, so you couldn't hear me, and we couldn't hear anything you'd said. So, but I followed the game. We had a good enough
Okay.
camera angle, and we saw all the
Okay.
actions. So the DGT
Okay,
board
cool.
was not necessary.
Okay, awesome. I wasn't sure, so I kept flashing my scorecard. I felt so dorky, but fine. Yeah. How I know you're gonna roast me in the opening. I did not listen and I did move fast and it did screw me over a little bit.
Well, I mean, I think my main takeaway is I'm really proud of you overall, and I think that you played a heck of a game there to turn things around. I know that you were dying inside when you didn't move your bishop when it was under attack by their pawn,
Oh my gosh.
and the fact that you got out of that alive and not only brought it around, but even just ended up crushing this guy, I think is a huge testament to your willpower to just continue under pressure and to end up being successful despite all the odds being against you, despite having been playing this tournament since 10 in the morning and having to set up the stream and having to worry about the DGT and et cetera, et cetera. I could keep going. The fact that you came out of that alive with a dub to end the tournament 2 out of 3, I think is just absolutely amazing.
Dude, it feels like such a massive win. I know we're gonna have a million things to talk about in terms of the analysis. Dude, I don't know if anything's charged. Like, my phone keeps saying that it's about to die. I don't know if they're gonna kick me out of here. So maybe we could review in the car. I'm gonna move some of my chargers over. So I don't know. How are you doing
I'm doing great.
in terms of energy? Okay. Sarah?
Yes.
What time are y'all closing tonight? Like now? You're like, wrap it up, babes, get out.
I'll say 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you?
Thank you so much. I think 9 should be fine. I'll at least be charged up enough that if you kick me out, I can finish in my car.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your patience. Just like, could you give me a little knock on the door at like 5-10 minutes, because it's gonna take me a little bit to break everything down, and then I'll start heading out and get out of your hair as soon as you need me to.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Okay. Okay. We have lights. And oh my gosh, I need the long charger. Wait, I'm so sorry. Be so patient with me. You, chat, I love you both. Thank you.
Do what you need. We're along for the ride. I can't believe you're still going. You're like the Energizer Bunny.
Dude, it's so crazy. Also, dude, these tights are so dumb. They keep falling down, and I feel so silly pulling them back up that we're just gonna end up in shorts at the end of the day. And you know what? That's fine. That's okay, because I'm about to rip them off my legs right now. What was I doing? Girl, together. Get it together. Charger. Yes. Okay. Here's a plug. I told Tegan he could go home, and I should have told him to stay. But that's okay.
I think
I am a one-woman show, and listen, I can do it by myself. It's just so much harder. Oh, that angle's so crazy. You're so sideways. Okay.
You're looking great.
Down here. Thank you. And we're gonna flip you. Oh my gosh. Here. And then I'm gonna run and get my iPad so I can actually see the board. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Look at the heart in the meantime.
Lovely. Love that for us. So yeah, this was a great game from the Grem. We wouldn't expect anything less. And I'm excited to go over it with her. We got 30 minutes before they kick us out. Yeah, we got hearts in the chat as well. Love to see that.
Yeah. We're all set up. Okay.
All right, then we'll have a good night.
Thank you. Fantastic game.
I can tell you were so stressed out. Like, I was too. Because after I took with the pawn, I realized, like, oh crap, no, let's say good, because it gave up the pawn. But
Yeah.
did it anyway.
They're so tough.
I'll definitely be back.
Yeah. I hope to see you next month.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah.
I've actually only been playing for 3 months now.
3 months.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm still pretty bad, but I'm understanding for you.
No, you're doing so good. Listen, anyone can learn how to play chess. A lot of it is just practice
Mhm.
and learning from your mistakes. So, the best thing about today is you have real life games that you spend a lot of time with.
Mhm.
So, reviewing those and trying to learn from those mistakes is going to take your game to the next level. And I can't wait to see you next month. Hopefully, we can get Rapid 1800.
Well, that explains it.
Yeah.
Dang. Okay. Well, yeah, I saw your rating was like, what's the actual USCF rating?
UCF, I'm 950.
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah.
going into this, I knew I was going to go against strong players. Why didn't you go into the advanced section?
Because I'm still losing games in the U2 1200.
Mhm.
So, one, I don't want to tank someone else's rating. Could you imagine being 1500
Mhm.
and then losing to someone who's 950,
Mhm.
who's not really 950? That feels a little scummy to me. And then, second of all, if I'm still losing games in this section, then I'm supposed to be here.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Even if you win
Fine.
3-0, your rating allows you to play in that section, so
Yeah.
you just
Yeah.
play
I
the
mean,
section
even
that you're rated.
I unfortunately lost all the games I played today, but I played really strong in the opening, like I did against you, but then I made some mistake in the middle. But
Yeah.
first game, I didn't even see a pin going on, and then him taking that pin or taking the pawn that was pinned, that ruined the whole position. Because I actually had him boxed in, like all his pieces were clustered together. And once he took that piece, it let it all out, and that was just when it got bad.
I see.
Second game, I took with the wrong pawn after I traded queens. And that just ruined the whole position as well. I don't want to keep you waiting.
No worries. Thank you so much for the game again.
Yeah, I
It
appreciate
was
it.
nice to meet you.
Probably one of the best games I've had, like,
Yeah.
in terms of, tactics.
Yeah, absolutely.
But all right, then we'll have a good night.
Thank you. Yeah, please. Thank you so much.
See you.
Hi.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going great.
It's just me, you, and chat, Joe. Let's get into it.
Amazing. All right. Yeah, that was a roller coaster game. I just kind of put the moves to the last game, so
Okay.
it's gonna be a little scuffy, but that's okay.
Yeah, no worries.
So we had a Roy Lopez,
Mm-hmm.
one of the most famous openings in all of chess. E4, E5, and I think you just pretty quickly played D6. How familiar are you with the Roy Lopez?
I thought I was pretty familiar, but I came out so bad, so I guess not that much. I haven't studied it, but I've played it a lot, if that makes any sense.
Actually, I don't think I had the right move order on, so maybe you could tell me.
Yeah, so e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight c6, kingside castle.
Wait. After bishop b5, it's d6, right? You played?
After bishop b5, I played knight c6. Wait, I wrote knight c6 twice. I'm guessing I meant d6.
Okay. And then
Yeah.
castles?
And then castles. And then bishop d7.
Okay. And then c3?
Yeah.
Knight f6, rook e1.
Knight f6, a6.
Oh, they played a6?
Wait, I played a6?
No. Wait, so okay,
Maybe my
after they
notation is not
played
great.
c3, you did a6?
Yes.
Bishop a4, then knight f6,
Then
then rook e1. I'm guessing.
my notations has knight f6 before a6.
Okay. So after knight f6, I assume they played rook e1.
Yeah, wait.
Did you put a6 immediately?
I did put a6 for move 6, but I think they did rook e1.
Because a6 is your move, right?
Yeah, I must have skipped a notation.
That's okay. I had the right position. I just think I had the wrong move
Okay.
order, but it shouldn't matter too much, honestly.
No.
I guess after bishop a4, you played bishop e7.
I'm sorry, what?
After they play bishop a, so you play a6, they play
Yeah.
bishop a4.
Mm-hmm.
And
My
then
notations is so
and
bad,
then you probably have
Joe.
bishop e7. Okay, that's funny. It's okay. You know what? We're gonna look at the position that I had. We just need to get out of this Roy Lopez.
Yeah.
So let's see.
I'll go back and watch the film, coach, and give you the proper notation
So
later.
at some point you're castled, right? And then you
Mm-hmm.
play d4, you capture, they capture.
Yeah.
And then I assume, so you threw in h6. Yeah, at some point I think d5 is probably a good move for you. Just trying to
Yeah.
break up their pawn duo in the center. What else? It likes knight b4 is kind of an interesting idea. Just going for d3, but also I guess knight
I looked
b4
at
you
it,
might
but it
also.
felt very flimsy.
Yeah, I mean I'm not the biggest fan of it either. It likes rook e8. I don't know. I frankly am not the best against the Roy Lopez. I think it's very theory intensive out of a lot of
Mm.
the major e4, e5 openings. Um, I think more or less you get a position where it's a little like it's definitely playable. Computer
Mm-hmm.
slightly favors white. They just have a stronger control in the center. Um,
Mm.
and I think like normally what I'm used to playing is something like knight to a5 and then playing for c5, trying to attack the center that way.
That was the idea, but then I got spooked.
Yeah, you went with the a pawn,
Yeah.
and then I think you got a little sidetracked with like queen c8 because you brought the queen back to d8. You're not really threatening to take on h3, right? There's no good
Yeah.
follow-up there. Um,
Yeah, and that's why I pulled my knight back to
h7.
H7. What the idea was remove the knight, get my bishop involved, and then do the take. But when they dropped the knight back to f1, and if I knew the Ruy Lopez theory, then I would know that that's book and they're
Yeah.
planning to pull out to g3. But I don't, and I didn't.
Well, how'd you know just now? Because they did that?
Uh, yeah, my opponent just told me that they, right before a game, watched a video on the Ruy Lopez, and so that's what that's what that theory was.
Yeah, this is pretty common. Really, like whenever your knight comes to
Mm.
f6, you're attacking the e
Mhm.
pawn. That's why rook e1 is very natural. And when the rook goes to e1, you vacate the square on f1. However, I think like in my non-theory knowledge of like the position, I feel like knight c3 makes more sense because you already captured on d4, and so
Yeah.
that vacates the square for their pawn for their knight really. And
Okay.
but you know they're sticking to their opening prep. So like your
Mhm.
opponent, they said that they are relatively new to chess, right? Like
Yeah.
only been playing a little bit. And
Yeah.
so it
Yeah.
makes sense to me that someone new can look at opening theory and like memorize a lot of the opening lines and the moves, and to get a good position out of the gate with a opening as common as the Roy Lopez, and then to miss things tactically or positionally and kind of botch the position, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think like it's really important to stress the opening principles and just kind of having a better understanding of like things that are good rather than just
Mm-hmm.
following a book, uh, you know, move for move.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, I think what ended up costing them is just their tactics not being good, right? Their calculation being a little off. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that's where you really were able to turn things around and start to shine. So tactics, I think, ultimately are a huge way to improve. And I think your opening could use a little bit more work, but like so far, I think this is still a fine position. I think you should follow up if you're playing A5, you should follow up with A4. You should just get that move in.
Yeah.
Um, and I think knight H7, I didn't think made a lot of sense to me. I think, like in my mind, D5 is just a way to
What's that
break in the
happen?
center. The computer doesn't
Yeah.
like it so much.
Mm.
And the idea is because we put the bishop on this diagonal. But
Yeah.
I feel that like knight H7 maybe in the step in the wrong direction. I think maybe you just follow up with knight G5 or you played queen D8.
Mhm.
I did not understand bishop G5 at all.
Okay, bishop g5 was I knew that I miscalculated. I saw that e5 was coming and I knew that I was gonna have to play g6 and I didn't want to lose my h6 pawn, so I let them fork my bishop. But the thought process was I didn't want to lose my h pawn.
Well, okay.
And I just didn't calculate
I
deep
think
enough.
we need a better response to E5 here. You see queen D3 and you see they've lined up a battery against H7
Hmm.
specifically, but also like hitting the knight, right?
Hmm.
So there's a better response here. The obvious idea, maybe obvious is too strong of a word, maybe I shouldn't use that. But if you could imagine being able to move the knight, then our knight would be defending H7, right? We wouldn't have
Yeah.
to worry about their battery so much. Where would our
If I had
knight
brought
like
my rook to e8, then I like ideally knight on f8 would have been perfect. It's nice and safe
yeah,
and
that's the answer.
guarded. Yeah,
So you should
I
play
really
rook
want
e8 here with the idea that you're meeting e5 with knight f8.
it. Mhm. Yeah,
We do not want to play g6. G6 is very weakening. G6,
yeah.
remember your first game? Your opponent played G6.
Mhm.
What happened to him?
Da, 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 da. We took him out.
He got hit
Hmm.
by an immovable object, an unstoppable force named Gremlin. When you play G6, you're asking to get hurt, and we don't want to see you get hurt. You're the one
Hmm.
that's delivering the pain.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
G6 is a painful move to make, so you have to meet queen D3 with you need this knight f8 idea. When you put the knight on
Yeah,
H7, like I understand we're forward thinking, but once queen D6 or queen D3 hits, we know that E5 is going to hit even harder with a mate threat, right?
right.
So, rook E8 to play knight F8 is a very important resource that you have to kind of find here.
Hmm.
Otherwise, you're in a world of hurt. And
Yeah,
bishop G5, I didn't think it met E5 properly, but now you're forced to play G6. And now your
yeah.
opponent found a really really good idea. I
Yeah.
initially I couldn't see it too well. I thought they just took on d6. But e6 is such a brilliant move. You
E6
can't,
was
yeah,
beautiful.
you cannot
Yeah.
take with the pawn because you're getting mated in two, and you
Mhm.
cannot take with the bishop. Do you see what they would play here?
Yeah, rook takes bishop.
Yeah, I was initially thinking they just play d5, which is a fork, but just rook takes immediately is straight
Yeah.
to the point. Just
Mhm.
brilliant. So knowing that you cannot take the pawn on e6 with either pawn nor bishop, but you
Mhm.
also see the problem is your bishop's hanging, right?
Mhm.
So what's the solution here?
I think I ignored it.
Yes.
I I'm not sure if I ignored it in the right way, but
This is not really something we want to ignore.
mhm.
I think there's one way that you can logically ignore it, and it's not great per se, but when we have
What did I
something,
do? Like queen f6 or something?
you played b4.
I played b4. Oh, yeah, Hail Mary.
This is
I
this
Hail
is
Mary.
this is a bit of too much of a ignore, I'd say.
Yeah.
But let's go back to our basics, right?
Mhm.
If one of our pieces is under attack, we want
Counter.
to either save it or we want to, you said counter?
Mhm.
Yeah, so
Oh, should I have just done bishop c8? Could I have just dropped the bishop back?
no, well, um I guess technically yes, but there's a
Better.
why c8?
Oh, e8.
Yeah, why
So
not
then
e8?
we're looking at g6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the bishop can help defend g6. But let's think about so yeah, bishop e8 is the best move here. This just saves the
Mm-hmm.
bishop and it helps defend the f7 pawn,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that also in turn defends the g6 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop e8 is the answer. But
Mm-hmm.
if we think about some real basic stuff, right? Like we have a piece that's under attack. We either save it or we have to have a counterattack, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we don't save the bishop and we want to come up with a counterattack, what would your move be?
I was trying to set up a fork on b4, which was not forced at all, and
Yeah, so that
I
doesn't
was
work.
not punished enough for it. Um, I was really struggling to find counterplay here. Um,
So what's the hierarchy of things that we look for?
in terms of counterplay,
Just in any given position in general.
um, checks, captures, and threats.
Yeah. So I think your mind is looking for threats, but there's two things. So do we have any checks?
No.
No. Do we have any captures?
Yes.
Where?
We have the bishop on c1.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
That's
have the
that's
bishop
kind
on
of
c1.
this is the only other move that you could play here.
Okay.
That's not just immediately losing material.
Okay.
So the idea is that if they take our bishop now, we can just bring our bishop back, right? Or even we could take the pawn or
Yeah.
something. But at least
Yeah.
now we're not
Oh.
getting opened up like a can of worms.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to
Yeah.
Puma. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We're analyzing Gremlin's
Good.
third game today that she played. But yeah, we're looking at this position. This is a really nice move by the opponent. We need to find bishop e8 really,
Yeah.
because if we take on c1, this buys us one move of time. They should just take
Yeah.
back, and now we
Mm-hmm.
really have to find bishop e8. There's no other
Right.
move really. So when you
Okay.
had played b4, this this is not a check or a capture. It's a threat in that if they take, we have knight takes with the fork, right?
Yeah.
So they just simply have to not take that pawn, and then we're in trouble.
Which they didn't.
So
Yeah.
what they need to do is just take the free piece, right? And now we're up
Yeah.
a piece, and we're down a piece. So life's going to be pretty hard for us, down material.
Yeah.
They saw something and thought that this was good, but now rook takes, and you're not dying as
Well,
quickly. You're just
yeah.
you're just kind of holding on, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the good news is we only lost a pawn. And now with the rook, we actually have some counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a little lucky here with this capture. They
Oh,
should have taken the
100%.
bishop. Yeah. So they take. Now they have to bring the queen back. And this gives us another tempo here, right? Being
Mm-hmm.
able to defend is great. With tempo is even greater. Now I like this b3 idea. Just posing a question to the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And they trade here, which was an inaccuracy because that helps you invite your knight into the game, right?
Right.
This is an attacker now. And
Mm-hmm.
here they bring the bishop back, and I don't understand. Like, tell me the idea behind knight f3.
I wanted to open my rook up.
Okay.
I still felt really trapped.
So at this point, you've already castled, right? You're
Mm-hmm.
not quite. You don't have all of your pieces in the game just yet. So
What did you want? Like queen f6 instead?
yeah,
No,
that's
I was looking at queen f6, but there was the fork on h.
okay. And now
Oh, but it's not a fork because we can take on knight h3.
no.
And then we're threatening f2?
Why are you taking on h3? What happens if they go here? Can we take on f2 anymore?
No. JK.
So
JK. So we just take the knight
with what?
with the knight
Yeah, now can they
Check.
take?
with the queen
Oh, and then what do we do?
with the queen. Well,
I,
Joe, I don't know.
yeah, this is a free queen because they're pinned, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is
and
a
they
free.
take
So yeah, queen f6
because
was the
it's
move.
pinned.
We
Okay.
wanted to get forked. We're baiting this because this is a huge
Yeah.
blunder. That's a free piece with check.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
We're hitting. This is also a fork.
Yes. Yes.
Um,
Yes. Yes.
But they
Yes.
can't even take the knight. If they take, then that's a free queen.
Mm-hmm.
So life is really good for us here.
Yes.
Also, pop quiz. If they take our rook, what move do we play here?
Move the queen.
Where?
Back to no, not to f6. Well, maybe. Can we counter somehow?
Also, we're running low on time. I'm taking too long.
We are. No, it's okay.
I want you to just go to f7 because it traps the knight.
Yeah.
But you're right. Just saving the queen is smart,
Mhm.
but like obviously taking the knight's bad because we lose our queen. We don't want to go to
Yeah.
f6 because now they go to h5 with the tempo.
Right.
That should help us find f7 because now the knight has nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, let's look at this position really quickly. I think taking on f3 ended up leading you to a better position and ultimately winning, but we don't want to reward this behavior because all they have to simply do is take with the queen, right?
Yeah.
And life is pretty good for them.
Yeah.
So we got very lucky that they took with a g pawn, and now their position really is terrible.
Yeah.
So life really turns around in our favor. I love queen h4. I love that you took on h3 with check, but I think knight
Did
takes.
you want it with?
No, the queen takes. I didn't. I liked bishop takes.
Okay.
I wanted knight takes on d4.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was looking. I was scared that I was gonna have too many things
It's okay. I think
hanging.
you played this really well. You took with check, and then you wanted to trade queens, which I wouldn't recommend, but I understand the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and you're kind of running low on time. Not in this game, but like in real life, that they're gonna kick you out, right?
I haven't gotten a knock yet.
All right. Well, I think here they probably should just trade, but they play like rook h1 or something, and now rook
Mm-hmm.
e8 check was really smart. I think this is where you looked at the camera and had like a fourth wall break moment of like, I wish this guy would resign. I think at some point he even stuck his hand out, but it was a draw for it, and the camera couldn't believe it and fell over. I
Yeah.
think we were all
Yeah.
shocked by that. But yeah, taking here was smart. Taking the rook was smart. Yes, you get checked and you drop a knight, but you're still just completely winning at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Rook f8, I'm a big fan of. Actually, you gave a check first, I think,
I
and then
did
played rook
on
f8.
B2.
And
Yeah.
I'm just a really big fan of this as well. I love that you took on f2, and then they blundered main one. So life was
Yes.
pretty good for you. After they took with the G pawn, I think you played really well. There's a couple notes here and there I could give you, um,
Mm-hmm.
but like ultimately, his king was so weak that any of your tactics worked. I think it might have been a little bit better. Like if I looked, the more I looked at, like yes, you take on h3, but if we calculate bishop takes h3 check, you know he's going to
Mm-hmm.
e2, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's
So
basically forced on the, yeah.
So like there's no way he can save h3. That's just not defendable. You can take that at
Mm-hmm.
your leisure whenever, right? And you know he's
Right.
running to e2. So what's
Oh, the knight take first? That
yeah,
would have
knight
been
knight takes
diabolical.
first. I have two really good reasons why. One is we're covering e2, and now when
Yeah.
we take on h3, he's forced back into our mating net. And we're
Yeah.
just we're gonna sack an exchange, we're just gonna checkmate him. So that's
Yeah.
one idea. The second idea is a little more subtle. Notice what happens when he puts the king on f1. What can we do?
Oh, I missed a skewer on B5.
Only if your knight takes on d4 though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So this is a two-pronged idea,
Yeah, no,
multi-purpose
that looks
move.
so good.
Bishop to b5 is really gnarly. I think bishop takes
Also, shout out
h3
for the
is
sub.
even going to be stronger.
Mm-hmm.
But I really like the knight d4 idea. Um, the computer really likes bishop takes h3, and then the king is to run in the center, and now here you have two checks. You didn't do either of them, and I think my biggest note on this is that when the king is
Mm-hmm.
so exposed like this, we
Mm-hmm.
don't want to trade queens because that's going to help them.
Right.
The position's so bad that this is still a good move for you. It's still good.
Mm-hmm.
Trading queens is technically still good, but it's not as good. We
I
would
see.
we would
Yeah.
rather check them because the tactics are going to work out in our favor.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be in a world of hurt. We're going to be
Yeah.
gaining more material, I think, in the long run. Trading queens, and maybe now you have some sort of end game that you're going to have to work. This is still very good for you, and you still have a lot
Mm-hmm.
of tactics. But I think, generally speaking, when the king is so exposed and weak like this, you want to try not to trade queens. And like getting the
Yeah.
rook in, I think makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you ended up doing that later,
I
which is
spent a
great.
lot of time on that move too, and I think I just needed a little bit more confidence that it was gonna play out. I was still really nervous about the threat on H7 and them just
Mm-hmm.
pouring down worlds of pain
Yeah.
on my H file. So instead of calculating everything properly, I did try and trade out. But I
And
think,
that's fine.
yeah.
I think when you're stressed and like this position's definitely very complicated, lots of calculation, there's a lot of room for error where you could blunder, and you mentioned queen h7, like
Mm-hmm.
maybe with the rook here and this king is so weak, you don't have to necessarily worry about that, but it's
Mm-hmm.
reasonable to be concerned about blundering and maybe slipping up and allowing them some sort of counterplay. So trading queens makes sense in that regard,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm fine with it. I think that in general, though, I'm more of a fan of just checking them
Yeah.
when their king is exposed and leaving the queen on the board still, because
Mm-hmm.
ultimately your
Fair.
queen is going to be a catalyst for checkmating them in some
Mm-hmm.
capacity.
Yeah.
Um, Trading queens allows potential for slipping up in the end game, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So okay, they messed up. They really should trade because their king is so weak. Even though it's a
Mm-hmm.
losing end game, if you leave the queens on the board, the odds of this guy getting mated is just astronomical.
Yeah.
Which he plays this, you get a check, you get another check, right? Taking on b2 is really good. This is something that
Mm-hmm.
he just kind of missed. Taking the free rook is good, right? I
Mm-hmm.
was thinking knight d4 and then taking the rook because we limit the queen coming in.
Mm-hmm. I was nervous about the fork on f6.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. That's totally reasonable as well. So taking the rook is actually best, even though it allows the
Okay.
fork. I liked that you brought the bishop back with the tempo. I liked that you gave a check, and I really liked rook f8. And I don't really have many notes after this. Really, I think you played a really good game after you took on f3. I think that was your last bad move, I'd say.
Okay.
Just minor details on like if you had done knight takes d4 first, or just not trading queens. But otherwise, like this was really, really strong play by you. So
Thank you.
yeah,
Yeah, I just need to be more accurate in the opening and the middle. I wasted a lot of time faffing about and not like completing any of my actual ideas, which left me super vulnerable. Um, so we're gonna work on that.
I think your opening was much better than the previous game. You had gotten castled and you had brought all the minor pieces out, right? I think that your opponent still had an advantage at the opening because
Mhm.
they had really good control over the center.
Mhm.
But it's really difficult against the Ruy Lopez unless you know a bunch of theory. Like in my personal experience,
Mhm.
I would say that your queen c8 back to d8 was kind of a moment where maybe you could have improved. I think maybe knight h7 is probably not the best move either.
Yeah.
I would say I think your biggest problem was playing bishop g5. I think that's really when things could have taken a turn for the worse, and they actually did. He just didn't take your bishop on d7, right? Like he
Yeah.
played everything well until that moment. He missed
Mhm.
that was him being able to convert his superior position into a material advantage, and he ignored the material advantage and thought he had a tactic but miscalculated.
Mhm.
Once you were able to get the rook to g7, I think you really had significant chances of bringing it back, and he was one blunder away from allowing that, and that's exactly what happened. So ultimately, I think when he lines up the queen and the bishop, you got to find this like rook e8, knight f8 idea.
Mhm.
Once you played bishop g5, it was really kind of a slippery slope, and he just didn't
Yeah.
punish you.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
that I
Agreed.
don't necessarily attribute that to an opening issue. I think it's a little bit more tactical, of just defending against his like e pawn discovery with the checkmate threat. Like you need to find a better place for your knight on h7.
Yeah. Yeah, I panicked and I should have looked at things more calmly. I thought bishop g5 was my only option, and I just needed to take a step away and remember how we calculate things, which is, girl, if you want your knight somewhere else, figure out where you want it and then make it happen. Which is exactly what you walked me through. You went, hey, you want your knight protecting h7, which I knew. And I knew I didn't want the knight on g5 or
Or
f6.
f6, yeah. So you
So
have to
that leaves
find
one
okay.
other option, and I don't know why I didn't get there, but
Eh,
I think I just panicked. So we're gonna work on not panicking, calculating, listening to our inner Joe, and hopefully next tournament we can really show out. I'm excited. Not
yeah.
have to rely on the grace of our opponent
I
to let us come back from a lost game.
Roy Lopez is just it's a tough opening. Like I struggle against it myself. Like even this position, it's already like over +1. Um,
Yeah.
so I would say, yeah, typically against d4, we don't want to just recapture.
Okay.
Because you're removing your central pawn for their c pawn,
Right.
right? Because now they
Mhm.
take back. They freed up this square for their knight. They have the pawn duo in the center. We don't have an e pawn
Mhm.
anymore. So at this point, you want to play for this b5 idea. And I mean, I don't really. You kind of just will live within this tension. If they ever take, we take. Um, right? Like, okay, if they go back, let's say to c2, we're just not gonna take. We're gonna play like rook e8. We're gonna play h6. We're gonna play like some waiting moves.
Yeah.
Um, because
Okay.
if they push, like if we play rook e8 or something and they push, now our knight goes somewhere, wherever, right? But like the center
True.
being closed is like this is helpful for us. Their bishop's never gonna open up, right? Their knight's not
Yeah.
coming here at least, so they're gonna have to block their bishop for a moment. Or if we
Mhm.
play something like h6, like it's not obvious where this bishop's gonna go. So when we capture, we just open things up for them.
Okay.
They have options of where to put their pieces. They have options of pushing either pawn, right? When
Mhm.
we don't capture, if they push, now they don't have options to push or capture,
Yeah.
right? Or
Yeah.
if they capture us, then we just take back and, you know, this remains locked. This remains blocking their pieces, right? So we don't want to necessarily just take like I think when they push here, you kind of should ask yourself like what are the pros and cons of taking, right? Like does this help
Mhm.
me or does this help them?
Yeah.
And this helps them for sure. Um, I think another thing to ask yourself is like when you make a capture, is it obvious how they're gonna recapture? And it kind of is obvious, right? Like you're not challenging
Mhm.
them. Whereas if you maintain this, you could ask yourself like, okay, are obviously you don't just say like, all right, I'm not going to capture. You have to calculate like what happens if you don't capture. Like basically it's really
Yeah.
important that you play something like b5 here because we don't want them to take our knight because our knight's
Mhm.
a very important defender of the
Mhm.
center. Because if
Yeah.
we just like play rook e8 now, they can take. The computer actually likes this for black, which is funny enough. But
Okay.
my idea is that our e pawn's going to be hanging, but I guess their e pawn is
Mm.
also hanging. So what I don't want is to take with the
Mhm.
pawn, I guess. Like, if we take with the pawn, this is really bad for us. So they just take here. And
Mhm.
now, like, these pawns are really bad. We literally lost a pawn. I think that's what I was thinking of. Because we had the bishop here, this recapture really is good for us.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, I'm a fan of playing b5, kick the bishop back, and then just live within this structure.
Yeah.
Just play these like waiting moves
Yeah.
and just wait for them either solidify or capture, and then it's going to be easier for you to figure out what to do in response.
Is bishop c8 to bc7 an idea here to kill some time? Or no? Do we hate that?
What do you want
Is
to
that
do?
silly?
This
In terms
to
for
this?
waiting moves, like reverse fianchetto?
I think probably not.
Probably not, yeah. Okay, cool.
I mean, really common ideas to move this knight, to move this pawn, the c pawn. And you could put like the rook on the c file. I think like rook e8,
Okay.
h6. Like you could play h6 to knight h7 to f8 still, right? Like that's a common idea.
Okay.
I'm looking for like d5 pawn breaks a lot of times. Like right now, the computer really
Okay.
likes d5. And this just forces them again to either make a decision, because like if you just let them sit here with the two pawns, they can do whatever whenever, right? We don't like to give them those sort of options.
Right,
That
right.
is a
No, it was
luxury.
such a pain. It was such a headache to deal
Yeah,
with.
so like this would be a good moment for you to play d5 before their bishop comes back to either of these diagonals, right?
Mm.
And you have control. This is before their knight can come out, right? So d5 is a really opportune time right now. But when you don't do it, then like d5 is probably still playable here. But now if they push, we can't really go here because we're just losing material.
Right.
Whereas if we had done it before their knight comes out, now if they push, now we can go in the center. And now if their knight ever comes out, we can just take it.
Right. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah.
Yeah. If they try to go after this pawn here now, computer's saying we could move the bishop somewhere. Where?
E6.
Yeah, bishop e6 is what I would do. But what's the computer saying bishop f5 is kind of a crazy idea. Oh, we're defending the pawn this way too. Okay.
Yeah, with the
I don't know,
queen.
but yeah, this is totally
Yeah.
fine, right? Like
Okay.
we like having the center control, right? And that limits their options of development. But if we don't contest the center, then they're gonna be able to push us whenever.
Right.
They just have that option. So it worked out really well when they lined up their battery, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that
So
was so terrible for me. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, this is the last moment to play here, but okay. Anyways,
Thank you so, so much.
how do you feel? First tournament over the board streamed.
I'm so happy. We learned so much. We learned so much about streaming and chess and
DGT boards.
DGT boards. Oh my gosh, so much about DGT boards. But listen, I am so happy we did it. I'm so excited for the next one. Hopefully, we'll have something coming out soon. And yeah, I would say 10 out of 10 experience. We learned so, so much, and I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Amazing.
Thank you for making it a possibility. Helping me with the DGT board, helping me communicate with people with ChessCom, for spending like your entire Sunday watching me fumble across the board and helping me learn from all of my mistakes. I love you so, so much.
Oh, thank you for allowing
Round of
me this
applause for Joe.
opportunity, because had you not invited me to do this, I would have probably just stayed in my bed all day and been worse off. So, my pleasure. This was amazing. I'm a big fan and will continue to be a big fan, and I'm looking forward to the next tournament.
Absolutely. Wow. Let's find someone to raid so I can break this stuff down and stuff myself with ramen. That's
That
gonna
sounds
be the
great.
next,
Yeah, I'm gonna go
yeah,
eat
hour.
too. I'm gonna raid Uncle Jesse.
Oh my gosh, Uncle Jesse's on?
And you can raid Whoever you want.
How do you spell uncle? Is it Jessi?
Yeah,
Does she have any numbers? I forget.
she's number 1 in my book.
Her username.
But no, her username does not have any numbers.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, everyone who joined. Y'all are the freaking best. This was so crazy. I appreciate everyone's patience and support. Massive. We have it under our belt. So heck yeah.
Congrats again, and thank you for the opportunity. You crushed it today. Absolute beast. 2 out of 3. And getting mate on the board. Bravo. Round of applause. You crushed it.
Absolutely. Sounds good. I'll see all of y'all tomorrow, hopefully.
Amazing. Mark your calendars.
Bye now.
Bye.